You are live. Can you all hear me? Figured maybe get this party started a minute early, a minute and a half. Them cables can take a lot of abuse. This party started a minute early, a minute and a half. Oops, forgot about that. So apparently you can hear me. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Buck Does It. We're going to do a little bit different tonight. I know the No Name Nationals is over, but I was wondering what we're going to do. I'd like to keep this Saturday night thing going. I was wondering if Barrows is still... Hey, there's Buff. Hello, Buff. How you doing today? I wonder if Barrows is still in here, if he was planning on going live later. If not, then we can just open the mic up here and let her go. Audio and video is good. Hey, there's Rich. Hello, Rich. Glad to hear it, Buff. Anyway, I was, there's Frankenstein. Hello, Frankenstein. Bubba Ayers. Hello, Bubba. There's ASO. He was here early. So was Two Hacks. Two Hacks was here earlier too. And the One-Eyed Cat, I didn't get that one until he said that one would get him more subs or something or other. So one of you guys can put he's doing the dishes in the background, but I'm here, brother. Well, thank you, Barrows. I wasn't sure if I looked to see if you were having a live later. And if not, then I'll just keep this one rolling for a while. And if you want to jump on here, I'll open the mic up later on. And we'll have some fun. Anyway, the One-Eyed Cat. That's because the cat's butt is always against the video camera. Anyway. Yeah, don't forget, there's Don English. That's Don English, the One-Eyed Cat, in case anybody was wondering. Thank you, Unfinished. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Buff. You guys are on it. Right on it. Anyway, a couple things come into mind about tonight. When I was at the No Name Nationals, I ran into Ken at Tall Garage. And he said to me, he says, Bucky, I'm bummed. I didn't get, I was supposed to be reviewed on your channel the next week, but I hit 500 before you could review me. And I'm like, oh, well, we might be able to do something about that. So then I get an email because, I've been saying, I don't know what we're going to do after it's over. We'll figure something out. And then I get an email, Redbeard's dad. And he said, why don't you go look at the channels that you didn't get the review? I'm like, why not? Because there was a couple people there at the race that I didn't know. That one guy was at 323 Fabrication. I don't remember seeing him anywhere. Now some of them guys might have had their subs and signed up late, and so Auto Salvage is on his phone tonight. That's okay. Now the One-Eyed Cat wants to be a participant. Well, you better get to work now, Don. Start putting some videos. Oh, okay. Okay, Barrows, you let me know. And then we'll just roll right over to Barrows. By Ron English. Ron English. Hey, you want I? And Ron English was running around having everybody sign his shirt. And then right before I left, he says, well, I gotta sign somebody else's shirt. So he signed mine. There he is, back from historic trip to No Name Nationals to review Mater himself. That's right. I'm ready to start again too. But anyway, I thought, well, hey, why not? I'm not going to go into detail, and we're not looking to, I mean, if like the Dodge Whisperer, I was never subscribed to him till just yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I didn't know. Bad time to forget the S. He didn't sign Ron's shirt. You might have to send it to him to Buff, and then Buff will send it back. Self-addressed stamp envelope, please. There's Rob's. Hello, Rob's. I met Rob's. He was there. Surprised me. Sneak attack. There's Dance Alone with Rentals link. Hey, Buff, you can go down to Alabama and sign auto salvages. Hey, Zion Bear. How are we doing today? Did anyone else start their 23 NoNameNationals build yet? There's Punisher. Hello, Punisher. Yeah, Punisher started. He started his 2023 build. He already got a transmission ready to. It's probably already in the car. So there's Ron English on YouTube. There you go. One Eye Cat's already working on his. Got some seams there in primer paint. Only in his mind there. Bear Rose. What Buff say? I might need a trip to Alabama soon. There you go. Come on, Buff, anytime. See, I told you. He had it in. Now it's back out, too. Why'd you take it back out to paint it? Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm glad to see we're all still having fun with the NoNameNationals. I don't think it's going to stop. Floors are first priority right now. Yes, Zion Barry, yes. Yeah. Everything's going. Are you talking about me, Zion Barry? Yes, I did work 4 days last week. And I have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off because of the family thing. And then I'll go back on Thursday. Hey, there's Joe Royal. Make sure you put Joe Royal's link up there, too. It's going good, man. I'm doing okay. I don't know if Joe saw it, but I know everybody else did. I guess, I don't know if you can see. Oh, yeah, there we go. I got the Cinderella Award, People's Choice Award. I even put a little stand over here, and I lit up the back with some red. Anyway. Okay, I got you. There's Joe Royal's link. We are, what's he say? We are YouTubers. We can keep this momentum going until we all meet up again. That's right. I think we're going to also, Barrows. Thanks, Joe. There's Joe Royal's link. Thank you, Barrows. I appreciate it. I never expected that. Never, not at all. I'm just a content creator like anybody else, and I enjoy doing this, and I want to keep this thing rolling. So when the new guys get in here, we can just roll right into them and start helping out again, because it's not just me. It's we. We did it. We got because Buzz came up to me and says, Buck, you had you played an instrumental part in a lot of these people getting here, and I thanked him and stuff. And then after I left, I'm thinking, no, it wasn't me. It was we. We all did it, because we were all pushing for everybody. And Dizzy was so happy. He came over, gave me a big hug. That was so cool that he got his subs while he was there. I'm not headed to Bambi to see Auto Salvage Outlaws. That channel has grown so big, I'll just wait a bit and catch them when you're on tour in my city with Carrie Underwood. There you go, ASO. I bet you he would like that one. I'm ready. Current goal, break 1,000 subs. There you go. You're on your way, too. Man, Buff, I have more friends emailing me and texting me than ever before. So let's keep this going. That's right. And phone calls. I was just on a phone call with the old man in the shop for about an hour. Just we were having fun. And Bubba says I can't plan for that ahead anymore. Won't know if I can make it till 2 weeks before. Well, there's always situations, right, Bubba? Hi, everybody. Rob says, hi, everybody. You're a couple more Pontiac Power Hours away. Yeah. Outlaws 150 away. Punisher, that was mine. Now it's 1.5K. It's never enough. No, it isn't. I woke up today. I think I had 2,612, and I just looked. I was 2,625. I'm like, where'd they come from? So I started looking to see where they come. I can't find out where they came from. There's Rob's link. Don't forget to check Rob out. He was one of the participants, but he never got his 500 subs, I believe. Buff, that Catalina is cool. I think it's a Grand Prix, though, Joe. But that's all right. They all look the same to me, too. And there's Colleen T-Ball. Hi, Colleen. I got to meet Colleen while I was there. It's always nice to put a face to a name. You know, it was the same way when I met Tim Windsor. I only knew him as Tim Windsor. And then we got to meet. I wanted to hit 25 and literally hit it when I was rolling in the gate. Oh, that's cool. ASL. Well, you know what, ASL? You should have been there and gave him you made an award for him. But not everybody can make it. I understand that, but just messing around. Okay, what's it say here? At the next No Name Nationals committee voting, I'm going to vote they give Buck a microphone and the run of the show for next year. I don't know about that. I always run out of words every now and then. Just watch my videos. And one of those director's chairs that say Buck on the back. I got Buck on the back of my Buick. There you go. ASO, he did get an award. He got a major award. Oh, no need to be sorry there, Joe. We're just yakking. Okay, where are we at now? Leighton said he just left Lambert's. What, are you still up there? Or did you just love the food there? You took the trip, didn't you? Do they have pulled pork nachos? There's Leighton's link. How close are you, Leighton? The welder's in the house. Yep, that's Leighton. Like that. Wake up from your food coma. Rushing home to meet up with Alfred's garage at the dirt track. Oh, okay. Lambert's has hog jowl. I don't know if I know what that is. You need another thrown bun. Them rolls were awesome. Yep. I never thought about going back the next night. But we were having fun at the campfire. Hour and 36 minutes. Oh my God. Oh, okay. Bacon. I loves bacon. How about that? He's an hour and 36 minutes from Lambert's. I'm 882 miles or something like that. So, all right. Don't forget there's Leighton's link. Go check Leighton out. I didn't get to see how many he had. How many did you have, Leighton? Did you hit 500 yet? Or you at like 492? You should be close by now, shouldn't you? Got bacon? All right, now I want to change these screens around here. We'll go this way and then add to stream. There we go. So, like I was saying earlier, 323. It was a 323 fabrication. I don't remember seeing him. And again, I signed the guest book there. As Leighton Motorsports and said, subscribe to my channel. Oh, cool. Hey, Ed. How we doing, Ed? Another SpaceX launch in 20 minutes. You going to watch it? Hello, everyone. Hello, Ed. This way. Hello, Ed. So here's my plan. I guess I need to do one of these things here. There we go. Here's my plan. Over here, I'll highlight it. Tall garage. Oh, that's Talking Mopars. How did I get that guy? This is what I wanted to talk about first. When I put the community page up, I had here and look at the channels that might have been forgotten. I think I should have used overviewed or overlooked, because we never, when we were doing all our reviews, Tall Garage is where I want to go. When we were doing all the reviews, we were mainly concentrating on everybody under 500 subscribers. And then once you hit the 500, we just moved on to the next person. Just like, when I was talking to Ken at Dr. Art's tent, and he said to me, Buck, I'm bummed. I never got to get on one of your reviews. And I said, well, we'll see what we can do about that. So we're going to do something about it right now. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time looking in here and critiquing or anything like that. Let's just take a look at these other guys' channels and see what we missed, because I'm sure we missed a lot of good stuff. There's Ron's rods. Or is that? No, that's Rob's rods. Okay, that's his link. So let's go back to home. Let's see how many videos he has. Okay, it's up there. He has 72 videos. And let's see if we can look at his about page. We may learn something about Ken here, because I never looked at his about page before. I really only ever looked at a few of those videos when he was doing that 306 cylinder. I'm tall and I work on cars in my garage. I'm not your normal car guy. I like building stuff you wouldn't normally see, and I do it cheap and my way. All right, that sounds familiar. Current fleet, 87 Ford Ranger LS swapped. It's an odd LS4 engine. 66 Chrysler 300. 68 Dodge Darts. 84 Fox body. 87 Camaro. The Fox body, this thing is crusty. It's getting a special engine we're working on. Oh, special. There's Auto Salvage's link. Ed's Machines link too. Thank you, Rich. Sitting, and I have no current plans for it. 87 Camaro, 78 Datsun 280. Getting a GM 4200 inline 6, possibly the 3700 inline 5. Oh, I've seen another car like that, and it was flying. 87 square body at 408 stroker, LS build for it. Slam below. Chevy Vega. Wow, V8 swap needs finished. And he has a 91 GMC Sonoma S10. We're building Cyclone sometime soon. New 214 Gen 5 43 V6. And there's his email if you want to reach him. There's Hippie Miller. Hello, Hippie. Get his link up there, Rich. There he is there. Okay, I'm gonna see. I'll get that up there. Make sure he has 5 subscribers. Channel doesn't have any videos. We'll check you out later, there, Hippie Miller. I got you on the tab. So anyway, that's Tall Garage Ken. You'll see him on a lot of. Hey, there's Ed. Thanks, Ed. Joe's a cool dude, man. You check his stuff out. I got nothing. I watch. Okay, Hippie. Well, thank you. Keep a watching. We got a lot of good channels on here, and a lot of good channels we look at too. A lot of good content, a lot of different stuff. I mean, real different. Tall Garage here is putting together a 300 Ford 6-cylinder with 2 LS Chevy heads welded together to make the 6 cylinders. Yeah, there you go, Hippie. Throw a couple of videos up. Just do a bunch of shorts. And Ed says, Joe says, thank you, Ed. So anyway, let's just look through some of his videos here. Major mechanical failures on the Ranger. That's what he was taking to NoNameNationals. I don't think he got there with it. Ford 300 LS head parts update. Maybe I can. Let's look at this. Is only a minute long. Let's look at this one.
I want to thank everybody that has subscribed lately. I really appreciate it. So I wanted to get an update out right away. So as you can see, the head's missing. It's actually with Redbeard Racing 710. I'll try to sneak his link to his channel somewhere in the description. Go give him a sub and comment on all of his stuff and tell him to hurry up and get it done. But I'm actually building 2 heads, and the other head is with my machinist. So I'm not sure which one will actually be done first, but we'll find out. Other than that, I got the intake over here, which I really can't do anything with until I get one of the heads back. So one thing I can do is I have to notch this rail right here because the new pushrod angle has the pushrod out of the block. But obviously, it needs to go right where this is. So all these have to be notched. That's the update. Progress is kind of slow. I apologize, but thank you very much for subscribing and
162 link.
Until next time.
All right, I thought that had the heads on it. Anyway, oh, here it is. There you go.
300 cylinder head.
Let's see. You see,
use
too short. 3 cylinders on one and then 3 on the other.
Extra long. Make sure we have enough.
Very interesting project. But he does other stuff too. He did he had the worst flathead Ford that he did electrolysis to try to get rid of the rust. And he did a bunch of this cartoon stuff too. He does some lives. He's always on Jason. He gets on Jason's live, and yes, it is hecka cool. And Dr. Art's lives, you'll see him on too. So that's Tall Garage. He crossed the 500 right before I was going to review him, and he's got a pretty solid about page. There's Colleen's Tebow. You doing okay? What's going on? What's up, gang? Hello, Blake. How we doing today? We're just taking a look at some of the channels we didn't get to review while we were going through them. Just taking a look at their channels. Keep the NoNameNationals theme going. You know, and another thing I noticed, look at the list of people that made it past the 500. compared to the list that didn't make it. So that used to be opposite. The list that didn't make it was as big as the list that did make it now. And now we changed things around, and here we are. So we just looked at Tall Garage. Like I said, we didn't get to look at any of these. I know I did review Jerry Racing. I don't remember about 113 Cycles. Well, let's just take a look at him. We're only going in here peeking around anyway. He has 645 subscribers. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how many. Here. Let's see.
Hey everybody, I'm Ryan. Welcome to 113 Cycles.
He has 119 videos.
Pretty simple process because I throw a video up there in case you didn't know how to do it.
Let's look at his videos. Oh, okay, Blake. Blake's driving, so keep your balls on the road. Oh, his about page. Let's see. Built my dream motorcycle shop. This channel will be about projects we do in the shop. 70 Honda CT90. So a lot of motorcycles. Oh, and he was with cousin Cletus with the Volvo build also. I'll be going to the NoNameNationals. I'll be challenged by 2 hacks to race my DRZ 125. There's the old man's link. Go check the old man in the shop out. Yes, 113 was gladly let Buff borrow his generator when he needed it. He's a real nice guy. He camped right alongside of us at the NoNameNationals. So there's his channel, 113 Cycles, 119 videos. There he is. The DRZ was against the monkey bike. Killed it. Got a whole bunch of shorts up here. Drop top Oldsmobile, car show stuff, and then motorcycle oil change, and do it yourself filing cabinet welding cart. Well, that's pretty cool. They got a lot of interesting stuff, motorcycle stuff, and some classic cars rolling around. So we missed a lot of that. VIN numbers didn't match up. Oh, okay. All right, he was going to look at it. So there's another guy who's working on the 2023 NoNameNationals car. So there's 113 Cycles. I don't think we ever looked at his channel. Should have come back with an empty trailer many times. Really, they weren't worth it. Better finding that before and that. Yep. Glad you caught it in time, Blake. All right. Daddy's Money Garage. They rolled in or they signed up and shot the a couple thousand subs right away. So we never got to review these guys either, but we've all been watching them. Hello, Cousin Mike. We've all been watching them from before they had the channel, when they were all on Uncle Tony's Garage. I know myself, I wanted to see how this Junkyard Jet was going to come out. Actually, I wanted to see if they were going to finish it. Because you know how, that's how I was. When I was younger, I had more important things to do to go work on cars, like drinking and all that other stuff. But I don't have that. So now it's work on cars. But I was actually wondering if they were gonna finish or not. So they got 5,120 subscribers. Videos. Let me see how many videos they got up here. They don't. They got a lot up there. I know they do a lot of. There's shorts here. Well, let's see if we can find out here. 65.
At the NoNameNationals in Sykeston, Missouri, put on by the great John Wilbur. But I'm all like you guys. Yes, everybody made this great. We are joined by Blake from Bad Tree Production and Jeremy from Bad Tree
There we
Production,
go.
which we were supposed to race. And I say supposed because you'll just figure that out later.
Okay. So make sure you get over there and watch their videos. They do a lot of community pages. My favorite video, he put the plaque in front of his mom's face. That wasn't nice. They're just fooling around. They did a lot of community pages from the track. Austin and John were great. Yeah, I only got to shake their hand because everybody was. There was so much on their cement surfers linked to. I mean, you can ask Barrows every time you walk down the pit. You have to stop and talk to this guy. And they stop. They stop. They stop. It was tough to get one from one end to the other. In their videos, Smoke and Chaos, No Name Nationals. Will it break? Mopar race car hits the track. Race car tried to destroy itself. High performance car parts didn't work. Junkyard hunting for the motor. I remember that one. There's the junkyard jet. Finally managed to get fuel and electricity to run. I remember them guys underneath that car with a torch and a scraper taking all the undercoating off. Vacuum gauges, just old school OBD2 scanners. There's John, Jawhn. PNR made it. Took 370 vids to hit 4,000 subs for Bad Tree Productions. I got 400 and, well, a lot of them are shorts too. But I got 400 and some videos now. And like I said, a lot of them are shorts. I've just been putting shorts out lately just to try to keep my channel going because things going on with the family. And so I got to, I'll be starting videos up here soon, next week, sometime next week. Torch and a scraper. You can see me do that here, Buck. Well, you better start hitting that record button. Hey, there's NSB. There are a couple of heroes there. They saved a bunch of people, including me. Thank you so much, NSB. You guys are great. So that's Daddy's Money Garage. We never got to look at those guys. Let's see. Did I do their about page? Austin, John, and Greg. Oh, John, Garrett, and Greg. We're not mechanics. In fact, you should probably fact check anything we say. They're funny. They're funny too. So take your YouTube money and spend it on a fleet of Yugos. We put too much money into cars that probably don't deserve it. However, that money is just put to the right places. Subscribe so we can quit our jobs and focus on bringing you quality entertainment. There you go. Daddy's Money Garage. Who's next? There's NSB's link. Go check NSB's out. How you doing with the water down there, NSB? You get it all dried out? Thanks, guys. We're glad to help. Yes, they are. They jumped right in. Matter of fact, I was in a convoy with them on the way in. There's Landon's link. Okay, so that was Daddy's Money. Family's Garage. I think they were another one. Buck says, how long are you going to be live? And I are heading to the local car hangout shortly. Maybe we'll go live after you. Well, Colleen, I'm only going to be maybe another hour and a half. I don't know. But you can jump in, jump on a live anytime. But just let us know so we know, because some of these guys will we'll go back and forth, you know. So just let us know here if you're going to go on the live, and then I'll try to wrap it up a little shortly after if I can, and because Barrows is going to go live later on. It's usually like 9:30 Eastern time he goes live. So I usually try to wrap my stuff up a half hour before him anyway. But I never have a plan on how long to stay. Unfinished project won my giveaway. Yeah, he wins them all. Well, I can't say them all. I got the Rat Rod wagon. Don't forget that. Hey, hello DRC. How we doing today? Water's gone. Just having to clean up. Hey, BNR finally put a channel description up yesterday. I'll go check it out there, BNR. Yeah, no worries, Colleen. We can all work together. I'll be glad to try to help you out. Barrows is going to launch his in 2.5 hours. So I don't know how long you plan on going live yourself. So Pole Barn Garage is going live right now. Pork chop. I loves pork chops too. Yeah. Here's DRC's link. It's 2 hacks Jeff approved. Just cutting 10 plus oak trees that fell. Oh boy. You know, a lot of the guys up north here love those oak trees. They put out some good heat. Seaman Surfer says, NSB, your dart was breathtaking at No Name Nationals. Uh-oh, he just sped past 5-0. Well, he thinks he did anyway. Hit the hooks. And then Seaman Surfer camped right alongside of us, me and JB there. So I got to spend a lot of time with him. What a nice guy. So, family's garage. I don't think we bought a carload of old car windows. Hey, do you have any for a 57 Chevy? Rich 220 looks like he needs a couple. Family's Garage got over 1,000 subs now. Let's see how many videos they got. 154. You know, that's another channel. I didn't go get the meat. I walked by them. They were doing something, and I just didn't. Congrats, Family Garage. Yeah, over 1,000. Featured family dedicated to building cool, functional, old-school rods and muscle cars are currently in Maggie's 70 Super B, big block 4-speed Ram Air, Joe's 74 Z28, and Blueprint Engine 450. 17-year-old son Nathan completely built his 82 C10 square body short bed pickup. And I believe he just said, yeah, he got a 73 340 Roadrunner too. You can check their email address out, and there's Smacky's Garage link. That's the family's about page. I'm not really here to review and all that, but Buck is rebuilding my future for he just doesn't know it yet. He's still asking about that. Not yet. It's still in the back of the truck there, Cement. I'm planning on getting that out of there probably by next weekend. So here's their videos. Unusable tool. Do not buy this. Earning the slide to Stang. Victor Holly Carb. Hurricane Ian is coming. We're out to the known. Oh, they left to go to the races too. Lucky the Z28. Willie's Street Rod is back on the road. Went drag racing first time in 15 years. See, this No Name Nationals got a lot of people into that. I got big block plans coming in No Name 2023. There you go. It's going to be a big block blowout. Hey, that's pretty cool. The big block blowout. Say that 15 times. Dodge Super B. These guys are pretty creative with their videos too. They're really neat. I think they are. They have some talent, especially for videography, I think they call it. But their cars are cool. There's that 73 Roadrunner. 154. Super B's down. Crisis. The engine in the Super B let us down. Anyway, that's the family's garage. We never got to look at them guys. The Ramblin' Rhonda. Hey, unfinished project. That's exactly what Big Block 402 said. He said, now you can be Big Buck 455. How about that? Yeah, I said I might have to change my channel name to the Big Buck 455. Yeah, I hope it's a good one. It looks like it's, I feel good about it, but I'm going to open it up. We're going to tear it down. I'll have a lot of content. I might even do a live doing that, tearing it down. I'll see. Buck, you're going to do videos on the motor? That's what I just talked about. Yes. I don't know if I'm going to build it, but I'm definitely going to tear it apart and see what's going on. Happy Saturday, y'all. There's Lars. Hey, Lars. No short out tonight. Or short off it is. Right, JB? No short off tonight. So that was, where were we? Family's Garage. Torque Racing Productions, I believe. That's Cement Surfer got past his 500 before NoNameNationals. Hey, there's Street Fox. I met Street Fox. Had lunch with him. That was a week before the NoNameNationals. And then I saw him at the NoNameNationals too. He's a hell of a nice guy too. Everybody I met down there was a hell of a nice guy. I mean, it was you know, they called it a family reunion in with the racetrack. It was pretty cool. I think we looked at torque racing products while we were reviewing, but let's take another gander. Hello to the new people that just showed up. And unfinished project's a crafty little devil too. See that? Street Fox, Hi Fox. Car channel for regular car people, Camaro, 85 Blazer, M1009 how-to videos just for fun. He won the whole thing. He got the big trophy. I guess you can't see it, the big one. I'm sad that I missed it, but I needed to be home. So his videos, let's see how many he's got. Uploads, all videos, play all. How many videos he got out there? Oh, I don't want to go there. Play all. Okay, here. Oh. Okay, he's got 230 videos. So he's got a premiere coming up 6 p.m. 11/2. Wow, that's pretty far away. Full contest, Destroyer 13 Burnout upcoming 11/2. I think you hit the wrong month. 11/1. 10/28. Wow. A whole bunch of stuff coming up there. Anyway. First responder, did he make it in here? There he is. Word up, yo. Another great guy there. He camped alongside of us too. And He was there for I think the one short off. Right, Lars? Wasn't he there for the one short off? So there's Torque Racing Products. He got into the monkey bike stuff. That monkey bike he built was pretty neat. It looked like a little airplane. Cup holders with chains. Peek at TRP's secret weapon for NoNameNationals. Missed that one. Let's go back to some of his videos. He got 230 of them. Not Nas Part 2. That Camaro he has is pretty radical. Full wash and detail in Camaro. Dr. Arts, call out NoNameNationals. Oh, they had a Dr. Art and the Reaper. He gave a free hat out. Yeah, he was, Buck. All right, I thought so. I can't remember everything, Lars. What's this one? Want to see a big block 440 in an early A body? That's Don's your man. The Don is your man. Give him a sub. Hey, Terry, you mean this one? My nose might fit in it, but my feet ain't. What's this one say? Like strawberry and kiwi mineral water. Then you'll love this channel. Whose is that? Oh, Terry Grover. There's Terry's link too. Magpies on the motorway. More fun machinists. All right. That's Torque Racing Products. I could have swore we watched. I might have just watched his videos and never got to review his channel. But I could have swore I saw him working on the rear on that Chevy military truck. This one here. No, not that one. K5 Blazer. Anyway, that's Torque Racing Products. The Blue Oval Fix. Wild Rose Garage. I know we didn't look at him. But I watched a lot of his videos. And he's a very talented man. And he gets right to the point. There's Sergeant Stubby. 154 videos.
Parts on Friday, so I'll be digging into that hard here. I hope everyone had fun at the event. I watched the whole thing when everybody's live. I like to think my car would have held its own pretty good there, but I never seen the clocks on, so I'm unsure how it would have done. It'd be nice if people post what they ran. I said what mine ran the first time I had it out. It's only run down the track slipping, so it is what it is. But it's not Street Outlaws grudge racing here. I don't think it's the end of the world to post 2 times. But anyhow, yeah, I found a lark for my buddy, and
all right, that's Wild Rose Garage. Let's see if he has an about page. Low dollar backyard car builds. That's it. Love the stub car. Yep. Yeah. First, what's he say here? First responder garage will give you a heart attack, then bring you back. That's pretty cool. That might be a jingle for the first responder garage. We may give you a heart attack, but we'll bring you back. It's always good when people who grind for a living come into this chat. Welcome, Nolan, Ed, Terry. The world belongs to machine men who can do it all. Flatliners. Okay, he has 764 subs. I know he got I watched him go over 500. He used to be on the lives with Bear Rose and Wild Rose. There's Wild Rose Garage. Get that north of the border stewed content. That's right. Testing the track. He broke it before he got to come down here. There was once upon a time in Mexico trying to do the right way, 455 Olds Lark. Yeah, he put a 455 in that little Lark. I thought that was cool. And he showed the build before. Another thing that I thought was really neat, he puts gauges on the engine, so when he's underneath the hood, he can see what the temperature and fuel pressure, all that. So oil pressure is right at the gauge under the hood. Must be cold where Terry Grover's at. His phone's freezing up. Wild Rose Garage, yes, he definitely an interesting fellow too. Those final touches before he puts it in. He called it the gold. Look at, I think it was that one. He said, "Take a look at his floozy, the gold-colored Oldsmobile." All right, that's Wild Rose Garage. It's up to Terry so he can get a warmer phone. Boy, you're on fire tonight. Unfinished project. Talking Mopars. I only watched his podcast maybe once or twice, but he was on late. And I believe he's from California. And okay, I subbed. And so far, I've been subscribed to everybody. The one I was looking at yesterday was the Dodge Whisperer. I wasn't subscribed to him.
What's up, guys? We are live from the duct tape drags, and we just rolled in, and Johnny Mopar does not know I'm here, so I'm going to sneak up on him.
He has 113.
He's talking to everybody right now.
113.
Up on him in his car, and then we're going to fuck with him.
113 videos. So he went to the duct tape drags. Mo Party. He was at the Mo Party. Mo Party Day 1. Plymouth Superbird. He bought that Roadrunner off of Heaven's Mopar. He went to the duct tape drags, I believe. Yeah, weren't they going on at like the same time? Oh, poor Terry Grover. He got Lars as a subscriber now because Unfinished Project made him. But anyway, Talking Mopars is his Friday Night Live. He gets guests on and supporter giveaway. So they're always talking Mopars. I heard John Wilburn was there with him that one night, and so that's mainly what he does. He does lives, talking podcast. I was looking for the videos where he went and picked up that Roadrunner from Heaven's Mopar. So that's did we do I don't think we did a about page for him. Chris Albright, formerly known as the Mopar Hunter on Facebook. 78 tradesman, 73 Roadrunner. I'm building a budget drag race car. I guess this is Dodge Truck 70 custom boogie van. I like the custom boogie vans and anything Mopar. If you're into these types of Mopars and live Mopar or no car life, then tune in. No Mopar left behind. All right, that's Talking Mopars. Chris Albright. just a spectator, but we'll be there, the one-eyed cat, next year. Is that what you're going to paint above your door? Driver, one-eyed cat. Hey, Terry, now you're talking. I don't have much content. Well, that's easily fixed there, Ron. Do a little video of all do a short of all the names you got signed on your shirt. Mopar Man 1978. Here's another guy that I know I never got to look. He got up there pretty quick. Well, I know I was watching videos of his though. You always see him in the chats. Jeremiah. Antique Classic, Mopars, Harleys, collision and repair, MIG welding, sheet metal restoration, 65 Dart, 82 D150, Jeeps, fabrications, Instagram, Mopar 1978, or Jeremiah. If you want to donate to the channel, go to PayPal me. Okay. Videos. All videos. Play on. Let's see how many he has.
Morning, YouTubers.
227 videos.
Out here working on the vine again this morning.
I don't remember seeing him at the track. I could be wrong. Probably right, because I don't see any NoNameNationals videos here. I like that fluid film. That works pretty good. So he's got a awesome mofo driver. Yep. I'm subscribed. And I'm sure I'm subscribed. Yes, I'm subscribed to Mopar Man 1978. I've been for a while now. Awesome channel. Go check out 65 Valiant. New audio stereo with modern day tech. I'll view all. And I know he was doing a windage tray for his there's Mopars, Mustangs, minivans. Hit the junkyard today. Go check them out. But he was doing a windage tray for his his own made windage tray for the Slant 6. He got the idea from yeah, there it is. Low budget windage tray update. He got it from Uncle Tony. That's Mopar 1978. You'll see him on a lot of lives and a lot of premieres and stuff. What's he say here? Well, you guys, time to go to the garage and do some welding. Everyone take care. Okay, there, 162. What? Did I read that right? Street Fox. 10,000 subscribers and climbing. Get on now before it's 1 million. There's Street Fox's link. What's Dean have to say here? Forgot to include you fellows in the more fun than Magpies meeting on a motorway crew. You all know who you are. Yeah. Yeah, we had a lot of fun. You know what? We had that much fun, it should be illegal. Yeah, maybe not. So Don got his eye on that one, huh? Thank you, sir. Strike an art. There's nothing to it. Isn't that like strike a pose? There's nothing to it. Vogue. Here's another guy that I know we never got to look at, but I've been watching him for a while, and he's been very helpful to me and a whole bunch of other fellas. And he finally got off the 1100 mark. He's at 1.24K. Let's see if he has an about. Travis, do-it-yourself Mopar fanatic. Mighty Max, he got rid of that one. Wrenching in the Garage, No Name Nationals, also on TikTok. Wanting a TMG sticker, please contact them. I got one. Word, Buck does it. Word. Yes, I was surprised too, but he had family issues. He had to travel to Washington State or something. Need to find more crap steel to practice on. Oh, okay. Remember to breathe when you're welding. I just got that hint today, and I never thought about that. So anyway, let's see how many he's got. Videos. He got 301 videos. He's a big No Name Nationals supporter. We got a bunch of shorts, Burnout Box, and you got a pile of shorts there. Oddball and Cool Cars at the Museum. Yeah, that's when he was on out there in Washington. Split Bumper Hill Climb in 2014. Heading to Seaside, Oregon. 8 3/4. Oh, when he was putting that rear in, I got you. Pumpkin when he was putting the chunk in there. Thursday Night Live. He was doing a live there for a little while. The lowering kit. One truck he has is called Copperhead. And then this one, this 85 or D150 calls Old Red. They got 311 videos. That's Travis's Mopar Garage. It's Travis's Maniac Garage or something, or Manic Garage now. Where are we at? We're an hour in, 7:30. Still got 14 people hanging out. Anybody want to jump on here? Just let me know. I'll stop looking at these channels, and we'll have open mic and let anybody join in if they want to join in. No? There's Unfinished Projects link. Those guys never think about putting their own. But the Dizzy, is he making in here? Want to see an angry vagrant smoke him? The Knuckle Duster is what he called. He has 719. Let's see how many videos. He got 118 videos out there. Dust Devil Garage. He used to do a Friday Night Live. 3 weeks ago was the last one he did. 3 months. Parental advisory. There's some of the burnout videos from the Smoke 'em if you got 'em burnout contest. That was pretty cool. I mean, near the end there, I had to get out because the smoke was it was pretty thick. I missed who won it, but it was 383 Charger. See, there's another channel I don't remember seeing. So here's some shorts from Dust Devil Garage, calling in the big guns, YouTubers, Toy Story, bunch of lives he did, some drag racing. He did some videos on the build of his Knuckle Duster. That's Dust Devil Garage. Oh, from what I heard, it doesn't stick if you drop your own ink. Okay. Well, that makes sense. They don't want you promoting yourself. How about that? Anyway, Dust Devil Garage. He was another guy. This guy we all know. He's like a superstar. Everybody knows Barrows. I believe he's the one that coined the phrase "race to 500." The No Name 500. Hey, Cement. There's a question for you. Did you get your car started at the No Name Nationals? There is a little video out there, Street Fox. Uh-oh. Oh, that's at 10 a.m. Bear Rose is having What Happened to the Mercury and what's coming next. Aha. He's already working on it. So upload, let's see how many videos he has. Oh, play all. Okay. 391. Oh, good golly, not that guy again. Yeah, he keeps jumping off the back of the bus, too. Dust Devil Garage link is right there. So somebody asked if anybody else was starting the car. I think it was Barrows that said that when it started the car. Sam at White Trash gets it done at the No Name Nationals. Mopar's Mustang Mini, let it rip. Yeah, he did a bunch of shorts while he was there. And he did a day too. He's a very informative man too. Oh, so you want me to go back there? Let's do it. Let's go back to the beginning ones. Like he said. Most people will tell you to stay away from them, but not Barrows. Varnish for wood, you silly wabbit. Old gas and old cars. Oh, there's a 60 man. Wow. You know what they say about the old Mercs there, Barrows. If it ain't tapping, it ain't running. Hey, there's the monster truck. I remember that live. Prepping for wiring, 58 Fairlane. That was the original. So what'd you end up at? Like plan F or G? Or was it just plan D? Shorts, Max Wedgie. Where are we at? Oh, look at the beard on him there. I remember when he was doing. Yeah, these are the ones. His updates out in a truck out in the snow. Stripping it forward. Life's curveball keeps you in the game. Massey Ferguson. I may try to join. What are you going to join? 2023. A Village started it. There's a 51 Chevy. Rat Rod. There's his Fairlane he was supposed to put together. Still waiting on parts, I would imagine. Right, Barrows? This was a year ago, 4-hour build. Let's check out this video quality. The live, Buck. Oh, okay.
Okay, so we're back to work on the 39 Chevy here. See, I got the mock-up motor in place
Thank you, Unfinished Project. Yeah,
yesterday.
I try.
Got my extension pieces mocked in right now.
And that's where it all began,
What I'm
Barrow
doing
said.
now, come around here. Right here. I'm a little small.
Hey, Bryce.
So what I gotta do here is cut this out, and I'll bring the motor and transmission up. And I'll cut it with a cutoff wheel so I can keep as much as I can and possibly reuse this piece. That's the plan anyway.
Dead fish camera is wrong.
So we'll get to cutting and see where we go from there. Always cut small. I can always get bigger. We'll see what happens.
That's right, Barrows. There, we watched one of Barrows' very beginning. That's Barrows' garage. What did I do there? Brace de Castro. All right. So we ended up with Barrows, and we'll start next week. We'll do 2 hacks and the rest of them. And then maybe what we'll do, we'll go up here to the established channels and look through those. Because there's a lot of these channels I didn't realize were there, because like I said, I was mainly concerned on this section right here, participant channels, the no name 500s, ones that were under 500. Now BNR Racing said he got 468 now. He put something on his about page. Oh, there you go. He got something in there now. Will be needed soon. Okay. All right. Let's remove that. Get rid of that. That was a little over an hour. Boom. Boom. I want to put the invite up. Copy. Boom, baby. Paste. There you go. The invite is there. I'm going to pin it to the top. Anybody wants to join in. But she did fire and run. See, man, that kid. Oh, did it bite you, Barrows? I missed that. Darn. Did you get recharged? Oh, I also tried to cook Jason of Rabbit Transit. You cannot kill us. Yeah, you cannot kill. Let's just say you cannot kill a cement surfer. If you survive skateboarding pavement, nothing I can say will take you out. Boom, boom. Subbed Ron and liked one of your, Ron liked one of your videos. Exactly, Dean. So now I'm just going to wait till the bottom fills up here. I do like my red tint, by the way. Thought I'd get a little fancy. I have to download Firefox. All right. I'm still here. It's only an hour and 13. And it's only 20 to 8, so we're back up to 17 viewers. 19 watching now. Was an angry fish on Saturday. Useful entertainment channel. Hey, Unfinished, can you find their link and put it up there? Because I think 323, I think I got their link. Do 323 Fabrications too, if you can find theirs. And I wanted to check that out because I didn't know those guys, and I didn't know 323 either. Useful entertainment. That was really cool, though, Cement. As a pit man, that works in a lot of pits, including the salt flats. That brought it full circle, brother. Hey, there's the link. Sorry, I'm looking at. Hey, Barrows, how was your trip home? Oh, there's the wagon. Useful ET wagon in action. All right, we're gonna subscribe to them guys and check them out. Subscription added. And then the only other one was 323 fabrication. See if we can find that one. You got a older Nova too. Words of wisdom. Don't take I-80 west in the evening. This time of the year, the sun sets on the freeway. Oh my. Let me see if I got the right channel. Thank you, Unfinished Project. Yep, I got it. I'm going to subscribe to them guys too. Hey, he's got on the one page I looked at, he had 1.09 subscribers, and then next time I looked, he had 1.1. Cool. Feels like I've been welding all day long without a helmet. There's 323 fabrication. That guy, helped Buff get his Grand Prix out onto the racetrack for a photo shoot, and he did pretty decent burnout too. Current bun alert: chasing the setting sun on I-80. Yeah, Barrows, you make it okay? I gotta keep remembering to look down over here. I think it's over here. Yeah, things are opposite. But the Grand Prix can do it all by itself now. It's a big girl now. That's right, Buff. All because of some thrashing. And them guys were at it. But I didn't hear that 323 fabrication till then. The same way with the other guy. Useful entertainment. That's it. With the station wagon. I wondered that too. I don't know who the motorhome was. Why did they take the motorhome out there? Maybe they had that registered. I don't remember anybody racing a motorhome. But then I didn't see the whole thing. One of the mistakes I made at the track was to not to be pitted in the pits. I was pitted down in the field, so I missed a lot of the stuff that was going on in the pits. JB's wondering that also. It's really a great tractor. I seen buff up, front up. Ooh, I get by with a little help from a set of 323 gears. Oh, I missed that part. I thought, yeah, okay. I don't know. Good going on the Grand Prix buff. I didn't need the front up so high. She'll turn pretty good when slammed. Okay. All caught up. I wonder if first responder got his Firefox downloaded. Oh, what's the link? I missed that. Oh, sorry there, first responder. I did pin the link to the top, though, in case you're back there. That's where it all began. Okay, jump in, FRG. Yeah, jump in. Yeah, I never said I was the smartest pencil in the pencil holder, or the sharpest knife in the drawer. Isn't that what it is? New comments. We got any? 8 Punisher. That Grand Prix is awesome. They were spectators, Steve and Holly. Their daughter Nikki has a channel, Mopar Nikki. They have a 75 dart race car. There you go. UP, you ask and you receive. He's working on it. Motorhome folks in the parade. Guess they just rolled out there, huh? Oh, I missed that. Where he located the transfill tube. What's up, Street Fox? Bright green car like Jerry. Those guys are cool. Perpetual projects. Yeah, a whole lot of problems. They kept going. Watch my next video and you'll see it. Okay, Buff. And technically it's Perpetual Projects Special Edition. So don't forget to watch Buff's Garage next video. I don't know, Buff. Can you put the link up for that video? Is that is that like a premiere one? We can hit a notify me with. I haven't done any of the premiere ones yet. I'll have to try that out. Gotta get something interesting to. I haven't finished editing that one yet. So he hasn't finished editing that one yet. Okay. Haven't. Asterisk, haven't. Mopar Nikki has 7 subs. Mopar Nikki, you got that link up there? Anybody putting Mopar Nikki up there? You can go check them out. Just loved your cameo. Don't give me pops. They're just too damn hard. Stroll right past them, roll past them, even though the trolls crap and make you want to blast them. Only Tipo, she had 11 earlier. Well, you know how that goes. It's especially early on. They take them away from you all the time. Hey, there's Mr. Barrow's Garage. Hello, Barrows.
Hey, Buck, what's going on?
Oh, just hanging out, trying to keep this thing alive. I don't think we have a problem with that, but um, I enjoy the lives. I don't know if you could tell that or not. I
Maybe
was
just
I
a
was
little
on
bit.
live in my truck for 6 hours. Well, not completely, because Buff was looking at a building for an hour and 15 minutes or something.
So you made her on back, okay, huh?
Yes, I made it to little past Lexington on Saturday night. Got a hotel room, ate good, took a shower, and went right to sleep. I was going to do a live that Saturday night, and I was just too tired, so I went to sleep. And when I got home Sunday night, I did a live. So
How far was it for you?
it was like 882 or 88 miles or something like that. I never clocked it, but I'm just going by what Google gave me.
I've
They
been
kept,
meaning to go out and look at the wife's odometer and see where it was at.
yeah, I never looked into. I don't know. I just know round trip was probably at least 2,000 miles for me with the trailer. And then, man, Lexington was a bad city to go through.
Lexington?
Yes,
Kansas City was for us.
was
Woo!
it? So Buff saw himself in Pole Barn Garage video where he loved the car but hated the engine, and was on a trailer. Can't make everyone happy. Nope. No, he did give everybody a warning though that if you trailered your car in, he was gonna pick on you. And I was like, "It's my car. I can do what I want with it." You know, you know. I just saw. I just said to the old man in the shop today. I says, you know, I'm old enough to know better than to take chances like that.
I conceded. I'm trailering next year.
Yeah. I I also um what was I going to say? I'm old enough to know better than to go down the road and have a trouble and have to be stuck alongside the road. And I don't need that noise. I mean, you could still have trouble alongside the road with a trailer. Um, but I rented a trailer too, so if there was trouble, I was, yo, come and fix this. You know, I mean, it would have taken longer, but that's what you pay for. And you know, and look at this. Hi,
And if
Princess.
nothing else,
Yeah, because I it was the Cinderella Award, and I was calling it a Princess Award. So some people don't forget. Well, that one blew my mind. I can't believe that. I never expected to get anything. I was going to just go there and race JB and lose, and then, but I won. And then I leave, and then they find out about that. Buff had 3 trailer flats, but apparently you had enough tires with you, right? Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Buff said it early on. He says, "I'm trailering mine because I want a way home." So, Barrows, did you have a good time after you left?
oh, good Lord, yeah. We went on to Memphis. Of course, Memphis ain't too far from there, but
Right. Did
everybody
you get?
warned me about Memphis too. They said that was a pretty rough town, but we didn't have no problems at all. Everybody there was friendly and nice and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. You get to the wrong part of town, that's where you'll end up with troubles. But I did see that one video. You were down on whatever street it was.
Beale Street, yeah.
Buck win money. So when can I get a loan for next year? Tomorrow. I think I have an extra $2 or $3 I can lend you. Yeah, I think I saw Ed's Machine had a trailer flat too. Just when everything was going good. Yeah, untested, unchecked trailer. We inherited it. Yeah, I was going to buy a trailer, but I thought, well, how many times am I going to use a trailer? And then you get a used trailer, and then you got to go over the whole thing anyway, bearings and all that stuff. But I guess Barrows, you have a couple trailers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a real lightweight one too. I'll go ahead and give away my Premiere. I'm going to build the next one. So just in case, we can use that little Ford Edge to trailer it down.
Oh, I got you.
So I got to come in within 3,500 pounds. So it'll be a Weight Watchers build.
Weight Watchers build. Yeah, because my nephew's friend had an aluminum car trailer for sale. I think he wanted like $5,600 for it though. I'm like, man, I don't know if I want to spend that kind of money. I don't know this song. Maybe you do. Walking with my feet 10 feet off the Beale. It's probably a country song. There's Nathan's Mopar Garage. So what did happen to the Mercury? Oh, that's coming up in a premiere. You don't have to talk about it. Watch the video,
right.
people.
It was a lifter. Well, push rod lifter combination.
Oh, walking in Memphis. I got you.
That's Cher.
Walking in Memphis.
And that's my wife's name.
Is it? Oh, cool. He is in Memphis, Buck. You're not in Memphis now. You're home, right, Barrows?
Yeah.
Yeah. What Zion Bear got going on there? He's talking about the pancakes. All the way down, I kept seeing these pancakes at the Cracker Barrel. I think it was Cracker Barrel. Cheesecake pancakes. I wanted to pull in like 50 times. But I held back. Mark Cohen. Beale is Beale Street in Memphis. Yes, that's where Mr. Barrows was. Weren't you, Barrows?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you make it to Nashville?
No, that's actually where we were headed, and we made it to Memphis, and that's good enough.
Yeah, because that's a long drive from Memphis to Nashville, right? 5-6 hours.
I think it's 4 hours from
4 hours
from there.
Yeah, because I met up with Clint at in east or west of Knoxville, and we still didn't get to the track until like 2:30 in the afternoon. But then we met up with JB and Lars, and we had to do a couple things, change around at the truck stop there, wherever we were, to Sad Sam's or something like that. And then right on the road. And then we met up with Dr. Art and NSB. So we had ourselves a convoy. And we had a couple of construction sites we had to go through. We're in Paducah. Paducah was the worst part of the whole trip.
Yeah, there's construction everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, granted, like I was coming up through Lexington, it was starting to rain and it's nighttime, and but that was all construction, and and you got 3 lanes of highway, and then they had another 2 lanes of construction or whatever. So and there were people. I'm doing 70, and they're flying by me on both sides, and I've got the trailer, and it was just stressful. just put it that way.
It's been a long time since I've done a road trip like that. And boy, out here out west, you see a lot of cars and some trucks. You always got semi trucks. But
Right.
this year going out, it was solid bumper to bumper semi trucks.
Oh, okay.
That was a little different for us.
Well, I mean, last year I took my truck to no trailer, but I took my truck down to Tennessee, and then I came back with a whole load of wood in it. Um, but that was just 81, and like you said, I left late in the day, and that was the worst thing for me to do because man, I had a lot of truck traffic. And then when you had and then the truck traffic, sometimes it's good to have truck traffic when you're in construction zone because they'll get two trucks there and they'll just have everybody backed up behind them. And then if you're like right behind where they do that, and then you could roll in with them, you just fly right through it. Because they just because everybody just tries jamming up in there, and
Yeah,
it
they
just slows
bulldog for
everything.
you.
Yeah, it slows everything up. But when those guys hold it back and then let it go, man, you just roll right through. I hated to travel. You guys are lucky I wasn't driving with you. She's not lying. The one-eyed cat says, "You know what a one-eyed cat is, right, Barrows?"
Oh yeah.
Yep.
And boy, it was good to shake his hand.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I met those guys down in Carlisle.
All of you. And Ed's machine, boy, I'll tell you,
Oh yeah.
that is one great guy.
Uh-huh.
I really enjoyed talking with you there up there on the. I think we actually even sat in the troll seating.
Oh, did you?
I guess if you sit in the troll seating, you can throw out all kinds of comments, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, didn't Austin say he was going to be Brian Kerbal? I didn't get to talk to those guys much, and same way with Mo Parral. Um, he was kind of busy most of the
Yeah.
time too. I did get to shake his hand. Same way with Austin and John and Travis. I got to at least say hi to Travis. And Doc, how about Dr. Art? How about how tall he is? Did
That
you
blew me away.
did you think he was? I didn't think he was that tall.
JB, I sure wish I could have got to talk to you more. You and Lars both.
Yeah. Well. Well. Let me tell you something, Barrows. Did somebody just jump in here and jump out? Did I miss you? If you did, come back in. I thought I saw somebody down there, and I'm sorry if I was yakking and I missed you. I made it a point to take a Barrows, one of those stickers Buck made me. Did you get a Lars 94 sticker or LP 94 sticker? Oh, unfinished project was a ninja. That's who it was. He jumped in and jumped out, I guess.
And all those stickers are going on the next project.
Yep, I had a start on my other window. The other side of the car. Yep. You know who came to see me? Cousin Cletus. Cletus and stuff.
Yeah.
The stuff with Cletus. Yeah, he stopped over, him and his son Nadertron or whatever. Yeah, they came over. We got a picture together and stuff, and he gave me a couple stickers.
I didn't recognize him right away.
No, another one I didn't recognize was Buzz. I didn't really, once I got closer, I'm like, wow, he's tall too.
Yeah, he's a lot taller and younger looking.
Yeah. The Ninja Edit. Oh, Buff, damn right. He's got one of them rare LP94 stickers. Yeah, that's when I was practicing with my that little cricket machine we got. Rich Cousin Cleve's a nice guy. Yes, he is. There's first responder. Let's add him to the stream. See if he shows up. He's a nice guy. Yes, he is.
Can you guys hear me?
First responder. Let's add him to. We can hear you, but you got to turn off your other YouTube page.
Is that better?
Or mute it anyway. There you go.
I think so.
All right.
Can't see you though. I don't know what happened. Do you have your camera on? Or maybe you don't have a camera?
Well, this is my wife's computer. She's got a Mac. I don't know how to use a Mac, so that's why it took so long.
Okay.
Just keep pushing buttons till something works.
Yeah.
Holy cow. All right. Yeah.
Well, down in the bottom, there's a camera thingy.
You guys see me now?
I can see you now.
Yeah, I can barely see you. It's real dark. Okay. I could. Yeah, now your nose, you see the tip of your nose is shining. He looks like the Tin Man. You know what? His whole face is like shiny.
Oh, let me go turn on a light.
Okay. So Ed's leaving. He got to go, everyone. Family time, watching a movie with my wife. Take care of my friends. We'll take care of my friend Ed. It was great talking to Ed because Ed came over and did an interview with me and stuff. And he hung out with us for a little while.
Maybe that's better.
Yeah, a little bit better.
So. Man, it was
I got
great.
A lot of light off my screen.
It was great meeting you guys. Yeah. Camping out.
It was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very fun. Very fun. So how do I see the chat?
Should be over on this side. They'll say like private chat and comments. Click the comments one.
Oh, okay. Ah, I see.
Yeah, Ed done great on his videos. Stuff with Cletus, there's his link. Bye-bye, Eds. John Matz. Where did I miss John Matz at? When did he come in here? Oh, there he is. Good to see you back
Boy,
online.
first responder, you're a pretty good sized dude.
Yeah.
You don't need the jaws of life, do you? They just bring you over and you rip the door off, right?
Yeah, I heard somebody else comment about his arms. They look like legs. Yeah, I forget who said that.
You know who's tall is Russell from Outfits.
Yeah, he's tall. But we were talking about like Dr. Art on his videos. He don't look tall, right?
No.
And then who else was that? Buzz. Buzz. He didn't seem that tall.
No, he doesn't.
And Two Hacks was smaller than he looks on camera. And he even said that. Yeah, the camera makes me taller. Yeah.
It's funny how the camera does that.
Yeah. Camping with these guys was so fun. Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was.
Great buff. Just wear waders. A lot of crap talk gets going. I think he's talking about you, first responder. We were around the campfire, and Lars comes out with it. I mean, I didn't know I was going to get into a short off because me and JB were putting shorts out.
Yeah, who could get the most views?
Yes, who can get the most views? I think I had 739, JB. Oh, it was a damn short off. That's right.
So what you bringing this next year, first responder?
I got a 2001 Durango, and it just turned into a project. One thing led to another. It has a 360, now a 408, and I built the 46 RE. It's a manual reverse pattern valve body and PPP shifter. Of course, it's a John Cope valve body. And
Did he
just
sign it?
yeah, he did. Yeah, yeah, he put my name on it and everything. It's a real nice piece. It's real nice. But it was going to be carburetor at first, and I decided to get the Terminator X fuel injection for it. But I do have a universal intake, so if I decide to get rid of the EFI, I can just put a carb back on it. Right now, I'm kind of
Is it
messing with the
still four-wheel
exhaust.
drive?
What's that?
Is it two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive?
Two-wheel.
Two-wheel?
Yeah.
Yeah, with the cot.
Yeah, when I picked it up, it was like it had 346,000 miles on it.
How'd it look inside?
Oh, it looks, I mean, you know, the driver's seat's all farted out, but you know, but everything else, I mean, it's faded because, you know, Georgia, there's a lot of sun on the inside, but the interior is actually pretty decent. You know, just it lost oil pressure. I picked it up for $500. The guy said it was losing oil pressure when it gets warm. So I hooked up a manual gauge, and sure enough, you first started up cold and it was like 80 psi, and then after it warmed up, it went to 0, and I'm like, that's main bearing. So I pulled the pan and pulled the front cap, and sure enough, all the main bearings were spun, and I was going to run new bearings. And at the time, I had a couple of vehicles to drive, and I was like, you know what? I always wanted a. Wait, you guys still there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the screen went kind of blank. But
Yeah, you were
one thing led to
both
another. I
around.
just like, yeah, I want to build a stroker engine. So now it's a 408, and that's kind of where I'm at. And the clearances are about twice as big as the biggest clearance that they recommend for that engine. And I got it built for nitrous or a supercharger.
Open the gap up a little.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think I got like 5 on the mains and 4.5 on the rods. So it's built loose.
Well, don't they say
Boy, those
loose
two
is fast?
Jameses, they move. I don't
The
know what's
James and the
faster, the
James
James
show.
and James
Hi.
show or Little James, because every time I seen him, he was just running.
Yeah, but I could drive faster than Little James. Just ask Big James. They got a little video of me in the Rusty
actually looking-
Nova. What's that?
I'm looking for a mini bike.
Oh,
I think I'm hooked on the mini bikes now.
they were pretty neat, weren't they? See, I told you
Yeah.
he's got a video coming soon. Thanks, James. Ryan. His name is Ryan, but there's James and James. You laughing at Landon?
Boy,
Oh,
that's a
God.
fast way to 0 subs.
Yeah, thanks for that vision, cousin Mike. It's tough being that good looking now. Loose as goose.
The only Speedos I got around here, they all got needles on them.
Mini bikes were great. What's he looking for? A golf cart project so the wife has
How you doing,
something to
Lars?
tool around.
JB on here
Okay.
too.
James is his first name. Ryan is his middle name. Call me what you want. Don't call me late for dinner. Okay. Hey, yo. I'm the same way. Just make sure dinner isn't liver and onions, and I'm good. But time's going pretty slow tonight.
Funky chicken rebuild. How funky is yo chicken? How loose is your goose?
He's talking about yeah. Dean comes up with some wild. I don't even know what to call them. Words. Oh, there you go. A big block golf cart. You put a Sportster engine in there. You'll have a big block golf cart. Somebody did that to a four-wheeler. They just wanted it for the sound.
I think I seen that. Wasn't it like a four-wheel drive four-wheeler or something like that? It had bigger tires. I know that.
Yeah, well, this was up where I used to live, but who knows? Maybe they got it off of a YouTube channel somewhere. But
I've seen one on YouTube.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, how hard could it be? JB's hiding in the background.
Ah, there he is.
Who was it that had the 350 manure spreader? That was crazy. Oh, he accidentally stole the Trex four-wheeler Saturday. How do you accidentally steal something? You just hop on it, think it was yours. Oh, this
Dean's latest comment.
Yeah, this explains it all. He did mental health care for 11 years because I'm a qualified nutter.
I think I'm overqualified.
Overqualified.
I'm bona fide. I'm so qualified.
Ryan Square dinner time. And what's with the 350 manure spreader? Was there a tractor there with a 350 in it?
I remember somebody posted.
Oh,
They had a
okay.
link of somebody that turned a manure spreader into like a rat rod.
Okay, that was. He just said it was the Red-Eyed Patriot. He wasn't there. Oh, he thought it was a little James four-wheel. I got back to the pit and said, "What the hell are you driving?" It was a video. Okay. Well, Ryan, I guess you were in a hurry. You just hopped on and ran. But like Jimi Hendrix asked, are you experienced? Experienced at what? You know, at work they say, if you want something broke, just give it to Mark. Oh, there he's back. He was in a hurry all weekend. Yeah, I know. I didn't get much. The only time I really got to talk to you there, Ryan, was when we were in line for the video shoot or the photo shoot, which was really cool. You know, I should have walked all the way down through, but I didn't know how long we were going to be there.
I wonder if I made it into that. I opened up a picture of my car, set my phone on the pavement, and stood in front of it.
Oh, did you? You should have got your sticker, your number sticker, and put it out there too, or put it on your hat. Mark 8 busted. So did anybody go over to see Pole Barn Garage's live?
Did he have a live going too?
He had one. I don't know if it's still going or not. He started earlier, but a lot of them guys only go an hour and a half or so.
Oh, it was a premiere.
Oh, it was a premiere. Okay.
He is a nice guy too. He was busy, but
Yeah.
that Fairlane he did for his boy. Oh man, that is one beautiful car.
Yeah, I missed out. I missed out on one barrel. It was a 58 Fairlane. It was all tore apart, but he had all the parts to put it back together. He only wanted $2,000 for it.
Wow.
And I was talking to Dr. Art, and the doctor said, "Yeah, grab it." So I went to check the next day; it was sold. You know, and it wasn't far from me either. They were stuck
I got
behind
a
the
few
van.
spare parts for them.
Yeah, I figured you'd have some. Somebody else was on. They were looking for a rear bumper for a 59. I don't know who. I forget who it was. I'm like, I bet you Barrows has one of them, but he might not want to give it up.
Wagons I do.
Oh, okay.
Wagon or Ranchero.
Yeah. But they say it's like a 1 year only or something, isn't it? No?
Yeah, 59 was all by itself.
All by itself.
And all makes too. The 59 Chevy.
And Buff would be right next to him. Because Buff looks a whole lot shorter in off camera than on camera. I don't know. I know Patrick said he made 15 passes. But man, you got but Blake was down there a pile of times, and so was Poor Boy's Garage with that yellow Roadrunner. He was down a lot too. Hey, he's taller than Jeff by at least a half a foot. Mopar Al, yeah, he went down a pile of times too, didn't he? Blake made like 20 plus. Okay. So Blake has so far he's got the number. How many did you make, James? I know that Nova once he got it running, boy, it was getting it.
Did anyone watch Scott's Speed Shop post his video?
I haven't. He's posted a new one now.
Yeah, I guess when you race John Cope, if you lose, he gives you like a little tag. It says, "I raced Mr. Haney and lost."
Oh, okay.
That was funny. That's good. I mean, it's a good idea, I guess.
Yeah. Well, he put a little video out about that. John Cope did.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, you get one of these if you race me.
I know Two Hacks was going to do that. He was going to make little tombstones stickers.
So the shortest race car drivers are usually the best and craziest drivers in his experience. Well, and he had 12 attempts, only 4 or 5 good passes though.
Shoot, I
Oh yeah,
haven't been down a
Mongrose was
drag.
out there like this.
High school nationals.
Buff says he never lifts. I'll tell you what, when I was racing the hoopty, I was pushing my gas belt through the floor as far as I could get it because he was coming up on me.
You get to the
You
point
would-
where it hits the floorboard and you kind of like push up a little bit.
Push farther, yeah. And I saw him over there. He was catching me, and he would have got me if he would have had a better dry shaft.
I drove an El Camino today at 3-speed on the floor.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it had a 3.8 in it, but the engine block looked
Got a
like
text from.
the
Oh, man.
4.3. Did they make
Okay.
one like that? They said, I mean, it's my sister's car, and she drove it here. She bought a carburetor for it, and it was kind of running nifty. So I tuned it up for her, and I popped it, and I'm like, "Just have a 4.3." She's like, "No, it's a 3.8."
Hmm.
I didn't know they had such an animal.
The 3.8.
Other than the Buick 3.8, which was totally
What year
different.
was it again?
It's early mid 80s.
They
El
had a-
Camino. It's got a 3-speed manual.
Uh-huh. But
It looked
the
like a
earlier
4.3, but it's a 3.8.
Well, they had a. Oh, there's John Wilburn. Let's let John Wilburn in here.
And it runs
Hello,
like
John.
a 3.8 too.
I don't remember anything like that. I was thinking about they had a 262
Hey John,
engine.
how you doing?
Howdy. You can tell it's the off season. Plain shirt, no number yet.
Yeah. but the orange is waiting.
Oh, it's waiting. When you see a
Waiting.
number back here, that means we got a date to announce.
Oh, it don't matter to me. I'm building now.
Oh, yeah.
I've already started.
Now. Get going now. And anybody who doesn't have 500 subs, you will need at least 500 subs.
Right.
I like Lawers there.
Crap, John.
Best greeting ever. No, Dallas and I will. We hope to announce a date and venue on New Year's Eve. That's what we hope to do, and
Well,
we'll probably begin our content creator workshops, and that kind of promotion will probably start about March.
Okay.
All right.
So there
I
you
was
go.
saying- I
You
was
heard it
saying
here
that to
first.
JB. Probably sometime in January.
JB, it's never stopped. Have you been watching YouTube? How many times you have to refresh your browser that's not all of your suggestions?
Cold as hell out here. Yeah, it isn't too warm here either. It was like 38 this morning.
Yeah, when we went through Wyoming, they were saying snow today.
Whoa.
Buck, you didn't get to see this. Marrows, you were in the back. You saw it. First responder there saw it too. Check this out.
Oh, is that from George Ray's?
Yes. So Stephen, Big Block 402, and Leighton, this is their home track. And since they've both raced a while, back when George Ray's was still giving away trophies back, and they've been about 15 years, this is one of those. What a cool piece of racing memorabilia. Look at that.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that cool?
It is.
The-
I saw it on a fuzzy video, but that's all I got to see.
Yeah, these don't well, now it's a 1080p video, but there you go. They don't do these anymore, so this is cool. This is going to stay here in the studio. I'm going to rework the studio with some stuff, and this will be part of it. But I thought that was really cool of them to remember that this was a bucket list thing of mine, was just to go to George Ray's and have a trophy that came from there. Is pretty neat. So this is going to go in the studio. So I wanted to show that off because you didn't get a chance to see it.
Cool. Thank you.
That was neat. Yeah, pizza's taking over your YouTube recommendation. No kidding.
NSB. Good with face. Peckerwood Customs made it in the house. Lars. Everybody knows Lars.
Yeah.
That's it.
He was
Lars
the
is
coolest looking mini bike driver that we had.
Man,
Well, besides Two Hacks with his
Two
coat.
Axe is close second there.
Yeah.
I'm
so
waiting for his video from, that helmet cam that he had. Has that one launched out yet?
I haven't
don't
seen
know.
it.
John Cope is building me something. If you want to see that, it's on his channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Not paid for with NNN funds, I might add.
Peckerwood wants to know how is everybody. I'm good. I'm doing well.
Good.
And Two Hacks says not yet. He's still trying to figure it out.
Barrows should be glad that I mercifully ran out of rubber cement when I put up the last number on here before I went out of town. So I'm actually glad that one's blank. I took my screwdriver and got every drop left out of here to put that one up, and now I have none. So when we announce, I'm going to have to get a new bottle of rubber cement.
Uh-oh. Two Hacks is starting on a monkey bike challenge.
Everybody's up in the ante. Everybody.
I can't wait to see Vanishing Point come out, make a reemergence. That would have been a good lineup against you in 113 cycles. That would have been awesome.
We can't say what we talked about today. Dallas and I had a debrief meeting. We've got some ideas that are so cool for 2023. We want it to be a surprise, but I'm like, it's over the top. You're gonna like it. You're gonna like it.
Cool.
Yeah. Dallas is even excited about the planning. See, normally, I don't speak for him, of course, but normally this time of year, he's like, oh, man, I'm so glad that one's behind me. It's like 2 more to go, and then I finally get an off season, right? He was actually excited talking about this one after. It's good when he's excited.
Cool. Like Buff says, we like surprises.
Yeah.
You'll like this if we pull it off.
It's like Christmas morning.
You'll really like this if we pull it off. Wendy says her lips are healing up. Mine too, thanks to Buff and his rescue chapstick. That was so kind to you and so needed. You're just good like that.
Well, I had to get some for myself, and I thought, man, he definitely. I wonder if he has, and if he has, okay. If not, then I have 2 of them.
Yeah, we appreciate that. There's some thoughtful. Ron English is also a really super thoughtful guy. Not that all the Englishes aren't. They certainly are, but Ron is one of these guys, always the first one to help and be that way. So he was really cool.
So who had the fastest mini bike? Were they all like 40 mile an hour?
I didn't look at the time slips in the tower. I could see it on the screen, but I never did look at it because I was too busy. I was too busy doing other stuff up there. But if I had to guess, Roland's was probably the fastest overall. I want to say his ran about it was either 16 or 19. It was in the teens. And it was about 40-ish, I'm guessing. I can't really remember, but I'm pretty sure his was definitely the quickest.
Yeah, didn't he put a larger tire on or something?
Well, if I recall, again, not looking at it, but you had to use the same wheels. You did not have to use the same tires.
Right.
Can expand them a little.
It's one of them loopholes.
Put them in the sun and overfill them with air.
It's not, the rule book says what it says, and it doesn't say what it doesn't say.
Right.
And 4.
Lars says he treated 2 hacks. That's the best.
Treat massively.
Massively.
Well, first responders looking for a mini bike too.
I tell you what, there's more interest in bringing that class back than we thought. The feedback was really good. 2 hacks. I love that comment. Yeah, people from Georgia, they know.
Hey, Tom Cook. Hello, Tom.
I wish, you know what? I got to take a picture of that just to send my aunt. She lives in Tequila.
Oh, you want it? You want?
Yeah, there you
Okay.
go. She'll get a kick out of that.
Yeah, Lars, 2 hacks can take it.
You broke out of your first race by 1.350. My gosh, man.
Wow.
What did you do when you were in your time trial? Shut the key off at 3:30? That's a pretty big discrepancy there, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, John Cope mentioned him today. Mopar's Mustangs and Minivan said, yeah, the guy with the cardboard sign outside the gate, I subscribed to him.
Sandbagging.
There it is.
This is some of Steven's coffee. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot to get some, and I sent him an email, but I didn't hear back from him yet. I'll have to see if he has a website or something. Run at low RPM.
So what was up with Kim's bike? Was it running good or what happened?
That's Jeff.
He's back. I don't know. I thought she had no problems with it, but because she did go to mini bike burnout. Didn't she win that or something?
Oh, yeah. Kim won the monkey bike burnout, yeah.
Yeah.
$100 to win monkey bike burnout by destroyer1320.com. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. You got to ask Jeff.
Yeah.
There's Rob's is back. Oh, okay, so apparently she had 0 low end power, bog till mid track. Lars was scared. He didn't look scared. There you go.
Yeah.
There's 2 hacks link if you want to see a rock star.
2X is a rock star.
Yeah. He's a hell of an announcer, too.
Everybody who came out of the No Name 500 is a rock star.
Yeah. And
45 out of 65 teams made it. No Name 500 channels. 45.
Yeah. 2 hacks. He's a hell of an announcer, too. He did a great job at the burnout competition.
And getting drill bits.
Drill bits. I missed that one.
69%. 69% of the No Name 500 made it.
Sweet. How many total participants were there?
Oh, the track announced 105, but that doesn't count cars that didn't get out of the track didn't get tagged.
Yeah.
So it was north of that. I don't actually even know exactly because I was more concerned about making sure everybody that went down the track got teched in and got a car number. But if you weren't going down the track, you didn't need that. So
Yep. Two Hacks was even throwing rolls at Lambert's.
the gate was actually good. What they told me was in the tower, we did our accounting Sunday. They said that what we noticed is that we had the same local crowd we always do. And the local crowd were sitting in the stands. They said all the pre-sold tickets you guys had and the people who came here we didn't know, they all were in the pits. They said, and Dallas said that's the most spectators he's ever seen at Jeffers in the 5 years he's been going there. They said, but it was just different because everybody who traveled from everywhere wanted to meet all the YouTube content creators. They were in the pits. So it was actually a pretty good gate. We didn't know how the gate would do. Man, it was busy. They were just jamming at the spectator gates.
I've been thinking about ways to kind of promote spectators on, from my end, from all of our end as well.
Mobilize your viewers to come out. See, that's what I'm more interested in. Rather than try to get people from the town to come out there and compare it to whatever it is they're used to watching, I want to see you mobilize the viewers to come out. Because that's what the event's all about, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, the event was good. We could run it again tomorrow with no changes. I mean, the event's in the black. Everything's paid for. We got a huge head start on next year. Everything's great. But I expect it'll get bigger. Cement Surfer, when you see the number,
seamless.
Cement Surfer, when you see the number appear on here, that means we're announcing the date. We're already working on it.
Yeah, and that fish that bit Barrows might be there to go down the track, right?
Oh yeah. I ain't missing it next time. No way.
Yep, even the big channels didn't do enough to spread the word. Would have made an impact.
Look, we're happy for everybody to show up, but I'll tell you, just keep doing what you're doing. And now that people have all this video out there, there will be a lot more. We're going to have a lot bigger event next year, even if we didn't do anything else to promote it.
Yeah, them barracudas bite. They bite pretty good.
Lars got to witness it.
Yeah, unfinished project. I know which one that is. Huh. Yeah, I remember that. I know exactly who you're talking about. Some of that kind of stuff's just kind of ridiculous. I mean, tell your viewers what you're doing. Do it or don't. That's the position I took with it.
Poor JB. I have to lend him some money.
Man, I can't wait to see that trash truck with that blower on that 2.8.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That 2.8 sounds like a damn V8 with the headers uncorked. He started it up and I was like, what is that? What?
Yeah, see, Mike Senior 340 is a perfect example. In the pits the whole time, the people who came out to see the content creators came in the pits and then just kind of got absorbed in that 22 acres of participants.
Yeah, Jeff. Us Ford drivers, we're very considerate. We didn't want to oil down the track or nothing, so we broke down close to home, right?
John, you said that's sitting on 22 acres?
Yep. Yep.
Wow.
Time you add it up, your spectator
You know,
parking and all that's 22 acres, 22-acre facility. Yeah.
Wow.
our camp compound took an acre.
Yeah. Ron Ward is excited about coming back. We're gonna
Cool.
have all of the crew back next year. Everybody's in. Everybody's interested in being part again.
That's cool because Ron did such a wonderful job.
He is the voice of the AHRA No Name Nationals. So
Yeah, he kept it going all day long too.
he's excited.
You did good. Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we're talking about a yearish from now, so anything can happen. But as of right now, he's down. He wants back. So
Right. Watch Lars fix his Ford so that he can break it again.
I think I am sticking with Ford, though. I ain't going to let it beat me. It knocked me down this year, but I ain't going to stay down.
You got to come up swinging.
I might not win, but I'll sure stain his shirt.
speaking of Fords, I went up to St. Louis to see Bigfoot 1.
Uh-huh.
And I'm corresponding with the person who makes travel arrangements. So I've invited him. We'll see.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'd love for them to come. They have the subs. So
Cool. Which one, Travis? Old Red or Copperhead? There's Struggle Bourbon. That's a cool name.
Hey, Rich, GT350R. Jonathan, we streamed and the stream was going to be whatever it was, but I just this afternoon got 240 gigs of footage from him. So I'm going to be putting that up, here soon, different stuff. Now, the interesting thing about Jonathan is Jonathan has never been to a race of any kind. He's been to a couple of car shows. He said this is the first car event he's ever been to where the cars were moving.
That's
So-
what the wife said, too.
Yeah, it's kind of a different thing for him. He's very interested by it. It was very different. Well, Buffett can't because the losers aren't there. Everybody who made it there was a winner.
Right, we were all winners.
Absolutely. Everybody who made it there was a winner.
Cop looks like Copperhead's going to tow Old Red.
Nice.
It was great meeting Travis too. At least I got to say hi to him and talk to him a little bit. That's the only thing I would do different next time is spend more time in the pits than rather down at my tent out there in the middle of the field.
Definitely. Yeah.
I did not realize until I actually went to look at it, but that door, the paint on Bigfoot 1 is original back to the early 80s.
Okay.
That truck has never been repainted. And that's all hand lettered.
Yeah.
So all of that you ever have seen that truck in over the years, in every movie, every commercial, every show, everything of Bigfoot 1, that's the same paint.
Right.
Now that Firestone decal, that's
Wow.
been put on there later. But all the rest of that is original paint, hand lettered. I thought that was cool.
That is cool. I remember being in high school and seeing the magazine in the lunchroom with that in it. It was like when he first came out. That was like later 70s, I think, is when he did that.
Well, he first time he crushed cars was April of 1981.
Okay.
And it didn't have Bigfoot on the side then. That paint was done shortly thereafter.
Yeah, because Bigfoot's actually his name.
Well, yeah, for having a big foot on the throttle, but
Yeah.
that's when that was put on the door. So the famous April 81 picture, crushing 2 cars in a field, was done, and then it was lettered shortly thereafter. And yes, it's because it has 4-wheel steering.
And he's a lot like, kind of like us. He's never sold out.
Yeah.
He's always been
Right.
independent.
He never would do the modern monster thing. So
Uh-huh.
you know, like that weird arrangement that Feld has, where they own the trucks and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, did you guys ever see when the newer Bigfoot truck flew over the was it
Yeah.
727 airplane or
Yeah.
something like that? Wingtip to wingtip.
Yeah.
I got to meet that guy. I forget his name though.
Dan Runte.
Yep.
That's
Dan.
like the driver.
I think that was Bigfoot. Was it 14 or 18?
I don't remember. It was
one of the newer trucks.
Yeah, the orange ones. One of the orange ones, I think.
I can
Yeah,
keep
it's a
up with
Patrick
all of them.
chassis.
I can keep up with all of them through number 9. And then that's when they got all modern, and you really wouldn't know them apart unless you really, really knew them somehow.
But Dan said that was one of the hardest hits he's ever taken when he came down
Oh
off of
gosh, I bet. I bet.
But I remember him saying, "Wow, what a ride!" or "Woo, what a ride!"
that. I know he had the speed record there for a long time too.
Yeah.
They don't even crush cars anymore. They just kind of fly right over them.
Yeah.
The whole car crushing thing has kind of gone by the wayside. I'm just old school. I like the 1980s monsters. There's several reasons the car crushing's gone away, but one of them is the trucks don't weigh enough to actually crush cars anymore.
Not heavy.
A monster truck now doesn't weigh 10,000 pounds. And
Oh,
back
did
in
they
the day,
change that?
they were 20. I mean, there's old trucks that were all steel and glass, and they didn't have the cut tires and the steel wheels. Those things weighed 20,000 pounds plus, and they would really crush some cars. These new ones wouldn't. Especially not the cars from the 70s.
We used to run the old stamped steel split rim wheels on
Yeah.
ours, and we were running 8 plies.
Yeah.
And I was up loading them, and Larry Quick come running over. He's with a Ghost Rider, and to help me load them, and he's used to the race tires.
Yeah.
He come over there and grabbed one of them and went, "Oh, good
Yeah.
Lord!"
I thought it was cool, though. While I was up there, I thought, I'm this close. I've never seen Bigfoot 1 in person. We'll do it. So I got to see 1 and 5. And then I actually went by and saw the 2 shops that they did most of their building in. They've had 4 shops. The one they're in now is number 4. The one they moved out of is where they did their most famous builds there in Hazelwood. Then they tore down the one that was in very, very briefly before. It's gone. But then the original shop where the first truck was built, the old Midwest 4-wheel drive, is in Ferguson. And that building is all plain, and you wouldn't recognize it if you didn't know what it was. But I went by and saw that building. I stuck the pictures all out on my community tab.
Yeah, that one with the Arctic tires on it. That one.
Yeah.
Every one of the drivers hates taking that one because it's a chore tiring that one up. I think that's number 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I went to go see him in the old Coliseum in Ohio, and that was back when Gravedigger first came out. I got Gravedigger and Bigfoot's autograph in the little flyer. I still have it.
Check this out. Check this out. That is a picture I took April 1988 date on the back. Okay.
Nice.
Off the Kodak 110. I took that photo. I would have been 10 years old there and change. That's Bigfoot 6.
Bigfoot.
Put the tires on it out in the
Bigfoot
parking
one.
lot of the Roanoke Civic Center.
Those are the last heavy ones.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That's the truck that they built. That was a truck made for racing. It was heavy. Number 7 was just
Yep,
like
that's
it. They
it.
built it for the movie Roadhouse.
In his garage.
They
Yeah,
built
that's
number-
right. He went to the dealership and crushed the cars and rode
That was number 7. They built it just for that, and it was basically a twin to this, but it was more
Buck.
made just for the movie.
Which one was the one in Police Academy? One of the Police Academy movies.
I think they used 4 in the Police Academy, and they used 6 in the Police Academy, one of the sequels.
Ah.
So I think this one was in one of the sequels.
Oh no, it's Jeff.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Holy crap! Who's that tall guy?
Exactly. Yeah, that was so funny. Oh, you're much taller on camera. It's like, oh, thanks.
Another fun fact while we're on it, and I didn't realize this. This is the only truck that they don't know where it is now for sure.
It's probably at Barrow's house.
Probably is. They said that it's in a junkyard in Egypt. That's where they think it is.
No
Is
shit.
that the one that got confiscated?
No, the one that got confiscated was number 9. It got stolen. So it went
Oh.
into a shipping container, and basically it didn't really get confiscated in customs. It basically got stolen. And it's
Yeah.
being run down in South America to this day. But
No
they know
kidding.
exactly where it is, yeah. 6
There's
is
about
actually 6
4
got-
of them that got stolen down there.
Well, I don't know about the others. I know that Bigfoot 6 got sold to a promoter in England, and last they heard, it went to a junkyard in Egypt.
Wow.
So
Okay.
they don't know from there. That's the only one they don't know where it is. It was the first one I ever saw in person.
Saying hello to Rob.
2, 3, and 4 have all been found, and they're being restored.
Nice.
And of course, I saw 1 and 5. They still have them. 6 is missing. 7 is down at that Race Rock Cafe or whatever in Orlando.
That's been there forever.
Yeah, and then 8 is still there. It's kind of a display thing. It's the first tube chassis monster ever built. And then 9 got stolen in Brazil. And after that, the trucks just they were all pretty much dune buggies with cut tires and all of that. But that's the deal on all the first ones.
I mean, how do you steal a monster truck? You're going to know.
Yeah.
With a gun.
I don't know. I don't know how they stole it. But they did.
Hey, Redbeard, you're not connected. Oh, he went away. Redbeard's trying to jump in, but he's not connected.
My hood looked like I got ran over by a monster truck. Kind of.
Oh, man.
Like his hood pin.
Holy shit. Yeah, JB, I am. In
You
fact,
are?
my son even said the same thing, and it's like that's the one thing I always preach, and I just, yeah.
You-
And I
you-
had just laid into it, hit second gear, and it's a little crossed up, and I'm about ready to slow down at that point almost to go around the curve, and the thing just goes, whoosh. It was like Tommy Boy, and I'm like, shit.
Any damage?
Yeah, yeah, I've got most of it mangled out, but I'm gonna pull it and take a hammer and a dolly to it and all that, and then just redo it.
You want me to show them the air filter?
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna go on your wall, and it's brand new. Literally, just got it in. So yeah, it's.
Oh.
Let's see here. Here's
I'm
the air
really
filter.
surprised they didn't damage my carburetors.
This is what happens.
Oh my!
Oh my god.
Oof.
Oh my
And-
god.
And there you go.
Oh god!
Yeah,
Oh.
it's like that.
That's
Nope.
a shame.
Smashed.
Didn't like it one bit. Oh well. At least it wasn't a rod through the block.
Oh,
Oh,
Wendy
Yeah, but
found a
Bear-
hood pin at the track.
Oh, see, that's scary. That's scary when you find shit like that.
We found a drill bit out there on the track Saturday. Barkley did. Somebody had a drill bit fall out of their car, I guess out from under the hood or something down on the track.
Whoops.
And Dallas found a giant gutter nail out there. I have no idea.
That was mine. I've been missing that. It's my good luck gutter nail.
Here's a piece of big block 402 Stevens piston ring.
Oof.
I mean, when you find a piece of piston ring on the track, that's a really big boom.
That's a big
That's
explosion.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him.
That was
Yeah.
a perpetual project. There's Tim Mopar. Can't have Mopar without Tim.
Exactly.
Auto Salvage Outlaws, how many 10mm are out there? All of them.
Yeah.
They were all old cars. They didn't have millimeters.
I have half-inch wrenches that have been in the toolbox that are older than me, but 10mm just seem to be like a consumable. You
Yes. Yes. You can buy them in those little 50-cent machines leaving a grocery store nowadays, I
know?
think.
Yeah, you need to. Yeah, exactly. I showed it to Joe. I said, "Hey, Joe," I said, "this wasn't you, was it? Trying to pay it forward. It was a different size drill bit." But no. Yeah, the one we found was smaller than half. It was like probably a quarter.
Huh.
I said, I have it in my pocket, dude. I think I put it in the console of the van.
So who's all starting to thrash on their current projects they didn't get done or starting on 2023 stuff?
Well,
Already putting it out.
Yeah.
yeah. Barrows is.
I wanted to
Yeah, I
start
saw you. I have you in my save to watch videos, Barrows, and this came up, so I was like, I saw the Mercury on the thumbnail.
Jeff is 5'9" and Blake's about 5'13", if I had to guess.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a little taller on camera. It's just the angle of it. It's the wrappers.
Joe-
I better duck.
Joe is a giant. He's about 5'17". I think Joe's 6'5".
I wasn't expecting Joe to be tall.
Why? Well, see, I already met Joe. I knew he was a giant.
Doc Art's tall too.
Yeah. So is Ken, and Ken's brothers are even taller.
Oh gosh. Well, you know what's funny? I'd never seen or met Ken's brother, but I knew exactly who he was. I mean, we didn't have anybody else 6'10" on the property.
Yeah, I do was tall.
6'10".
Well, so is Dr. Art. I mean, I couldn't believe how tall
Art
he
is
was.
6'4", I think.
Yeah, there's some tall guys out there.
Now, Buzz, I think is 6'3", 6'4".
Yeah, he's a tall guy.
Yeah,
He's
it's
You
tall.
don't realize how tall Buzz is because you always see him on the screen. I think Dallas is actually about a little better than 6'2". He's pretty tall too.
Average and chunky.
I'm
That's some good
I'm 6'2",
adjectives there.
standing on the first step going up my stairs.
Yeah. in my mind, I'm 7'4" and bullet.
You know, I thought it was comical. Everywhere I was at, Blake was, saying, "Hey, I'm Blake from Bad Tree." He's like, "You look taller on camera." So like next year I'll actually have T-shirts, and I'm literally gonna put that saying on it. I'm taller. I look taller on camera. 'Cause it's actually quite funny. And like, what's the weird part is, John, though, like I drive a big ass car, right? But the way that thing sits, a short person can sit in it just fine. But kind of.
Well, I'm not very
Might be
tall.
might be a phone book or 5.
I'm not very tall. I'm not the same height as Two Hacks, but I have really long legs. I'm built funny. I got a real short torso and really long legs. So when I sit in the car, I have to have the seat where somebody about 6'2" does, because my legs are so long. And I got real long arms too. Got a wingspan like a pterodactyl. So I'm just built funny all the way around.
My daughter, technically, driver's license wise, I think she's legally a midget in the state of Illinois. Like 4'11" and under, it's like you're legally considered like a midget as a driver, and she's 4'11". She's almost
Mo-
18.
Most people 5'9" don't have a 34-inch inseam and have a 7 foot or a 73-inch wingspan. It's nobody you can see that.
Yeah,
but
you're
it's
kind of
real-
like
it's
the
ridiculous.
Southwest version of Mike. So you're kind of like Michael Phelps, Southern cousin.
It's ridiculous. Just the short torso thing is what's funny about it. But I'll tell you what, it's perfect for deadlifting. Perfect for deadlifting. And not good for anything else.
Buck, I'm just going. I didn't really film that much this weekend. Like I was just busy meeting people because it was awesome and just taking everything in. And my son filmed a bunch of stuff, but I'm just dumping. I had a bunch of shorts, but I do have that one. I'm gonna tag you and JB in where I'm in his truck, and I look over at the right time, and Buck's waving at us as he goes by for the win, and it's like, oh, that's classic. That is so classic.
Well, I was just waving hi, but you could. All right, waving bye.
Oh, he was just like, we treat them. It's something about the JB crowd treating everybody,
Yeah.
And then it was just, hey, see you later. And it's like, oh, that's classic.
No unfinished project. I haven't deadlifted in probably 15 years.
See, that was one of the races, Buck, I had in mind. I really, really wanted to see was the B6. So,
right. And that was I should have done some more racing, but I wanted to wait to like do the no prep just off the trailer and go out on the track. And that's what we did. He drove there and I trailered, and then we just went out there and raced.
It was awesome. Blake made a good point there. That's hilarious.
It was a lot of fun. Once I got that first race in, I wanted to keep going, but I had to leave.
I'm used to the abuse with everything. I got thicker skin than Buffalo Bill on Halloween, so.
I would have liked to go down the track at least once. I should have gotten a car with Buck when he was racing JB.
Yeah.
Why didn't you?
I didn't know that you could do that.
Man, I was hopping rides left and right, man. Like I went down track with Dalton, and I went down the track with NSB a few times. I went down the track a lot. Then with JB, NSB Super B. That was such a fun ride. That thing, 355 gears, big block, 4-speed on spray. Man, it hooked so well. That was fun.
Awesome.
Did you have the helmet cam going when you did any of that?
I had my phone, and I went with Family's Garage. I've made a couple shorts, but the only helmet cam I had was when I was on the mini bike. Now, I did put Jeffrey's GoPro in Austin's car, which I'm going to send to him because it's that last run he made where, it was kind of like a bad idler arm or whatever he had going on. And you could see it walking over, But it was neat. I had a freaking blast, absolute blast. Like I've been to well over 100 drag racing events, and I can say this, that was probably the most fun one I've ever been to. You go there and you know everybody, but you've never met them,
Yeah.
And to finally meet all these people was an absolute blast.
Yeah, that was the best. And I didn't even get to see everybody. There was a couple people I didn't know, like 323. I didn't know him.
Yeah, Chris.
And the guy with
He
the
was a
stick.
super nice guy, man. That guy was just like down to earth, super, super, super nice guy.
Yeah, he was on the Pontiac Power Hour Thursday.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a very fun weekend. My son's like, hey, when do I get to skip school to go drag racing again? And it's like, oh my God.
Tomorrow.
I could probably tell you we're trying to hone in on a date, a track. So the season will be wrapped up here real soon in Iowa. The season will be wrapped up at the last track in North Carolina here in about a month and so about 6 weeks. we're going to start having a good idea on a date and place. And then when a number appears back here on the orange paper, Buff can start worrying about it again.
Yeah.
Is it going to be
Thanks,
around the
Dean.
same time or earlier in the season or later?
We'll see on the date. We're still trying to pin it down. I heard a rumor that duct tape drags may actually move to the end of the year. So I don't know. Doesn't seem to matter though.
Yeah, you got your different crowds of people.
Right.
Okay, the AHRA track in Ohio. No, it's just not for this event. Not for this event. Yeah,
Are you going to keep it 8th mile though?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I got to tell you, a lot of people realize that 8th mile is a blast.
Oh, I love it.
And it works good for what we're doing.
And it's where the sport's going anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Well, but you got to realize there's a lot to an 8th mile. You can run more cars than an 8th mile. Okay. With 8th mile, it's better for the spectator experience in general.
Mhm.
There's a lot to, I think 8th mile for us wound up being a better choice for this kind of event.
Yeah, and you'd hate to see all those Mopars just explode, 50
Well,
feet past the 8th mile.
Well, okay, so the only Mopar that exploded was Jed's, and it exploded in the first foot.
Yeah.
I don't think that was the thing, but
Well, I know. I just know there's a lot of Mopar guys in there, and this coming up next 6 months or whatever it's going to be, I'm just going to be talking more trash than a Senate candidate from Pennsylvania. So
I can see, and I don't know what he'll do. I'm talking Jed. I'm thinking I could see him doing like a Passum performance type 4-speed, something like that.
he needs it. Yeah.
And who knows?
Dude,
what
I'll have to
angle
show
it
you
is,
the
that kind
picture.
of thing.
The picture I took, I slowed it down. That video I took from right when it happened from behind it. And that rear end, just as soon as he dumps it, it goes like all the way down, bites. And I mean, the tires are like that much. The rear end is wham. It hooked. It hooked really hard.
Yeah.
I'll have to show it to you, John. I mean, it really, really, really hooked hard.
No, it looked like
Like-
it hooked. I couldn't I was watching it from the side.
That was pretty crazy.
It's not Blake's first 8th mile because he's ran an 8th mile on every quarter he's ever run.
Yep.
I mean,
Technically, if you go anymore, leave the house and drive to the grocery store, it's a lot of 8th miles.
yeah, there's a lot to an 8th mile. And the thing about 8th mile is you'll see more aggressive launches, wheels up, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I like
And this
8th
gives a
mile.
chance for Barrows to build a monster truck. It allows them.
Man, you don't know how much I'd like to see
I
a
did
monster
that.
truck at that event.
Yeah. Oh,
And it could happen. You never know.
that would be so amazing.
you'd have to move the tree.
Yeah.
They'd take both lanes.
Yeah.
No, they could stay. They wouldn't be in the groove, but I think the lanes are 20 feet apiece. So
Yeah, because aren't they like 14 foot wide, 13 foot wide,
They're wide, man.
14 foot because you have to take the wheels off in order to transport it.
Yeah.
So it's got to be.
USA 1 was conspicuously narrower, and it's because of the kind of axles he ran. That truck was about a foot narrower. You could tell it if you were looking at it close.
That was a really cool truck.
But by the way,
Obviously, I was
Over
biased
park.
as a kid towards Bigfoot, but yeah, that the USA one was pretty cool.
Well, by the way, the wheels, and I don't know if I put them on my community tab, but the wheels, I got it right here. The wheels that Bigfoot won when they put on it, so it's got 48-inch tires on it that it is on all the time. But when they put 66s on it, there they are. That's the 66s that they put on it. Those are the same wheels that were on USA 1 right there.
How does it turn?
How's what?
How's it turn?
How's it turn? It's got rear steering.
On a dime.
Yeah, oh yeah, they
Yeah.
turn good.
No,
They
So-
turn better than a regular pickup.
Do you guys?
truck.
And those tires are close together. It's just
Do you guys
No,
remember
that was
Awesome
just on-
Kong?
Oh, that
That was
that's
just
on
on
the
the
load
trailer.
trailer.
Do you remember Awesome Kong that had it had a different style tire on it, but it had the rear engine Allison in it?
Yep.
That one was really awesome.
He had the 73-inch wheels. Oh, here's something else
That
too. A
was
lot
a-
of people don't know. Since Buck is leaving me in solo mode, I'll put this up. You don't know this unless you actually look at it really close in person with the tires off. But there's Bigfoot 5. I didn't realize how they did that. They used a 5-ton truck frame, and then they had the stock frame, and they built a connecting web between them.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and also something I had no idea how they did, but I thought was really kind of horrifying once I knew it. The way they
You're right, Blake.
drove this thing, they used a giant triple roller chain that drove the transfer case.
Yeah.
And it's
Well-
open. It's open. So you lube it with grease each time it goes out.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember I want to say it was a Camaro that had a flip up body that had the joystick controller?
Yeah.
That was neat. So
I think it
man,
was
when I
fun.
was a kid, I loved monster trucks, and I remember when my son was super young, that's all he played with was the monster truck toys, and had all the classic monster trucks on DVD. That's all he watched, right? And man, those monster trucks were so cool. The only thing is a hot rodder, you can't look at their cars they're crushing because you're like, oh shit, that's a Super
Yeah.
Bee they just mashed, you
Right.
know. And
They went to that double frame design because if they rolled the truck or hurt the truck, all they had to do is just unbolt it, stick another one on top,
Yeah.
hook it up, and send it.
They never wound up rolling or wrecking that truck. That's the only truck they've ever had that's never been wrecked. It's 5. I don't think 1
We
or
need-
5 have ever really been on their lid or anything. All the rest of them have.
so did everybody get their laundry and shit done yet from coming back home, or are we still having
I don't-
shit in bag?
I'm out of socks right now, so no.
I just unloaded my bags.
Ugh.
Yeah. Just today.
One of the coolest things I did get one of those George Ray trophies, Wilburn.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But I got this. I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's the J-Bo Now pin.
Yes.
That's definitely a cool piece. You always got to bring back something cool. And the two things I brought back was that trophy and that pin. It's like, yep. I got a mantle above my fireplace down in my downstairs man cave, concert tickets, crazy shit, you know. And it's like, I'm gonna put that up there, and I got that trophy. It's like the prizes from Island of Misfit Toys. No one will get it and share, you know.
One thing
Rob,
I did
we're-
miss this
we're
year is
all
I
at.
did bring a carburetor for the carburetor shot put, but did we not have it?
Well, the problem with that was without Vizard, we didn't have the staff to run it.
Oh,
We had eight staff people plus Dallas and I. We needed about 15. So without Vizard, we had no hope of running that. That was the problem. We were short staffed. Now I got to say, the staff that were there were all stars. They were great.
yeah.
They
Yeah.
just didn't have enough help. And the reason for that has nothing to do with the event. It has nothing to do with anything. It's totally unrelated, but has to do with, some other stuff with the track. But it has nothing to do with us or anything. And it was a bummer. It made it really hard on us. But for a crew
Yeah, the
that
staff
size,
was great.
They were great. There wasn't enough of them. And
Yeah.
it's a whole story for another day. But anyway, everybody worked really hard to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a small world. I had dinner with Deke Saturday night at Lambert's, and come to find out, Deke, the tech guy, the old guy with the mustache, used to build dragsters and engines with my machinist, Jimmy, that helped me on the T-Bird.
Oh, how about that?
Wow.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
That was cool meeting him that last night at Lambert's.
Yeah. Yep. He's a nice guy.
Yep, he'll be back. We're gonna have all the players back in place that work the events. So
I had a good time. I mean, I wish that's like how every weekend should be.
So the Foxy Lady class, would they be driving Mustangs
or Fairmonts
or Fairmonts?
or Zephyr.
A Zephyr. I don't know if you're driving a Zephyr. I'm maybe Silver Foxy.
Yeah.
There's a LB Bruins link.
Good old Vince.
Here's a
I think the
Brooks
only
style.
regret I had was I'm afraid I didn't meet everybody.
Yeah.
Man, that's the whole
Yeah.
thing. It's like, you're walking around talking and all that, and then I'm, trying to make sure my son's not getting into something he shouldn't, and it's trying to watch racing. And actually, I think I spent more time in the pits with people, just meeting people and hanging out than watching
Oh
racing.
yeah.
That was really a whole lot of fun, and then it's like, well, shit, I got to get some film footage, so I went up there with Ryan in between lanes and just did a bunch of short format stuff because I knew at that point it's like I just didn't film enough. My son filmed the burnout contest I'll make a video of and all that, but it was man, that was just an absolute blast.
If you haven't seen that yet, there's Williams. There's Williams. I thought that's a great picture.
Yeah.
Oh,
Good angle.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, William melted it down.
yeah, he did.
He's already planning to come defend his title.
He left it smoking for the next two guys.
I know, it was
For real.
smoldering during the awards ceremony.
Also, when we went out there to drain the water barriers the next day, we were kind of surveying the damage. And we saw where there was a chunk in the pavement that was already there. And we're like, man, if you hooked that, you knew it. And then we think it was probably cracked and it came free, right? It probably got knocked free. But we looked at Williams' ruts and they weren't that deep, but they were there. When we drained the water, they had some standing water in them. So
Yeah, it was crazy. I don't know. I think there's a lot of people going to be building some purpose-built burnout vehicles. I know Patrick is.
yeah.
And, if Patrick says, I'm building something purposely for a burnout, I got my money on Patrick, and I don't even know what the hell he's doing. That's all I'm saying at this point.
You better wear a helmet to keep a connecting rod from
Yeah,
hitting your face.
yeah. We might just want to put him at Lambert's parking lot, and we can also live stream it. Who knows what's going to happen.
Cope left off the brake out of Lambert's parking lot. I'm surprised
I know,
we
that was
didn't hear
pretty-
about that.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That was a lot of fun at Lambert's.
Yes, that was.
Kind of remind me of the scene from Cannonball Run when they're all meeting up at that Holiday Inn bar or whatever in the movie, like their stops and all that. It was a lot of fun.
We're going to try to probably get the east side or the rear for next year because we clearly outgrew the west side.
Yeah.
So we'll figure that out. I've also got some more ideas for that too. I got lots of ideas. Lots of stuff that's going to make it even cooler.
And then I turn around and look, and Two-Axe is throwing rolls.
I know. and I totally missed Eric the Destroyer, and whoever sat behind him wasn't a no-name person, and I freaking smeared him. And I'm like, shit.
Oh, I remember that. You pinned it down the back of the head, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, Blake, you weren't. But the owner is really cool. He was nice about it.
Yeah, that was fun. Food was good there. A lot of good company. The whole weekend was fun.
Yes, Rob's Rods and Streetcars. There's a reason, and we're not just arbitrarily picking them. We've got reasons. We're going to spend. We're going to get that ironed out here in the next couple of months. Going to try to make an announcement on date and place for New Year's Eve. That's the idea. We have to let some things settle out at
Yeah.
the end of the season, but we're already working on it.
What up?
Howdy.
Hey, Leighton.
There's Leighton.
There's the Nacho King.
The Nacho King. Hey, it might be a little loud, but y'all never gonna believe where I'm at.
You're at a drag strip or a speedway?
Not a drag strip.
Dirt
A
track.
speedway.
I'll give you a hint.
There's Russell.
Hey, Russell.
Oh, here.
Oh, Russell.
Hey guys,
He's at
I
a
got you
racetrack.
going.
We were at the dirt track.
Nice.
With the outfit.
With the outfits. And
Guys, I got to get going here. Okay.
all right,
Great seeing you,
first
man.
responder.
See you guys.
Thanks for
You
stopping
guys have
by.
a good night.
I was at
Peace
Stock
out.
today. Took my kids to the family farm out there and stopped at Lambert's, and Russell at Outfits messaged me and said, "Hey, we're going to be at Harrisburg tonight." I told my wife, we got to go home. It's like, why? I said, I'm going to the dirt track.
There's outfits. Dirt Track King. He's famous, Leighton.
Yeah.
There's Outfit Z. Oh, the Outfit Z.
Yeah, that was fun watching that car run. And that gear
Oh, yeah.
ratio it had in that thing was like 600. It's like, holy crap.
It was neat and scary at the same time watching him wiggle all the way down the track.
Oh, yeah, especially that one run he had where he's straight, and in the last 50 feet, it's like veering to the right real hard. I'm like, oh, shit, keep her under control.
Good night, Blake.
Jeff.
Good night, Blaker. I know. I'm ducking the rafters here.
Well, I'm going to jump off here. It's going to be loud, so I just want
All right.
Thanks for stopping by, Leighton.
There's Russell with Outfits.
There he is. He's busy. See you, Russell. Good luck. Is he racing tonight, Leighton?
Yeah.
Is he? Okay.
And we'll have some video of it.
All right.
Cool.
We'll be looking for it.
But I will see y'all sometime on the next one.
On the
Have a
flip
good
side.
one, man.
See ya. That's cool.
Yeah, definitely cool.
We've seen a dirt track car and a drag strip. How about a drag car and a dirt track? Yeah.
Yeah.
Outfits is saying we're going to be back with a better car next year. I think what they brought was really cool.
I do too.
So,
I do
yeah,
too.
I thought it was really
You
cool.
don't see that often at all.
No, that's the point.
I'd like to see that 4-cylinder one out there too.
Yeah, yeah. Well, back to Buff's comment there. You know, the Junkyard Jet had some wheel lean on it. That probably could have went around a dirt track.
Yeah.
There's Leighton's link.
Well, we had an autocross car.
Yeah.
That's kind of close.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think what would have been a good car there to see on a dirt track. I mean, Irish Outlaws, no.
No.
Couldn't see that hearse get lost up in a corner. I'm sure he would do it if he had the chance.
Wouldn't it be fun seeing that hearse drifting all the corners on a dirt track, though?
All he's got to do is get out
yeah.
front and stick it sideways.
Actually, I tell you what would have been a good one is Square Body Stuff's truck.
I thought either square body and
Stumpy.
big block 402 truck going around.
Oh, that'd be a fun one to watch.
Yeah. But then they're trucks, and then we were talking about cars. But
Yeah.
the only car.
None of the family's garage stuff. None of the family's garage stuff. Shit was way too clean. That stuff was like perfect.
Way too clean. Yeah, I was thinking of Jay Rabbit Transit, his car, and then Duddy had a pretty ratty car too.
Yeah. Those would be
Those
fun
would,
ones.
and they were higher in the air too.
Yeah, that'd be a good couple dirt race. And Duddy does off road shit, so
And
I'm sure he could
Slaghammer.
sing.
Slaghammer's up in the air too.
Yeah.
Oh, Dizzy was whipping it around pretty good.
Mhm.
He might do all right out
Yeah.
there.
He was scary.
Oh.
I mean, in my eyes, anyway. I don't know if anybody else got scared, but
All I
did.
can say.
Well,
is
I
I'm
was
glad-
announced. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I'm
Sorry,
glad
John.
the Trax Insurance Company wasn't in attendance.
Well, so I was announcing people, and most time they didn't get started doing burnout until they were in the box, right? So I'm standing there like, "Hey, Dizzy," and I'm like 2 feet from his car, and he just lets her sing, and I'm like, "Oh shit!"
No, that's not going to happen next year. There's a few things we've got to tighten up about that because that just ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
But he
I'm
made
glad
quite an
everything went so
impression.
smooth.
Yeah, that T-Bird would be good on dirt track for about first lap. Run out of gas.
Bird of prey flying high.
Yep, Bird of Prey, it's running pretty good, except for dented up hood, and still got some minor tranny things going on. So there's gonna be some big upgrades on that. And
So did you just damage the hood? You didn't damage the windshield or anything like that?
yeah, I got super lucky.
Wow.
I got super lucky.
My dog has been in 18 states now.
Nice. But yeah, it's running. It's running pretty solid.
How did he wind up getting a No Name National shirt and I didn't? But he did. Yeah, for real. You can see it there, but he's wearing a No Name National shirt. I didn't get one. He did.
Late as always.
Not too bad when you can fire up a car with a tunnel ram and a big cam without having to touch the accelerator and doesn't die and just sits there and fires.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
No, not bad at all.
That's a lot of phone calls with Andy Wood. I'll tell you that much. And a lot of taking. Yeah, it was just a lot of tuning.
Popcorn. That was corn. His
Yeah.
name is Corn Pop.
Yeah, Corn Pop was a
Nice.
bad dude.
Yeah, he's a bad
Yeah.
dude.
So we've changed it up. It's Orville Redenbacher and the G-Body Michael Bolton Express.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't use that for a channel name.
Well, what's funny is I went up when I went up in the booth, told Ron Ward that it was actually not Ryan Wing, it was Michael Bolton, so that's how he was announcing him.
Oh, okay.
And then
Okay.
at Lambert Saturday night, I went up and told the people working there that we were YouTube content creators, and there was actually someone really famous in the house, and just had him going, right? And it was a guy named Michael Bolton, Streetcar Chronicles. I think we called him Popcorn Chronicles. And they got over the microphone and started talking about it. But there's one kid bought into it so bad, and I said, we should ask for his autograph. He's really got good penmanship. So he goes over there, and he's like just jamming, and Brian's like, oh, yeah. He doesn't even know that he's going to be asked as,
roll with
Michael
it.
Bolton. And he's like, yeah, Michael Bolton, can you can I have your autograph? And he looks right over and he's just giving me the death stare like, oh my God.
That's great.
Ryan's a great guy, though.
Yeah, we don't know how many it's going to be, but it will be at least 500 unfinished project.
Yeah. Hey, there's
Yeah, so-
Irish Outlaw.
So just pretend the event is like April, and you have to work your butt off to get 500 now.
Yeah.
You should be okay.
picture and number in that orange piece of paper right there.
Get in, yeah, yep, and
In fact,
it
I think
makes
I'm
you.
going to paint my car orange and just let John go out there with a black Sharpie and just start writing numbers all over it.
Hey, here's an idea, John. For those that got car numbers, can they keep the same number for next year?
We'll talk about it. Because see, it has a lot to do with how we're going to do registration,
Yeah.
pre-registration, registration at the gate, and all. It has a lot to do with that, and we want to streamline that for next year.
Okay.
So it's going to depend. It depends how many re-register. It's going to depend what they bring. That was a challenge.
Yeah.
See, part of the challenge is that channels register and they don't know the last minute what they're going to bring. So, for instance, if we have a 68 Pontiac ambulance and a 76 Ranchero that turns into a 68 Pontiac ambulance and an AMC, literally on the last day, you got to be ahead of it with numbers.
Right.
So it worked out okay, but it was a lot of extra work. So
It was a lot of fun.
We want to find a way to keep it to where your registration is very flexible for cars for good reason, but we also don't want to drive the track personnel crazy. So,
Also, is there a way that, maybe for next year we could buy like a package thing for like me and the wife?
well, I mean,
one
Wait,
and
wives are
one
allowed?
spectator, and then throw it all in one bundle for the whole event.
well, we're going to do weekend passes, I'm pretty sure,
Okay.
because we found out we were wanting to see, being a Friday Saturday split, what are people going to do with tickets, right? Well, you have people that come to one day or the other, and we overwhelmingly saw that everybody wanted to be there for all of it.
Yeah.
And even the local crowd came back 2 days in a row. So they must have had a good time. So the answer is, yeah, we'll almost certainly do a weekend wristband next time. Now, I thought about what would really make things easy would be if I could just mail all this stuff out. But you know what? There's 2 reasons that won't work. One, you'll have all kinds of people, last minute registrations, even before the cutoff, will be sweating it over stuff getting there on time. That's one. And 2, people will lose stuff. So that really isn't practical. Yeah. But we'll make it work. We just got to figure out administratively how to do it. We were close this year, but there's some changes that'll make it work better.
Al, you're right. You need to build a car and join.
And you need 500 subscribers at least.
You don't even have to build a car; just rent one. Because Mongrels had a hell of a time.
Built, now's the time to do it.
Yeah, it was a good time. It was a really good time.
Buck, you can click on Al VA there. How many subs does he have?
Let me see. His channel. I forgot I had it open over here. He has 16 subscribers.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say that's what you need to get on the stick over is that.
Yeah.
And Al VA, what does that mean? Is that Virginia? Because that's what I think when I see it, because I'm in Virginia.
No, it has to do with his name.
Okay.
I thought I was subscribed to him. I guess I'm not. Well, we're going to fix that right now.
Yeah. Let's get him going.
I fixed it.
when I Cat there's working on it.
Well, he's been on a lot of my lives, probably all of them, and he always comes in and says, I come in to see who I can help today. And
Yeah, what's neat is, from the beginning of this, there's a lot of people throughout the whole thing that were supportive of like everybody.
Yeah,
exactly.
Comment on their videos, watching the lives, participating, this, that, and the other. And I think that's freaking awesome. And I'm not being biased, but I'm going to be biased. You're not going to see that duct tape drags, you know. Hey, there's Shop Cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, this community is like no other.
Yep,
Hands down.
exactly.
Oh, I'm telling you.
I mean, it was just so much fun. Absolutely so much fun.
Uh-oh. There's a guy getting started already.
Yeah, he texted me today. I'm not going to say what it is, but I know what it is, and it's going to be probably the only one of those cars there. I would almost make a $5 bet with all of you guys. Probably a $20 bet with everybody on the screen. That would be the only car there like it.
Dallas was not crazy about this.
Oh, I know.
We were originally trying to put the welcome banner up high. That didn't go so well on a windy day.
My knees would be shaking. That's for guaranteed.
Yeah. I used to work in well, it's not real heights, but I don't like it anymore.
Depending the heights, like if Barrows and I were in an airplane and he handed me a parachute and said jump, I would laugh about it. But like certain heights, I just don't like.
You know, I've done that too. I've jumped out of a plane, but
Yeah,
that
I mean,
didn't
you know,
bother me. It didn't
Yeah.
bother me until you see the people down there and they're just specks. But as soon as I can make out cars and make out people, yeah, that's when the toes curled up and they got freaky.
I've done some pretty high free fall jumps into water. Young being dumb, and that was nothing. But it's like, oh, you need to climb a TV antenna on the calmest day. Nope. You know. But here, jump into the ocean at night. You know. Let's go cliff diving for no apparent reason either. You know, but
It's a secret auto salvage. You'll have to
It
tune
is.
in to find out.
That burnout contest under the lights, I just loved how it lit everything up like that.
Oh yeah. Yep.
That was kind of what the vision was for it, was to make pictures like this.
Yeah, that was pretty
That
cool.
is so cool.
See, you can't get pictures like that during a daytime burnout competition.
No.
That was the idea. Look at it. I mean, again.
Yeah.
There was some good pictures.
Dragging the Grinch around.
Dragging the Grinch. Oh man, I laughed so hard on that. I about fell into the.
Yeah.
There was
Well,
some good ones. Yeah, towing the Grinch was hilarious,
yeah, that was pretty funny.
and couldn't do it again if you tried.
And it looked like he was hanging on, just dragging along.
Yeah.
Grinch was on for the ride.
You couldn't have planned it. You couldn't have planned that any better.
If you'd have asked Roland, say, hey man, tonight you're going to be like on the rev limiter all evening with the Grinch under your car, he'd say, nah. None of them knew that was coming.
Yeah.
That stuff in the median, I mean, that was all a surprise.
Well, Eric's just started handing me shit, and he's here, take that out there and duct tape it all together. And I'm like,
oh,
I've been some wild college parties, but what's up with the freaking, and it was just like, so I went out there and I'm like duct taping this thing on there, and he's like, oh, you're going to need more duct tape than that. I'm like, oh crap, what's this, what are we doing here?
The Red Z was the second. Okay, if they could have made clean passes, the fastest car on the property would have been the green Nova of Andrew Nelson's.
Yeah.
That car is capable of a 4. It's an LS twin turbo. It's extremely quick. The Red Z could with the primary motor. The Red Z can go in the 4s too. It had the backup motor in it. It still should have gone to mid 5s, but they couldn't get a clean pass. Their suspension wasn't set up for the track. That's what Andrew told me. Redbeard was the fastest of the event because he could get down the track. That's a car that runs in the mid low 5s.
Yep.
But here's what's going to happen. I already know what's going to happen. You tell these 28 10 5 guys, hey man, we're having a race, $100 to buy in, $1,500 to win, which wound up being $1,600 to win. If you tell them that 10 times, oh, when is it? When is it? When is it? Now, if they've seen video and they're like, oh man, I should be in that. Oh man. Well, okay, well, why weren't you? Because they didn't have a video. It's just, you can tell somebody 600 times, and when you show them the videos, oh, well, now it's real to them. I'm expecting those guys to come out of the woodwork.
Oh yeah.
Speaking
of burnout contest,
the guy that has the shop right behind the track has a car quicker than that. But he needs a YouTube channel. He needs to get, his name is Possum. They roll around in a Chevelle with an LS and a turbo that runs 540. And they need to cage it, though.
Speaking of burnout contests, shout out to Irish Outlaw. Jay did a good job with that audio equipment.
Oh, yeah, he did. He was great.
Yeah, he said he was glad the sound was good and everyone burnout contacted him.
Yeah, he did it. That was great. He gave me the 2-minute what I need to do with this microphone. Got it down. It was actually pretty good. Yep. Enjoyed it. You know, the thing is, John, like I was talking to some friends, drag race people, you know, and they totally missed what the event was all about.
Yeah.
They didn't go, obviously, but it's like, what was the fastest car there? I'm like, hell, I don't know.
That's the only thing they want to know.
And they're like, oh, well, I'm like, hell, I don't know. Don't really give a shit. You know,
I wasn't that interested.
What do you mean? I wasn't either. I wouldn't have cared if Buck, no offense, Buck, if you'd have ran a 20 or a 5.
Yeah, really.
I got to meet Buck.
Right.
You know?
And I got to meet Jeff.
So that, and I was trying to tell him, like, look, you know, a lot of us have probably spent more time online talking to each other over the past 10, 11 months than we have a lot of people in our own extended family or even some friends. So you've got to really know them, and you want to go see their cars run. You want to see somebody do this, do that. But it's like, no, like you got to know these people. You finally got to meet them, and you get to see what the event was about, and that's what made it successful. But what was the fastest car? I don't know. I mean, Redbeard, obviously, but it's like, doesn't really matter. I don't care.
See, this is the thing. People who are all about, well, what was the fastest car? What kind of cars were there? Those are all things people. Those are the things people ask you. This event was for idea people.
Yeah.
And if you're an idea person, you totally got it and had a great time. And if you're a things person, all you want to do is rank it. This is the reason why I never wanted to go down that road about, oh, how many cars, how many cars, how many cars? Who cares how many cars? Look at the video and see what the show we brought. Look at the cars that were there. Look at the content that came out of it and the good time people had.
Yeah.
Quit just saying number of cars. Because would you rather have seen the 100 however many we had, or would you rather have seen 250 bracket cars that all look the same?
Yeah. And I know I was dogging Mopars earlier, and I'm a Ford guy racing I'm a Mopar guy racing a Ford, but what was neat was that group of Mopar A-body guys, they all got to know each other pretty well. They all brought Mopar A-body small block shit from all around the country. And what was cool about it is they were all running almost in the same times. It came down who was at the tree.
Yeah.
So that was neat. I mean, I'm going to call them all out next year and make them eat crow. But at the same time, Barrows is going to back me up with that in case I break, and he'll have to go in and smack him around too. But but no, that was actually pretty neat because it was like, wait a minute. These guys are from Texas. These guys are from Iowa. These guys are from here. They're all A-body, small block, some shit thrown together, some not this. And they're all running roughly same times. It didn't matter if it was an 8 or a 9 or a 12. That doesn't matter to me. That really, I mean, like watching Jay's ambulance, you know, that was damn cool. Buck, I mean, seriously, like Buck and JB, when that race called out, I'm like, that's one of the races I have to see. Because it's only 2 V6s like that are going to be there. I have to see that race. And JB was cool enough, hop right in. So threw the helmet on. Hell of a time.
Yeah, the racing was almost secondary.
It was
just you know, the action was in the pits.
It was.
And once I got my car running, I left it alone. I thought, well, I'm not touching it because I want to get down there. I just want to run down the track one time, if that's all it took. And I got to do that.
Yep. You get to meet a lot of cool people. I know a guy that watches my channel a lot. He showed up there, you know, and I don't even, you know, I knew what the guy looked like on video, but you would, like, if you're in a crowd, you just wouldn't, you know, see him. And he's like, "Are you Jeff?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he tells me his name. And I'm like, "Holy shit," you know, and sat there and talked to him for like an hour. Super, super cool guy. And you know, I'm not gonna, you know, it's like, man, you got to get one of your, because he has very unique hot rod builds, and it's like, you need to get one of those here. Like, honestly, like, bring one, you know.
Wendy
We had
says it right here. Don't matter. We're NNN family now.
That's right.
I had a really popular podcast come up to me, wanted to do something, event. I said, "That's great. How many subscribers do you have?" I said, "Well, you need 500 to participate." Man, they just went blank, right? I'm like, "Yeah," but I said, I pointed up to the booth. I said, "Wrong Ward had to have his 500." I pointed over to Barrows and Buck. I said, "They had to have their 500." And you were running around somewhere. I said, "Everybody on the grounds has to have 500." I had to have 500. Dallas had to have 500. That's the rule. That's how you keep it honest, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody but track staff and spectators have to have 500.
Yep.
And so he's like, "Yeah, man, I'll get the rest of them." It's like, great.
Hey, there's
We were
Big Block
worried
402.
that Dallas would have to do it from the other side of the fence.
You do what you got to
Yeah.
do.
I just saw Big Block 402 pop in. I'm wondering if his favorite childhood football team was the Houston Oilers.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
man.
hey,
That's just a
Steven.
jab, friendly jab. It was awesome.
Hey, Steven, can you sign that piece of piston ring for me? They found that cleaning up.
Yeah, that
It
was epic.
warm. You know it's out of yours.
I tell you what's neat though is Chad from Perpetual Projects who ended up getting the Duck Award, right?
Yes.
So he texted or emailed Ryan and I from Streetcars and like, "Hey, I'm trying to come up with a name." It's like, "No, you come up with the name on it. Like, you want it, it's your game now." And he's talking about like he's gonna have the journey of the duck, and like next year it's
Love
gonna
it.
be like there's a whole backstory. I'm like, you know, that's actually really, really cool because
And
that
it's
thing
gotta
wasn't
come back.
cheap.
It's got to
That
come
thing
back.
wasn't right. That's what it's gonna do. And like that thing wasn't cheap. And like Ryan and I had like this. And neither of us. I wasn't even there with the car. Popcorn, you know, Popcorn was a bad dude. Was popping the whole time. So it's like, man, we got to think of something. And then it's like, but you know, what do we do? And like we each kind of like picked somebody. But obviously you can't have a vote with two people. So it's like, you know what, rock, paper, scissors. That's how it's going to be done. So we kind of set a precedence with that. And it's like, let those guys do it. And, you know, that's how they did it. And it's going to be neat. I'm not going to use the term. Like the name I said, someone said like destroyer their duck. And I said, no, it's the effed duck, the effed duck, you know, if you get what I'm saying there. And I just said, I don't want it back next year.
Okay.
Keep that thing away from me.
This is Big Block 402. This is his oil down. I expect I can do this.
Bring her back. Oh, that ain't good, dude.
That ain't good.
They can slide in that oil. Andrew sent me that. I asked, he came up in the tower and I said, "Well, how bad is it?" And he showed me that on his phone.
We should just start calling him Texaco. What's up, Texaco?
He has a hat for it.
That was a damn cool truck, though. I mean, when he got in that burnout box and just started letting it eat, and it's like, yeah, that's pretty badass.
And he definitely.
I like his video he did when he did a burnout on the road, and the car that drove by him got pissed off.
Yeah.
Yes, Dean, it rhymes with duck, and it ends with an ED.
Super Radical 340. You know, the
Yep.
only 340 there, to my knowledge, was Jay's. Next power plant will be a little better, yeah.
That truck was getting it.
Mike Senior 340 actually isn't far from me because the track that I go to a lot is a track that he's been to a lot.
He thought he was waving.
That was a great video.
Big Block 402, Steven, he really brought it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Give him a
he
ton
did.
of credit. He brought it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Who
he
was
did,
the
definitely.
motorhome? Who was the motorhome on the track when we took a picture?
You know what?
Oh, that was the people that were visitors or something.
We figured that out. They just sneaked on the track and blocked out half the cars. That really wasn't cool. We're going to fix that next year. I don't. If people want to race their motorhome,
Uh-oh.
or they want to participate, or it's not clogging up the photo.
Yeah, because you couldn't see anything behind them.
No, that just wasn't.
I mean, you couldn't see mine either because of Artemis, but
And they weren't supposed to be out there in the first place. But
we were
anyway,
all
we'll
way
sort
back
that
there.
out. We'll sort that again. So what I got to do for next year is, and I'll tell you something else happened too. I wasn't crazy about. If your car number is 80 some, and they're calling cars 1 through 20 to line up, don't just barrel down there so that you can get your cars in the front of the picture. I have a feeling if somebody tries to do that again, we're just gonna pull them over and put them in the back.
Send them around again.
Just put them in the back because that's not fair. That isn't cool. Anyway, we got things to work on, but overall everybody did great. There was no trash. Everybody left it clean. No fights.
It was drama free, and that was another point I was making. I'm like, it was absolutely drama free. As you know, during this whole time, there's been some online pissing matches.
Oh yeah.
But really, when it came down to it, thanks BB402, that they got along just fine in person.
Yep.
It's like you see all this. I'm not even gonna name the channels drama going on right now, and if people would just shut up about it and ignore it, it would go away. Now, there was somebody not a part of this event that was ranting on that, then started talking a bunch of crap about the NoNameNationals, and I set him straight on it. And so did another channel, and we killed him with kindness. I didn't say anything bad, but he ended up taking the videos down. Both videos he made, just absolutely talking a ton of crap. It's got set straight, and he took them down. It's like, come on, man. Like, you're not going to, like, I try telling this guy, like, we're all in the same hobby. We're all on the same team. At least be supportive, even if you don't like it.
Rob's Rods and Streetcars wants me to put TBD. I thought about it. I thought about that, thought about question marks, but it's not a question. And I don't know. I like it just being blank. When a number appears, that's when I'll have something to tell you.
Yep. And I see Shop 209. I talked to him in our races on for next year still, John. So that call out still exists.
But the blank paper is like a mystery.
Oh, I thought it was one of those things when you get in trouble and you have to do the psychologist test and they ask you what you see. On that one, I could literally say nothing and not get in trouble, right?
So, Jeff, are you talking about the gold A body? Is that the guy that took the videos down?
Yes.
The real expensive? Okay, guess what? I know another reason those videos came down, and it's absolutely hilarious. I'll tell you.
You'll have
later.
to tell me about it. Okay,
I'll tell you later. But I think I know what it was.
Okay, good. That guy's he's sawed off.
Hey, you ever had somebody drive by you and flip you off, and then somebody drive by and flip you off on the other side, and those two cars wreck in front of you and go in the ditches, and you drive on and laugh at both of them? That's kind of what happened to this guy. I'll tell you later.
Okay, perfect.
It was the best karma ever. I told Dallas he couldn't stop laughing.
The thing is like, a video of his would Dean's right. I would watch his videos every once in a while. Then that shit started happening. It's like, dude, that's not cool. You know, absolutely not cool. Yes, it is, Rob. Blank is intimidating for sure.
It's
That's why when I
meant to
stare at
be.
people, they run.
It's meant to be. Hey, actually, I got something even funnier. I don't want to say it, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Jeff. I'm going to send you a picture, and if you kind of pay attention, you will see exactly what it was.
Okay.
So you look at your picture, you'll figure it out. I just sent it to you.
Okay.
Now the curiosity is killing me.
I know.
He had a,
Here.
Yep. I figured.
Your enemy's not your friend, but every once in a while they do you a solid. Don't mean to.
Yep. And they don't even. Yeah, they don't even mean to on that one. Well,
Yeah.
yes.
You got to get some value for your money, right?
Yeah. That's definitely a. Yeah.
You know what I mean? You have two cars pass you
Dean,
on each side, each flipping you off. They run into each other and go in the ditch, and you keep going.
Mhm.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're speaking of all that, we're trying to get the date. We're working on the date for next year, and we don't want it to conflict with the Cotton Festival or the Holly Ford event or Where Are India's Children or anything that
What?
That's another story. But you know what I mean?
That one's pretty.
Barrows. I think Barrows knows what I mean.
Yeah.
Anyway,
If you're gonna do an event, kind of research what your hashtag acronym stands for.
exactly. Which, by the way, hashtag NNN does not go to No Name Nationals. It never did. We don't spell it out just to be elegant, okay?
Okay.
We've had a lot of fun planning this thing. In fact, there's a couple videos Dallas shot while we were setting up that we both laughed about and said, you know what? These videos can only get posted the day we retire from YouTube. And they're good. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, there has been a lot of fun behind the scenes, but the most fun, without a doubt, was there in person with all you guys.
Oh, it was a blast.
Most definitely.
I want Barrows to bring a monster truck. I wanted to bring the monster ride truck so bad. Go down the track.
Definitely. It was a blast. I mean, that would be cool.
Oh, Larry's right there.
What was the last year you guys operated at?
Would have been 9 years ago.
Really?
8 years ago. Long time ago.
One-eyed cat. New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve is when we're trying to announce that.
Barrows, that was a 460, wasn't it?
Yeah. A Berkeley.
I am working on getting my interview done with the monster truck driver out of Washington State here real soon. He and I said as soon as I got back and settled from the No Name Nationals, he and I would discuss that. So it won't be live, but what it will be is it will be a premiere.
Nice.
So we're going to pre-record it, but then he'll be in the chat as a premiere. So it'll work out. It'll be different, but that'll be cool. So
I can
I
make
like
a
started
the
making-
monster trucks.
Yeah.
Oh, you do get a ride truck there. They're there to make you money
Yeah,
for
might
the
be
event.
fun.
They
Might
make
be
the event
fun.
money.
Especially if they do a burnout contest.
Oh yeah.
You'd have to. Would that be? I mean, that'd tear things up. But if you mudded down some stuff, it'd be fun.
No, I've seen a monster truck go through a mud pit.
Yeah, so have I. That was always so cool.
That was
I was
that
telling
insane.
Barrows, one of my first monster trucks, and I told this to John too. Little kid, was a truck called No Problem, and it was a Ford Bronco.
Yeah, John Moore.
And yeah, it was like this indoor mud racing. It was monster trucks, but it was before like a lot of them were really crushing cars, and they had some cars, and it barely got over them. But it was so neat. It was actually very, very neat to watch those things go through the mud.
Out at the big end where the burnout competition was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we could have done all kinds of stuff
Oh,
out
yeah.
there.
No, I know.
Make her stand on one tire and dance around, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd been cool. That'd have been really cool. Oh, Shop Cat. I need to know.
You don't want to do that.
Okay, so I need to do it. I need to do it later on.
Yeah, you didn't want to do that.
Okay. I never did research that. Now I'm sitting here going, huh?
Oh no, I did. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'll be right back. I need to check that real quick. All right, never mind. I'm in my YouTube stuff, so I can't. Curiosity is killing the cat.
The camera will just stay on you. You just open another tab. See, I cheat like that all the time. I can look at stuff on my computer, and as long as my face is about the same spot, people won't even know the difference.
The guy that bought our truck, he's still out there, but he's an idler.
Yeah.
He just idles around.
Okay.
We whipped.
Yeah, nice.
I'll have to make a phone call. I'll check into. Well, once we get I'll make a phone call before. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Well, John, November is coming up.
Yeah. People did that. You know, it amazes me. People think that you can just make the hashtag whatever you want. Okay, well, why don't I just abbreviate your email and see if it still gets there?
Oh shit! Yeah.
I don't know why people don't get that. But. No. Yeah. It's all good. It's a barrel of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't
Barrel.
wait to do it again.
Yeah, I can't either.
I got 240 gigs of video that my camera guy took for me, and I have no idea what's on any of it. So
He's a super nice guy.
he's a nice guy. You know, it's the first time he's ever been to an automotive event other than a car show.
Man, that's crazy.
He said, "Man, that was really different." I said, "No kidding." You've never been to anything where the cars move. He said, "I've never been to an event where the cars were moving."
So, how old were you guys? Like, not like a baby, but like, what was your guys' age you remember being at like an event?
Oh my!
Ooh.
1987.
Jesus.
I went to a monster truck show in Rural Retreat in the summer of 1987. And I remember that Gary Porter was there with Carolina Crusher 1.
Oh,
The first monster truck I ever saw, a couple of days before that, was the Heavy Chevy. It was a tank tracked monster. But yeah, that was the first event I can remember. And before that, going to the dragway, going 8th Mile Track. Just in general, remember that? Watching my future race car run down that track. I had no idea I would own it one day.
I was probably 6 or 7.
The tank one, we raced that one. We drag raced that one.
Yeah.
We beat
Cool
him.
truck, wasn't
it?
Well, the first drag race event I was at was just back in June. I've been to a whole lot of dirt tracks and IndyCar and NASCAR, but I was never out of drag race.
My first one was 77.
There you go.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yep.
Wow.
That
That's
is
pretty cool.
awesome. That needs to say Buck did it on the side.
Yeah.
I was telling John earlier that was my original channel name, Buck Did It. But then I found out somebody had the same name. So I'm like, what am I going to do it? I love
That sounds
Buck
like a
Does It.
stage name, actually.
Yeah. Sounds like a crime name. Yep, Buck did it.
It sounds like something the custodian of records keeps.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, Big Block. We were talking to outfits earlier. Leighton's there. They came on live.
First monster truck show I went to was Monster Mash, Super Pete, and the Silver Bullet, the Coors Light jet powered one.
I've seen that when it would turn into the Coors. Remember when they made it red and it was called the Coors Bruiser, I want to say?
Yeah, something like that.
But I remember was the Super Pete, was that the cab over semi? Or was
Mhm.
it a semi? Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember that.
World's
I see
tallest
yeah.
monster truck.
See, there would be a lot of monster truck events around here. There was a big civic center in Peoria, constantly having them, and there was a couple big fairgrounds around here that constantly have them. So like, man, I remember probably around 5, 6 years old going to a lot of those, and it was always absolutely cool watching monster trucks when you're a kid and you're watching it on TV. So it was it TNN at the time or
TNN or
Yeah.
TNT,
The
The
USA.
National Network.
Yeah.
CNN.
Yeah, and you'd watch all that stuff, and it's kind of funny. There was the two guys that had the show. Jan Gabriel was one of them. The other one was Claude something. Claude Akins. And they had the monster truck show. And Jan Gabriel got his start. He was an announcer at US 30 Drag Strip. The one outside of, it was Gary, Indiana, but it was the Chicago strip. He was the one credited for Sunday.
Huh.
Really?
Yeah.
I was watching an interview with someone at the Monster Truck Hall of Fame, right, which is in Indiana. And the guy in the interview starts talking about, oh, yeah, that time that the truck called the Equalizer and got tangled up with Gravedigger and all. He's describing this. You know what he was describing? He was describing this, that dude took a picture of that I found in that foreclosed house. He was describing this.
See, that's cool.
What were the odds of that?
I tell you here's a crazy story. I called Ryan. I'm a night owl, and so is Ryan. So it was approximately 1:00 in the morning when he called me, right? And we were talking about some stupid idea we had that, one of those ideas at 1:00 in the morning, and when you think about it at 9, you're like, yeah, that wouldn't work. Dangerous. Just saying that. And he was telling me, like, he had found out, his dad always had muscle cars, but he found out, like, back in the day, his dad did a lot of street racing, right? But he never really talked about it. But his best friend, he was sitting there talking to one day, and this guy was talking about all the street racing he did and at Trinity Boulevard in Texas, and, like, he was shutting everybody down. He had this Hemi Roadrunner, this red one, but he was talking about a guy that had a DZ302 Camaro that was super tuned by a local big performance dealer, and this DZ302 Camaro like walked his ass twice, and it was the only time he ever lost. And this guy would come out every once in a while on this Camaro and just smoke everybody, and nobody believed it was just a 302. It was Ryan's dad. Of all things, it was Ryan's dad. So he found out, like, since he was a kid talking to his best friend, his old man, yeah.
That's
Stuff
very
like that
Jay.
is, it was very, very cool. And I'm like, oh, shit. You all right there, Jay?
Yeah, that's very
Looks
Jay.
like you lost some weight.
You look like
he's not below it and speaking.
That's one way to get the metal hot.
Yeah.
That's
Love
pretty
it.
cool.
Yeah, I wonder what became of that. I had seen a picture of it.
That's pretty creative.
That needs to be my contact picture for him.
Jay needs a jacket.
He needs to get some meat on his bones.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone.
A sneak peek.
That sounds like a perfect plan, Shopcat.
There's the monkey bike burnout champion.
Yep.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interest in bringing that class back. So,
Yep.
Oh, he changed clothes.
No, he put some clothes. Yeah.
Put your shirt on.
Well, it's a mask and a cover, you know. That's how it is. No, that thing's pretty cool. I love that thing, man.
isn't it neat?
That is neat.
It is neat looking.
I could see that mounted in Artemis.
I thought about it.
Well,
It'll go with me to the next one. Definitely.
Hey.
Excellent.
I'll keep
You
it
know
in one
what?
of the cars.
I do need to jump out. I appreciate you having me on, and we'll see y'all again soon. And when the number appears on here, it's time.
So the countdown begins.
That's it. We'll see y'all
Well,
soon.
thanks for stopping by, John.
Yeah,
See
man,
you, John.
thanks for having me.
Thanks,
Bye,
John.
Jay.
It
Bye,
was great
Jay.
having you.
We'll see y'all.
Night.
Yeah, I sent that picture to you, Jeff, and I was like, oh, I got to show him this.
Yeah.
We literally have to move. We have to move. I think we counted 22 cars to get to it. Or we have to go get it with a big, huge ass, forklift thingy, and they have to, I mean, it is out in the middle of nowhere. But I couldn't resist. I can't wait to show this thing to James and James.
Yeah.
Because
I know.
it is,
I know.
I can reveal some of it. It's the exact friggin' car, except it's not a Chevy.
Yes. That's why I didn't say anything, because I'm like, it's going to be unique. No one else is going to have one there.
Yeah. And that's how I've been doing the rest of the days. Now I'm looking for a damn BOP engine to build for it, because you know me, I got to keep them.
Yeah, you need to find a you need to find a 400.
I'm thinking bigger than that.
455.
And I haven't built a race car since the 90s. Okay, I haven't done anything race. I just kind of got out of it because everything got real expensive. But I got an itch now. But I still want to make it a streetable car. If I can't drive it on a street, it's got no reason to be in my driveway. That's just how I am. So I'm thinking something that I can, like, at any given moment, we'll just put it this way, flip a switch.
Yeah.
And I instantly have 600-700 horsepower in just a second.
I mean, you could take a 455 was a 30 over a 462 or whatever, and just go off a lot of that factory mismatched stuff. Ram air this cam, ram air this intake heads. Do it right. I mean, those things are torque monsters.
And the way it is I'll try to take Steve's award next year. If I can, if I can't get that thing to pull the front end off the ground about 3 feet, we got problems, and I'll throw the rods all over the place. But I'll do it off the track. I won't do it like Steve, where you can go surfing down the middle of it. But hell, Buck, I'll have a 455. I mean, I already have one. I got a nice one. I was driving my Cutlass tonight. I took it down the interstate doing about 80 mile an hour. But that's my baby, so I'm not going to do anything crazy with it. But I got to find another 455 before somebody finds out and starts selling them for $5-6 grand just for the block. So
This last week,
Oh.
I've gotten to a really hard, good lesson in driving that car I got on the highway. Well, old highway. Well, Jay, you know where it's at, old 51.
oh yeah.
You know, open headers with that thing, 430 gears, 3,300 RPM at 60 mile an hour.
That
Just sings.
yeah, that's my our Malibu has 373s in it, and that thing is no slouch. And you're going down the road. She wanted to drive that to No Name Nationals,
Yeah.
and I said, we can take it. I know it'll make it fine, but wow, just whining, for 3 hours. That shit'll get to you after a while.
Yeah.
But I mean, it don't have open headers or nothing, but it's still it's you'll have ear problems by the time you
Oh, yeah.
get to where you gotta wear some kind of headset or earplugs or something. It's whining.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like it's super loud, and a couple neighbors, I'm like, you know what, I might as well just like preemptively apologize. But every single one of them were like, no, man, it's cool. Like it's cool. And I'm like,
I did
really?
that.
Even though, yeah, like none of them are mad at all. Like one of them that lives around the corner, he's probably a little bit into the EV crap.
Right.
I know he's complained, but it's like, hey, you're number one. And I don't really care. But like everyone else doesn't have a problem with it at all. I mean, I've told him I'm not going to be midnight ripping up and down the road. But yeah.
Yeah, I went to my closest neighbors, and warned them when I started up Blanche to break the cam in.
Yeah.
Because I live the way I live, it's like a great big valley of trees. So everything just goes right down the highway. My neighbor that does LS swaps and everything, he's one of them guys. He come down after I was done, and he goes, "What in the hell are you doing down here?" I was like, "I'm trying to break into cam." And it's just sitting there idle, and y'all saw a bit of, sounds like its own drum solo. And he's like, "My God!" I said, "Well, that's the difference between your LS and a big block."
Well, when we broke in the cam on my engine at Jimmy's, he lives in a small town, but he lives in town,
Right.
and we broke it in on a Sunday. Well, the one thing we weren't thinking of was church, and he lives catty corner from a church, and we're like, well, shit, right? So. Like before church had started, because it was early in the morning, we went over there and asked the preacher, "Hey, what time's church wrap up today?" And he's like, "Oh, probably around this time." I said, "Well, we're gonna," and he's a cool guy. He comes over and he'll talk cars, and we told him, and we're like, "Well, okay, we'll do it around 10:30." He's like, "If you wait till noon, I'll come by and watch." We're like, "There you go," but it was super loud. And Jimmy's like, "I hope nobody calls the cops." I said, "If a cop shows up here and tells you to shut it off, we're not shutting it off because I don't want that cam destroyed.
Yeah.
It's staying on. I'll go to jail. It's much cheaper than rebuilding an engine."
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't even have open headers. I had those, it's got the side pipes on it with orange peelers in them. Where the orange peelers are like this long. That's all the muffler that's in those things. And it's loud. I mean, you sit in it and your chest just, I mean, it's loud. But I went to my neighbors, and my niece over here, they got a bunch of pine trees in front of their house. So, they don't hear nothing. But
So I'm going to be redoing my exhaust, and I ordered up. I don't know if you've seen them or not, but I got to have some mufflers. I had mufflers on it, and it wasn't as bad, but I got to get it toned down just to drive it. But have you seen
you
those?
You should get those new Holly.
Are you talking about the ones that you uncap?
Well, they got a damn switch, and they'll open up. They're either closed or you do it, and it goes around the.
I saw that, and the ones I ordered were the Flowtech ones. I think they were that are you uncap it, and it's like an open header.
Yeah,
it's fun.
So
I think we just did it. I think we just did it.
What did we do?
First call out.
Oh, I'm like, did we get in trouble? Did we get Buck in trouble? If we did, I apologize.
No. Me and Jay were talking about it for the photo shoot.
Oh, okay, okay. We got the first call out. Bear Rose
Well-
made the first video for No Name Nationals, right?
Yeah.
Didn't you make the
Yeah.
first video for No Name Nationals?
I think so.
Yeah, I think you did.
That's what I heard.
I think you did. I think you
I
did.
brought up the idea to Dallas at the end of the night. I said, at the end of Saturday, or no, it was Sunday before we left. I said, there's an awful lot of Mopars here.
Yeah.
I said, and I'm fine with that. You bring whatever the hell you want to bring. I don't have I'm not that biased. But I said, one thing I noticed is nobody ever has the oddball. I had an oddball. I had a Javelin there.
Yeah.
Buck had an oddball. He had a Skylark there. We had all these things, and I thought, it would be awesome, to truly get the YouTubers all in the community to say, like I did and we did, where you grab a car just to build for this event.
Yeah.
Have something crazy, and I said a non-Nova shootout. So you got the Nova platform, which would be your basically the Skylark, what I got, that different things, and it has to have the manufacturer motor. So you can't take a 350 Chevy and put it in a Buick Skylark. You can't take this. You can't take
Right.
that. It has to be the manufacturer to the car, non-Nova shootout. You can make it whatever tires you want, any power adder you want, anything you want to do to it, but it has to be the BOP of the Nova platform.
Right. And it's in I'm a Mopar guy. I built that damn stupid Ford, but it is what it is. I like it. But I see a lot of swaps going on with different stuff. And the one thing I've never liked seeing, and I've never owned a Pontiac, but if somebody has a Pontiac at a car show or somewhere and you open the hood and it's like a big block Chevy, it's like, no, that's not really good. You shouldn't have done that. You're going to hell now. Have fun.
I'll save you a seat.
Got a big block Chevy.
You and I are going to be there right next to each other. You Ford guys.
I got a big block Chevy in the garage that I could build. I've actually started getting the parts for it. I was going to use it for something else. Could I put it in this little Nova platform that I have? Absolutely, I could.
Yeah.
And I probably, the front end will come off the ground. I guarantee you, because this thing there is nothing to it. So I could do that, but I like the challenge of taking something nobody else does. Jesus, I brought an ambulance. But it's like I want it to be that thing where somebody walks up and doesn't get this, and that's a good looking LS, or that's a good looking small box.
See, I'm not.
Chevy.
That's what I hate seeing. One thing I hate is I'm not a car show guy by any means, but we'll have local cruisins that are pretty large. I'll pop in to say hi to my dad or some other people I know. But I hate seeing you go down the row of cars and it's like small block Chevy, small block Chevy, small block Chevy. And no offense to small block Chevy guys out there, but it's like small block Chevy. It's like, oh man, check out that 55 Chevy. Small block Chevy. Oh, check that Camaro out. Oh, small block Chevy. It's like, come on.
Yeah,
I know
yeah. It's more of a thing where it's like, I'm not against whatever you got to do to put that thing on the friggin' road. Do it. I don't care. But for me, the challenge is, okay, I could take, like for instance, what Dallas did with that 300 Buick.
Yeah.
Nobody wants that thing. They say it's a boat anchor, blah, 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 but it'll still get the car down the road. I can still take it over here, still do that. It's weird. I like and put an Oldsmobile in an Oldsmobile or a Buick in a Buick. Probably. That is absolutely friggin' weird right now.
Real quick, I think somebody needs to throw Dan's learning curve link up. Sorry to interrupt you, Jay, but he's got his dad's 58 Plymouth Suburban. So yeah.
Yeah, it's
they made a Suburban.
He's got some good stuff too.
We got to see that. Yeah. But Jay, you're right you got to do it right with that car. I know the exact car you're talking about. I'm not going to say because it's your car and you're keeping it secret. I think it's really cool because the other platform of that Pontiac made that everybody hates, that's actually a car I want.
Yeah.
And you can't find them.
I know where there is an entire yard of those in Tennessee. There's, I believe, 15 total.
That's awesome.
And 10 of them are complete.
So I got a question for Barrows. I didn't get a chance to watch your video yet, but are you bringing a 385 series engine next year?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So there'll be two of us there in 385 series.
More than likely, it's still going to be the 460 though.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to stroke this one.
Yeah, I've actually got one of them too. I've got a 429 out in the garage. Came out of a 69 Thunderbird, so they call it the Thunderjet.
Yep. So the 68, mine was originally a 429 Thunderjet. They were factory 11-1, a trillion foot-pounds of torque. But I'm telling you, like, I have a lot of new respect for the big block Fords. I really do. They're
a horse.
They are a horse. They are a horse.
It's possible it'll be an FE, but not likely.
I just found an FE Tri-2 intake.
Oof.
What? No
Yes,
way.
sir. There's one up by Chicago. I'll send you the link.
Was
Is it
it mounted
expensive?
to a unicorn?
I think I gotta look this up. But I sent it to excuse me, to Dalton, because I was like, hey, you should put this on that 390. And he's like, oh, so it'll look good but run like crap. I said, yeah, probably. I said, but it'll look cool. It's let's see if I can find it real quick. But anyway, yeah, it's well, dang it, I'm blind. I can't hear and I'm blind.
I'm pulling
Getting
mine,
old.
my next project out. It won't be a 2023 car because that's going to be the Bird. But my next project, I was going to do a 70 Dart, but the way I want to do that, I can't. Long story short, it's not going to happen. So I'm going to pull out my 66 Coronet 4-door, and the whole plan is to do a period correct 66 super stock Dodge, but in 4 doors. So, yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
Edelbrock. 390 intake, $500.
Jump on it.
yeah.
I ain't got no damn FE. You're crazy. You know what? This intake probably still weighs 5,000 pounds.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you
It's got to
right
be
now,
some thick friggin' out aluminum. I'll tell you that.
you'll have to have it decked.
Oh, I'm
machined and
sure.
decked.
Yeah.
But it's $500. It's up in Valparaiso, Indiana, up there west of Chicago or east of Chicago.
I've been there a lot. Oh, if you're ever in that Valparaiso area, you're not too far from the original US 30 drag strip.
That's true.
And the track is still sitting there. But yeah.
Is it the Edelbrock or is it the Offie?
It's in Edelbrock.
It's the Edelbrock.
Interesting. That's.
But yeah, I seen that and I was like, holy crap. You make something like that. I mean, that's quite an intake. I said it's still got a.
They're so easy
Hey,
to tune too.
I'm telling you right now, Steve, with that FMX, don't do it. I've got one of them that's in pieces, and another one that's. I guess I'm going to throw it in Blanche and see if it'll work tomorrow, because I want to take some time and build a C6 right, because I need to get I want to put a shift kit in it, and I need to get a better torque converter, because that it says you can run this cam I put in there. You can run it with your stock torque converter, but I'm not going to. I'm going to give her about a 2200 to 2500 stall, because that thing's a monster, and I want to wake it up at the line for fun once in a while,
Yeah.
But I need to find a 9-inch posi track. So
What spline?
28.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
How many horsepower are you shooting for?
Oh, you know what? I don't even know.
How much torque? That's the bigger
Oh
one.
God, I'll bet that thing makes a monster torque. It's the 400. It's got the old heads on it though, Kim. It's got the ones that don't have the jackets through it. It's just intake. There's no. It's got the heat riser in it, but it don't have that. So I think the later ones had the emissions crap in the back.
Yeah.
The
Uh-huh.
351 modified that's in Blanche that I took out, it has the emission in them back part of it. This one don't have that. It's just straight Cleveland head, 2V head. So
They're
I
2V.
still, yeah, they're 2V heads.
Okay.
But my Edelbrock intake is the one that's built for 2V heads.
Okay.
So I'm thinking though, I might go ahead and try to find me some better heads. I might try to find some Edelbrocks or something like that and port them a little bit, polish them, and maybe trying to find a good intake or a blower, but that's a whole nother story.
Auto Salvage is asking how much horsepower on the Thunderbird. I honestly couldn't tell you. I do know a build I was closely following that I ended up having. It was a single 4-barrel high rise with the Dominator, made like 640 horse and like 720 foot-pounds of torque. Very similar cam and a little bit lower compression. I don't know. And that was at the crank. My plan is to actually dyno it so I know what kind of converter I need built for it. Long story short, I'm not going to throw a company under the bus. I am extremely unhappy with, let's just say, their complete transmission package I got. And so I'm going to be doing a completely different transmission. But so
Well, hell, you only had to have it rebuilt once. You know,
it has 100 miles.
and 100 miles.
And all I'm going to say is it's going to be, I learned a lesson on a few things. I'll just say that. But I mean, it's going to be a lot better. It's going to have a trans brake.
Are you having a local shop build it?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I'm working with a very reputable company right now just to build me something at a good price.
Yeah, because my C6 that I got with that 400, I've got 2 big block C6s and 1 small block. And I've had the other 2 for a while, but I got this one that came out of that Torino, and it's going to my transmission builder who's been racing since the late 70s.
Okay. Yeah, I mean I know I don't have 750 horsepower. I know that. But when you rate something at that and you destroy it, and
Yeah,
they say
yeah,
they
you got
That's
dyno
pretty bad.
I
What's
know
that?
you got the torque though.
I know that's the
And
problem.
the
It's
torque is what's ripping it up.
Oh, it's just, and like before I totally destroyed it,
Yeah.
I was ripping through the converter. You know, you're blowing through the converter at 6,500 RPM, and it's like, not good.
Everybody talks about horsepower numbers and they totally
It's not
forget
the horsepower. Yeah, it's the
torque
torque.
is where it's at.
Yeah. I mean, that thing just moves, Kim. You know, like you stomp it on the highway, you know, like halfway through first gear and just let her sing to 6,500, hit second, hit third at 6,500. I mean, it is still pulling hard. I've ran it up to 7,000 RPMs, and it likes 6,500 the best. So that's what I got my rev limiter set. So once I hear that quick, real quick, I'm just popping it, you know.
Yeah.
But it runs strong, man, and I'm changing the gear ratio. Probably not the way people think.
I went on the search for a top loader because I don't want to play the converter game.
I'm not liking it. I really would love to have a 4-speed in this or a 5-speed, but I'm not going to be driving this thing on the street a lot. I know that. I've got this one problem. This one foot of mine weighs a lot more than the other. And somebody asked me, well, how did you break a transmission with 100 miles on it? I said, because all 250 of those miles and that 100 miles was pretty hard. But
yeah.
But yeah, the torque converter game sucks. I was talking to Patrick from Most Old Parts. We're gonna get one made through his guy. I'm gonna have it dynoed so I know the numbers, the curves where I need to have it built. I'm gonna have a transmission built, and it'll still be it'll be a C6 trans brake, all that fun stuff. But doing my race math and all the calculators and knowing just playing around, I'm leaving a lot on the table with those 430 gears in the 8th mile.
Oh
Right? Like
God, yeah.
I want to rip through the traps on an 8th mile at 6,200 RPM. So technically, I need to go lower gear ratio. So I ordered up a 31 spline full spool with 513s. So
Damn.
now it's just
got-
the traction game after that because I have 0, but I haven't
Yeah,
had
you-
it on a track yet.
Yeah, that's
so
a
I don't know.
big factor.
Yeah.
Now, if you're gonna do that, are you gonna do something like a gear vendors or something like that, so you can actually
No.
drive it?
No, I'll still drive it, but
And you're 4-link too, so
Yeah.
when she bites, she bites. Every bit of it is coming out.
So one thing I'm going to do though, Jay, is I have that brand new 9-inch in there now with the traction lock. It's got 430s. I'll get a set of gears like 330s ones or something. Throw those in there. So if I ever want to be like, you know what, I'm done drag racing it for the year, throw those in there because it's a 9-inch, quick to change out. But
Basically, yeah, it's basically a quick change. I mean, don't take nothing. But I'm still looking. I've got the one that's in Blanche is a one-legger, and the one that I got out of that damn Torino is a one-legger.
You want to see something cool, Jay? So check this out. I don't know if you can right camera angle or not. Let me open the trunk. Make sure there's no body in there. Hold on. No, I'm just kidding. So if you look right there, see that windshield wiper bottle, Jay?
Oh my God, dead hookers.
Yeah. Oh shit! And there's a bunch of white powdery substance. It's not anthrax.
Yeah.
And there's
You have-
hose that goes through here, right?
Oh yeah, I know that trick.
And this company sent it to me. It's called stripper glitter traction compound.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So you basically just pour that in there, and I have a button on my shifter. You just hit the button, roll back through it real quick, light them up, warm them up, and you go have fun. So that is what I was going to make a video of before I forgot to put my hood pins in and left my neighborhood all crossed up, and my hood peeled open like on Tommy Boy last night. So,
Oh boy.
yeah.
Well, you know, the other use for that little setup that I have done before is bleach water or soap and water or different things, because I used to, I did a video here not too long ago, you guys saw, where I said I won a burnout contest in Benton, Illinois.
Yeah.
I actually ran my windshield wiper fluid. I took the hoses off and I ran them to the front tires. I put to the front tires, and I was putting windshield washer fluid on my front tires with my freaking rear brake on, and that car was just going like this, and it looked like the entire town was on fire. You know, and I won. I tore the hell out of transmission. Dad was pissed.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I
got
did
a
that whole
trophy
thing for
somewhere.
25. It was $25 to do that whole thing.
Yeah.
You know?
By the way, that traction compound shit works.
Yeah, I know.
It
And
does-
I've got
it does work.
I've got a gallon of the Jag stuff too, and it'll be fun to play around with.
It'd be fun to sit at a light in town.
Yeah.
And you get the little mom and pop kid with mom's Isuzu or whatever the hell they run up there, revving his damn engine, and you lift the front end off the ground about a foot, leaving leaving the light.
My son goes, well, why didn't you just, he was reading the jug and it says, pour it out. And he's like, why don't you just pour it out, Dad? I'm like, because if you're on a country road that's good pavement and you get out of a car and you start pouring shit on the concrete, people are going to see that and be like, what in the hell is he doing? And the next thing you know, you're in trouble. I can just
Then you got the road commissioner after you. What are you putting on my highway?
Yeah. Not the same stuff BB402 is. Just kidding. I gotta give him a jab, but no. So yeah, that was a cool little trick I did with that, and
That is cool stuff. I just like the fact that it's called stripper glitter. That's good enough. You don't even
I
have to
know.
use it. Just put the sticker on you. Oh yeah, we're
Oh.
using your stuff, stripper glitter.
And it says traction compound. That shit sticks to everything. So it's like,
So it's like herpes.
I know. And what we call our testing area is Cuba. So this is Cuban stripper glitter traction compound. That's what I've been.
There you go.
But so like, it's kind of neat. Like I got to get my car done. And it's not going to show up to 2023 No Name Nationals in silver.
Yeah,
I know a lot of people wanted to see it in the silver, but it's not going to be silver. And I would have waited, but after buckling that hood, now I got to fix it. So it's like, it's getting done the way I want it to. So,
Where's that? What year is that car again? 68?
68, yeah. Same
Yeah.
hood as 67, 68, 69.
There's one on Marketplace right now, a whole damn car for like $2,200.
Oh, I'd be divorced. I'd be a resident of the Bear Rose
What
compound.
happened today is I had my boys. I haven't been able to spend a lot of time with my 16 and my 7-year-old, except, Zeppelin was down there.
Yeah.
But my 16-year-old and Amber needed some time alone, and I said, okay. I said, Zeppelin, where you want to go? He said, let's go to the salvage yard. My kid. I'm like, all right. I said, Aiden, you want to go to the salvage yard? And he said, sure. Something to do other than sitting around the house. So we left and we went over to this Casey store, and then I remembered there's a damn swap meet today.
Yeah.
Just over in Altamont, Illinois. I'm like, well, we'll go to that first real quick. So I went over there, wasn't planning on spending anything. Guy had Holley fuel pressure regulators, the little silver ones, $20 a pop. So I grabbed
you can't beat
two, and I got his card. He's from Hobsonsville, Hobsonsville, Kentucky. So I'm going to get more. I just didn't have enough cash on me. And then I also he had a Hearse shifter for a T5. Looked brand new. It's got the blocks on it so you can't overshift. It just, and $100. I'll take that too. There's my cash. It's gone. So we leave there. We go straight to my salvage yard. And, found this car, and it was there, and I went looking for some stuff for Dalton, and they didn't have any, and we just took the video after we looked around, took a video of just salvage yard surfing,
Oh, yeah.
So I did all that, and I do a video about the car I bought and how we're getting it out and all this kind of stuff, and I didn't tell Amber any of this.
Oh, boy.
We walk in the door. I'm bringing pizza. Right? I'm bringing pizza. I get in there and set the pizza on the coffee table. I said, there, I got pizza. Zeppy goes, Mom, we bought a race car.
Oh!
And I'm sitting there like this, holding the pizza, smiling. And I'm getting this look. Let me guess, you bought the one that we saw the other day? Uh-huh.
Well, see, it was funny. Last night, my wife was about ready to leave to go to a football game, right? And I turned around. I left for her, and I turned around, and I'm beating on that goddamn hood of the rubber mallet. And she's walking out of the garage to say she was leaving. She's like, I'm just going to walk away. I don't want to know. And I'm like, nope, you don't. But so like, you're speaking of shifters. To this day, one thing that just makes me want to vomit. I was at a swap meet, Belvedere Mopar show, and I bought a set of the lightweight super stock seats for a Mopar. Excellent shape. And the 68 Hemi Superstock darts had a Hurst, the ones that were automatic had a Hurst dual gate shifter, but it was like on this like floor console type thing, right? And I bought that. I bought the seats and that shifter for $100.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And I put the seats in my dad's dart, and I was going to put that shifter in there, but he wanted to keep his console, so I sold that shifter. And it is one of the best shifters of all time, and you can't find them. When you do, you might as well, forget to pay 2 mortgage payments, and it's like, oh man, I just kick myself in the ass for selling that. And it actually went back to a real Hemi dart. The guy sold it to,
Yeah.
but
well, I have
Speaking of
a
junkyards, what about Junkyard Willie? That guy was cool as shit.
Yeah. Yep. I've got a shifter that's actually in my old Trans Am. I had 79 black and gold. And a guy across town bought it because I just didn't want to put the work that it needed in the frame and stuff like that. But it was my wheels, my shifter. I said, I want both of them back. You can get it out of here, take it to the house, start tearing it apart, but I want my shifter and I want my wheels. I got my wheels. He ain't gave me my shifter back. He LS swapped it, and he ain't found the right shifter he wants. And I keep telling him, I said, that's fine. You go ahead and use it however you want. But in the end, I'm taking that shifter back. It's an actual dual gate, his and hers, Pontiac shifter. It has the wooden Pontiac knob.
Yeah.
And it's got the his and hers sides of it, and it's in immaculate condition. And he's still got it in the car, and I'm letting him keep it there until he finds a shifter and decides, some other stuff to do. But it's an original dealer installed Pontiac dual gate.
Yeah, you need to get that back.
And I told him, I said, that thing is worth more than what I'm selling to you this car for. And I'm telling you, it's coming back to me. And every time I see him, I say, you done with my shifter yet? No. I'm still looking to see which one I want to put in it. That's great, but I'm not forgetting about this shifter.
Yeah.
And I'm normally not this way, but I actually took pictures of that and made him put it in writing that I get that shifter. Because that thing is $1,300 easy. And it'd be different if it was all ratty, like you always find a Cutlass or something that had it and it's all shitty and rusty. This thing is perfect. It says Hearst on it, and the wood grain, the wood shifter knob that has the Pontiac symbol in it is perfect.
I tell you, it's cool.
I will have that car. I will have that back.
If you can find them at a good price and set them up to make them work right, what's cool is the Hearst lightning rods from like the 84 442s.
Oh yeah, I got a buddy that's got
neat.
a G body 442 that has that in it. But there's a G body for sale, not too far from me, Jeff. That's an old street machine from the 90s.
Oh, that'd be cool. I've seen guys online take those
fenders and crap.
Yeah, they take those lightning rods and they make them so it's just quick shift, grab a lever. So I've got it. Like when I got my setup, it came from TCI and they sent me their ratchet shifter, and I just don't like it at all. So
yours the one with the T handle that you pull up.
Yeah,
that's what I have in the Cutlass.
Yeah,
They don't do too bad for what I'm doing, but I'm not. I just every once in a while I'll bring it down to one and go through the gears.
See, I got a manual valve body, and for some reason it likes to hang up in first, and that's not a whole lot of fun when you're singing 6,500 RPM. You're like, shit. I have really abused that car for how many few miles it's got on it.
Well, that's the thing, though. If you're going to abuse it anyway, you abuse it from the start, because that way you can figure out what the hell is going to go wrong with it, what is wrong with it, what's,
Yeah. I mean, obviously I found some stuff that I did that I don't like, so it's got to get changed. I found some weak links, and Barrows is 100%. It's a whole lot different than a track than a street. And I'm really sitting here wondering, once I get it on a track and get it to hook and launch off that trans brake, what it's going to do. That's when I'm really going to find a weak link. And I don't know where it's at, and I need to get it installed. I need to find it. Oh, where the hell did I put it? I have what do you call it? I have an engine torque bar, right? That goes to the frame, and then you can bolt it to the head, and then just unpin it. I need to install that because, when I hammer on this thing, if you ever look at one of the videos from in-car, that whole engine just goes, and it's moving so much that whole thing's moving enough, because that rear drive shaft loop I put in with the brace, it's close. It hits the drive shaft loop, and you can hear it.
Oh, you put rubber mounts back in it?
I couldn't find so I actually have new old stock engine mounts on this car because nobody makes them. I have one the driver's side is new old stock because nobody makes it. So it's a nightmare finding the right mounts for this car. I don't know where that torque
Did you
strap's
look
at.
into those universals?
I did, and
That's
I
not
didn't have.
well.
Yeah, that's what I'm probably going to end up doing. Barrows is those universal ones. This thing moves a lot. In fact, I'm not so certain I haven't just sheared that fucker. But I'm not easy
Yeah,
on shit, man. Like I
On that
forgot what it was
Thunderbird,
like.
you're going to get a lot of frame flex too.
We did reinforce a lot with the frame, a lot. So I mean, we'll find out when it hooks on a track.
yeah. I don't know when
Oh,
you
and
just
you're four
the
link
tunnel
too?
ram will go into the crowd. Here, free
Yeah.
souvenir.
Yeah. I have a goal to run 690s with that car, and I think I can do it.
Oh yeah.
Have you
The
got enough
thing
room
is,
up front for an engine plate?
What's that? Well, let's go look.
Can you plate it?
Let's go take a look. Not really. I probably don't. Oh, that hood, that crinkled. Can you guys see all right? Or am I like, nah? Yeah, I do. I do. I got enough room to plate it. I think. Let me see if I can.
chain a son bitch
Yeah,
like the old days, man.
I know.
Weld the chain
I
to the
know.
head and right to the frame. That's what we always used to do. I had to do that in that Mustang. I had a big block in.
A lot of fun playing lots of power.
Which side is your is it hitting your driveline loop? Is it hitting
Passenger,
one side or the other?
passenger side. What's happening
Passenger
is
side? Yeah, so
what's
that's
happening
torque.
is it's torque. So it's just literally moving everything enough. It's taking that drive shaft and moving it with it. It's all
Yeah,
torque.
and it's going like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
So I just gotta. What I need to do now that I've absolutely just beat on this car. I mean, it's the whatchamacallit, the transmission's coming out again this winter to do what I need to do, but I'm gonna go through and start wiggling and jiggling stuff to see if anything's moved or how it is. So we'll find out.
Actually, Irish might be onto something a little better too, chaining it. You
Yeah.
want it to give some, because if not, you're going to rip, it'll start breaking bell housings.
Yeah.
You lock it down too solid, something's
That's
got to
true.
give. If you still had leafs in the back, I wouldn't be worried about it.
So I've got my rear end. Well, it's obviously a 9-inch, but I've got heavy duty coils with Lakewood drag shocks, and then it's got Spawn Performance, fully adjustable solid lowers. It's got the pan hard bar, the same company, and the short control arm. Now, just doing a lot of research, what I should be doing is welding in the tabs off the rear end with the upper triangulated 4 links.
Yeah.
And get rid of the short one and keep the pan
Yeah.
hard bar. So that's what I'm going to do. I just need to measure it so I can, buy what I need to, and that's how I can take care of that. Because Barrows, the torque of them big block Fords,
Oh, heck
and
yeah.
because even with that pan hard bar and everything in there, like you nail on it, it does do kind of like a G body shuffle in a way. It's like,
Yeah.
oh shit,
That's the panner bar that's doing that.
Yeah.
When they go up and down, the rear will always walk to it.
Yes.
Unless you go with a Watts link, but I don't think you got room in there for a Watts.
No. So it's going to be the upper triangulated.
Yeah.
Just to hold it in place. Because, man, it's a lot of torque. It's a lot of torque. And I'm not kidding you. Like, next year, once I get this thing out in the spring, I got everything fixed in the way I want it, and everything's done, I'm taking it to a local track just a handful of times, and that's it. And it'll just be street driving here and there, because if I break something, I'd rather just break it there on like 4th or 5th pass.
What track do you go to?
Havana.
Oh, Havana. Yeah,
Yeah.
I always forget about that one.
That's like an hour away, hour and 15 minutes.
Yeah, ours is basically Coles County.
Yeah. Charleston's
Yep.
track.
That's where I always used to race. I used to piss people off. I'd go up there and change my tires out, and they were pulling them off of trailers and everything else. I'd drive it up there.
Yeah.
The Mopar guys didn't like me too well.
There was a
Show up in
lot
a
of
Fox
Mopars down
body in
there.
the early 90s.
There was a lot of Mopars down there.
There still is. That's it. Me and Deke. We started talking. He's like, "You look familiar," and I said, "Yeah, you look familiar too." And then we started talking. Like, "Oh yeah, I know this guy. This guy. That's my brother-in-law." Oh, I was like, "Yeah." We started.
Did you know
talking.
any of the? Did you know any of the Gaines family that raced there? Tommy.
Oh God, that sounds real familiar.
They had just wicked Mopars. I mean, there was a whole stable. I mean, the old man passed away. His name was Tom, but I mean, they had a shop, and it was just when you say fast Mopars, like this guy was old school fast, and they had some just gnarly shit. Well, he had a car for the longest time. It was a black, and it was a real A12 liftoff Super B car, 446 pack, all black, liftoff hood, 4-speed Dana 60 car, and it was not 440. The car looked stock, but it was not 440 cubes. It was not a factory car. This thing was just mean as shit. That was his street car. And then his Sunday Cruiser was a Monaco with a 505 cubic inch big block in it. Yeah, I mean, Barrows, he had all the legit fun toys. And back in the 60s and 70s, he had made his own AFX car with a Hemi, ran it on nitro mechanical fuel injection. Like he took a Dart, like a 65 Dart, altered it, and moved the engine back before all the crazy safety rules and shit. Like I saw pictures. Literally, like, you're sitting in this car, that valve cover is like right there. If anything was to ever let go, that guy would have been on fire.
Jesus. That name sounds real familiar.
Yep.
But I do know, Dallas is on the Hall of Fame there.
Yeah.
With his, I think what was it? It was a G body of some kind of thing. But I know he's on there, and we started talking, trying to figure out who we all knew together. But up down here where I live, the Coles County, it was all Willenbergs and these guys, the Rusens. I mean, they still do. They still race every weekend. Same cars they had back in the day.
Yeah.
And they're
that's
just
like Havana. There's
ridiculous.
A lot of families like that.
But then I got my friends down here that run Chevelles mostly with big blocks in them. And they're set up for just 8 miles, but they don't race up here at Coles no more. They go up to Indiana.
Yeah.
Like north
Is that I-57 or is that Bentown Speedway? You know what I'm talking about? I-57 dragway. It was in Bentown.
I'm trying to think of where that is.
It was a piece of shit track, but there was always fast cars running there.
Yeah. I think they go up there. It's east of Danville out there in Indiana somewhere.
Oh, yeah, I know what track that is.
I can't think of it. It's an 8th mile too.
So I'm just setting my car up for 8th mile.
Yeah, I mean, I would hate to see what that ambulance of mine would do in a quarter. Because that thing was gaining speed. You know that thing had a better 60-foot than Austin's Le Mans?
No shit.
And that's because of the 411 gears. That thing took off. If I would have really, because I really didn't tune it. I literally threw it on the trailer and went down. But I didn't mess with the timing. I didn't mess with anything. The carb's too small.
It sounded good though, man.
I wish I could put headers on it, but I can't. Doug's is the only one that makes headers for those damn cars, and they're $900.
I know, they're proud of
for
their
3
shit.
horsepower. I ain't worried about that. But
yeah,
it didn't sound good. It sounded like a truck. But they had pipes on it. The pipes company, PYPES. That's it.
Yeah.
Just down pipes that come back about 2 or 3 feet. That's it. Because I ripped the exhaust I put on it, getting it on and off the trailer. But
no, not that big thing.
No, you have to jack the trailer up at a 90-degree angle just to get the damn thing to come straight off.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put some different wheels on that. A little more retro, newer style wheels on it.
I'm just ready for No Name 23. I'm not ready for it, obviously, but
I got a long way to go thanks to today. I'm
ready to be there.
Ready to be
what
there.
I was thinking. I got plenty of cars here, but then I seen this, and I don't know, man. That James and James's car, 623, and that thing, little James drove the wheels off that thing on that last race. I got it all on video, like straight
Yeah,
behind it. He's
was
all
pretty-
over, the front end's coming up, and I was like, oh my god. But from what's his real name? Ryan?
Ryan. Yeah.
Yeah. His dad said that's his slowest car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a test and tune car they got playing around.
Well,
Yeah.
it's just for little James.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, you know. And I don't know if you got time to talk to those two, but
Oh, I did.
they are something else. Guys sitting there listening to them, they'd argue with each other and laugh.
Yep.
I was like, man, these two are going to be best friends for the rest of their life.
And that's
Because
the
they-
people you gotta find to race with.
Yeah, and I was
I mean,
right
you
next
really
to
do.
him, you know. And then I got
You're-
freaking Corn Pop down the street, and you know I got Euler 2.0 and the drive shaft twins. They're all sitting there working, and
Yeah, that was definitely death row.
well, I'm there with my old piece of crap ambulance, and I'm like not having to do a damn thing, and I'm looking to my right, and I got Buff just hammering away on this car, and then everybody down the line is just working, and I'm just
Well, see, that's the best thing about the No Name
Yeah.
Nationals. You don't know what's going to be in the pits.
yeah.
You got high dollar shit exploding everywhere and stuff that you literally drug out of the weeds making passes.
I
you
had
know.
two of them.
Yeah.
I had two of them I drug out of the weeds.
How long have you had
I-
that javelin?
I got that in January of this year.
That's a nice car.
Wow.
Oh no. It needs. It's pretty bad. I don't know if you go back and watch the videos I show. Its floors were about as bad as Artemis.
It's
The
a cool
rockers
car,
on that thing are gone. There is nothing. Yeah, I literally got in the car. I was like, "Oh, cool! Seatbelts are in it." And I pulled on the seatbelt, and the whole freaking rocker came out. It's bad. It's real bad. But you know what? Amber drove it down there. That thing did not give us one fit. Not one. It just drove. I mean, it's only got
Yeah.
70,000 miles on it now. And,
You know what's funny is, speaking of bringing home cars, like at my dad's, there's a garage out back, and it's full of my mom's shit. And I've got a '66 Coronet in there and a '70 Dart. And I told my dad, "Hey, you need to start working on cleaning some of that stuff out. I'm gonna be, working on that '66." My wife goes, "Wait, another car?" And I'm like, "What do you mean another one?" She's like, "What about this one? You gonna sell it?" I said, "No, I have to have two cars." Like, two cars. And I said, "Well, I mean, I'm not going to get this car done for 2023. There's no way I can afford to." I said, "But Jeffrey, he'll be close enough to 16 when this car is done, and he's not drag racing." I said, "Well, yeah, he is. He's got the bug now, you know." And she's like, just rolls her eyes. She's like, "You got to be kidding me." And I'm like, "No." So the whole goal is literally make that car a period correct, like super stock Coronet, but in 4 doors. And I was looking at prices on stuff. I probably won't build an engine. I really want to just get like a crate Hemi. Nothing crazy. Just
Turnkey.
the 475 horse, 500 foot-pound torque crate Hemi. But
I was looking at 5.7 Gen 3s today.
they're cheap now. Did you see that on Mopar's thing? I was showing my
Yeah.
dad that you can get a complete Gen 3 Eagle setup and everything for $5,800.
Well, this was just one out of a a pickup truck. See, I got this D100 out here,
Oh yeah.
and I'm not a Dodge guy. I have no reason to have a Dodge, but this
Yeah,
one
you
I've
do. Everyone's
known-
got to have a Dodge.
Well, yeah, it keeps
Gotta have
the
something to
junk out of the
decorate your
yard. We
yard.
just throw it in the bed.
Yeah, something-
But, you got to have something that sounds like you're stabbing dolphins when you start it.
You got to have something to keep. And I'm a Dodge guy, so I'm going to make fun of this, so no one get mad. But you got to have something to keep your property taxes low.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's the only one the cops come whenever somebody bitches about all my cars. I say, you need to get that damn thing out of here. No, that is an eyesore. I don't give a shit what kind of blue tarp you want to put on it. But
Yeah.
I'm thinking about, because I've known that truck my entire life. The land speed record holder owned that truck, and my
No
brother-in-law had its twin, and I loved my brother-in-law's truck, so I want to do something with it. It don't
Yeah.
need a ton of crap, but it's got the slant sticks in it and all that, which is fine. The damn thing will run forever on 2 cylinders and a hole in the block. So
Right.
it's like I could run it, but I'm thinking about swapping that thing out and putting like a Gen 3 Hemi in it and all the bells and whistles and just make it a driver, you know, because everything I got out of here, that's my inheritance to my family.
Right.
All these cars, that's what I got. I got specific instructions on every title. Every one of them has my signature and where they go, who gets
Yeah.
them, blah blah blah. And that one there, I'd like to do it. And Jim's still kicking. He retired from racing. He still drives his Studebaker Avante. He still drives it once in a while. He dummied
Nice.
it back down to street, and that goddamn that car's fast. He had to retire the number because nobody could catch him.
Fast cars are fun, man, but they'd start eating into that thing called a wallet. But then again, in today's world of money, where it ain't worth shit anyway, might as well have something fast.
Yeah, I just still I keep saying this. I can't remember how many times I've said it, but plugs are ridiculous.
Yeah.
Frickin' spark plugs. Just a regular R45 TS, which is about using anything. They're what, $4 or $5 a piece now?
I know. Oh, I know.
I actually put what did I put in Blanche's new engine? I did end up buying the AC Delcos because they were out of motorcrafts. I usually keep them, motorcraft in my Fords and stuff like that, and Champions you throw in the trash as soon as you see them.
Yes. Yes.
And I don't use any of the fancy Bosch crap. None of just a regular old tapered seat. Just know your gap. Because I switch everything to HEI or electronic ignition. I'll widen the gap a little bit. But I can remember what I did put in there, Barrows. What did I tell you? I ended up. What gap did I say? I brought that engine was supposed to be what, like 34 or 35, and I brought it up to 40 something.
45.
Yeah, I think I brought it up to
I'd say
45.
50.
Other than that, I just use a 45 TS, or all
See, I use
colder or hotter. Or
I use specifically. Sorry if I'm not on camera. I'm digging through some shit looking for something. But I use Autolite. They're 3923s. It's the right heat range, and that's the street plug. And then they have a race version of that I have. It's an Autolite AR 3923, and you can't find those in stores, right? So you have to like order them, and nobody, shouldn't say nobody, but like they were never in stock. So when they finally come in stock, I buy 48 of them at a time. And I have a stockpile, a whole drawer of tuning shit, power valves, I don't know how many different jets, IFRs, squirters, multiple plugs, you name it, just for different setups and all that. And a friend of mine's like, you literally have like 100 and some spark plugs here? Yeah, because some of that shit you can't find, and when it does come available, you want to buy it, and especially if it's cheap, right?
Yeah.
Like I went to Farm and Fleet. I don't know if you guys know what that is or not. It's like a farm store. And on the end cap, they have a clearance thing, and they literally had Autolite 3923s for 77 cents on clearance.
Jesus,
So I bought every single one of them.
grab.
And depending on what you're doing, like on an FE, it's a lot like a slant six. They got multiple length runners on them. So
Yeah.
sometimes you run different plugs, different heat ranges in each hole.
Right. Right. Exactly.
So you got to play with them. You can't just go off of, this is my heat range. This is what it calls for. Bang, 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 bang.
Yep.
A lot of times you go with a little hotter in the long ones and a little colder in the short ones.
Yeah, I haven't even looked
the
at the
other way
plugs
around.
in Blanche's motor yet. I haven't. I didn't have time. I was gonna check it out to see what it needed because I think I just put regular old 45s in it. I can't remember. Shit, I don't know.
And here's what's crazy is
But-
I have MSD ignition, and they specifically say in there basically not to use, certain spark plugs, right? And of course, I didn't listen to that. Maybe I should have read completely the instructions. And I threw a set of Autolite iridiums in it, and this thing ran like shit, like absolute shit. And I started doing a little more reading, and they did some research online, and it talks about no, with that MSD system, you want to run literally you want to run a complete copper core spark plug.
Yeah.
Nothing else. I was like, oh, okay, learned my lesson there.
Sometimes on a tunnel ram too, your front two and your back two will be different.
Yes,
Mhm.
yes. I haven't got that far with tuning on it yet. I do know, Barrows, that like all the tuning I've done and it when it's 100% legit and it's good and I have it dialed in, all the plugs look the same and they're nice and that nice amber color.
Cool.
So I feel pretty happy about that. Now, just as well as I do with tunnel ram, something can get out of tune or the weather changes, and then next thing you know,
You're out there doing it again.
you're out there doing it again, and you're going, well, what the fuck changed? And you're like, oh, weather, or this.
Then you start
Yeah.
sounding like Ryan's.
Yeah, I mean, normally you can go out and just run the absolute dog shit out of it and clean them up, but it
Yeah,
is what it is.
Tomorrow morning, I'm going to get up and I'm going to change that damn transmission out. I'm going to try it, my junkyard FMX that I got. I'm going to stick it in there. And then maybe I can tune on that motor a little bit. But,
yeah,
I mean, it's nothing crazy. I think it's still 8.5 to 1 compression, stock compression.
Yeah.
But that cam definitely woke that sumbitch up.
Man, that
thing-
cam I've got, it's got so much overlap and on that. It is just gnarly.
Now, is that what cam did you put in that motor?
It's a Howard's.
It is a Howard's, a custom ground or?
Good one.
Yeah, well, when I talked to him, because Jimmy used to have a deal through Howard's, and they did a lot of shit for him, so he has like the guy's cell phone number because the guy that started is dead. His son runs it, and I told him what cam I wanted to order, and told him what I was building, and then they grounded a little bit different than that one. It was close to it. I told him which roller rockers I was running, so it's advertised. Lift isn't that crazy on it, advertised and all that, but it's a pretty lumpy cam, especially with the duration and all that. It's pretty gnarly. I like it.
That one.
What was your
that's in-
compression at the end?
11.
Your guess?
11.2 to 1.
11.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it builds a lot of cylinder pressure, the cam I've got it. I mean, it's a lot of cylinder pressure. 18
That
degrees of timing with the biggest fucking torque starter I can get in that thing with an Optima battery. When it's warm, it's still that wah, wah, and it's like, holy shit. Now, if I back it off, of course, it'll start easier, but the performance isn't there. I know where it really likes the timing, and it's too much for that, but I know, like, when I go to No Name Nationals 23, I'm going to be advancing the timing a little bit. And I don't know, though, because everyone's hot lapping. So a lot of learning curves this year, how it would be operated. I know if they have a little bit more time between rounds, I can get away with running the timing that I want and not have it sit there and want to fucking choke on itself. But
Yeah, that damn cam that I put in that car, I let comp camps tell me what I needed, and they said, no, you just need this one right off the shelf.
yeah,
And I said, okay. I said, send me that one then. He goes, well, I don't have any in stock right here. Call Jags. I'm like,
yeah, I hate that
oh,
shit.
Okay, I'll call Jags. So I called Jags, and that whole fiasco. That's
Yeah.
coming up in videos. But I ended up getting the cam and the lifter kit. They didn't send any goddamn grease with it.
Ugh.
So I had to use my own. I use that CRC. I use that all the time. The black
Yeah.
bottle CRC.
Right.
And that thing's 107 degree lobe separation, 509 lift. So I getting this in here and I started figuring the numbers up and I was like, this is a lot of spring pressure. They told me I could run it on stock springs.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it and I had the stock spring in my hand and then I had a set, I can't remember what they're off of, but I had 2 sets accidentally sent to me for that, for the 455 that's in my Cutlass. And I'm
Right.
sitting there with the stock spring going like this. And I grabbed that. It's the same springs, pressure for the other one. I'm like, no. And I started going like this because it's damn near, it's a close, just different lobe separation from what I have in the Cutlass to this. And I started going through everything. So I ended up ordering I got to do all this while it's in the motor. I couldn't find, or in the car, I couldn't find my damn plug insert from my air. So I had to buy a new one. So I had to wait for that to come in. So I'm going to change all the keepers and locks while it's still in the car. Right now, it's just got stock ones on it, which Ford ones, believe it or not, they'll take a lot. Those keepers and stuff, they will take a lot of pressure, but I got them out there. I'm just going to change them all. That way I don't have to worry about it.
See, that's
But,
like when we did my heads after we did all the porting and all that. Big block foil too. It's cutting a hole in the hood. I like hearing that. We measure. It talks about installed spring. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun to watch. Talks about installed spring height, and we measured every one because obviously it's a piss poor engineering. I'm just gonna say that. So then we shimmed it, got the Claysmith cups, and then the right shims through Claysmith. I want to say. So everything was identical. So,
yeah, I didn't have time to even go that far. I've got shims for days in one of my toolbox. I got shit
I do
from
too
back
somewhere.
in the 90s, and I was gonna do all that, and I was just like, I don't have time to deal with this. So what you heard in that little video of Blanche running, that is thrown together. Not one measurement, not one frickin' plastic gauge, not one dial, nothing.
Yeah.
I stuck that thing together like I was working at the filling station in 1965.
Yeah.
It's just run through it, run the hone, and I may or may have had to use a stone hone on one cylinder just to get it going, and it was like, do I do this? This is $1,400 worth of parts, not including brake clean and towels and all that shit. And I'm like, man, if this thing blows up in my face,
There's
and
an
I just put all
engine.
this money, I'm gonna be pissed. But it's good. So
There's an engine that Jimmy built for a friend of his in a '56 Chevy. Back the first time he built it was in the late '60s for this guy when he bought the car. It was 283, right? And it's been taken over. It's been taken 30 over, and that was in like 1968 or something like that when it was bored. When Jimmy did it, he's rebuilding it again, like this weekend or whatever. And he is all about tolerances and all that. He has used the same pistons that he put in that there. He's just honed it, rebearing it. This thing has never had any warpage, nothing. Everything stayed true. And I mean, the guy runs the shit out of it. It's got a nice set of heads, and Jimmy will rebuild them for it. But that's insane. All he's had to do is hone it, new rings. The pistons, he's like, dude, the skirts aren't even. There's no marking since
wow.
since 1968 or something like that. That's insane. It's a rowdy little 283. Like 12-to-1 compression.
Those
Yeah,
things are snappy.
Yes,
they are. I said I built a couple of 327s. I've said that before for guys that derby, and there ain't nothing better sounding than a small stroke. Out there just wailing with blue flames coming out of those 4-way pipes. Just I've heard some big ones, and there's guys that run great big ass 383s, and nobody really uses Mopar engines in that anymore because the Chevy shit's cheaper.
Yeah.
So it's harder to get some of the big stuff. There's a couple guys that run 360s, that kind of stuff. But I built a couple 327s, and my God, to hear them things, you can tell when one takes off because they literally sound like a big beehive that's extremely pissed off.
There's a,
I mean, they really do.
there's a engine. Jimmy builds derby engines for this one guy, and the guy's like, that's his thing. I helped him put one together, and he was talking to piston to wall clearance, and whatever the specs say, he takes it like 2 to 3 thousandths over, just because of heat and expansion, so it doesn't lock shit up. He does the rings, basically gap them for damn near nitrous or a turbo, so that shit doesn't swell up.
Yeah.
And he uses for the heads, he'll do a good valve job on it, but for the heads, all his wore out valve springs for like his nitro front engine dragsters, that's what he uses.
Yeah. Because they float. You ain't going to stop them from floating. You might as well give it, some give.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, so you're basically building engines that you're not going to run on the street, but you can just sing these things the whole entire time and not worry about really locking it up unless you drop a pan. But he was telling me all like his derby, and he hates demolition derbies because to him it doesn't make sense. But he knows how to build a derby engine,
Right.
and he explained like how to do it and like how to do it right, and the bearing clearance is loose, but it's like, holy crap, dude. It's like, you really know your shit.
Well, the first thing I always told people when they bring them to me is I'd say, don't come to me, want me to build you a motor until you have me a brand new crankshaft.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what's wrong with just turning this down? I said, you need a brand new crank, and then we're going to work with somebody to get you more clearance in your bearings so the oil can flow through them. Because if it get hot, things start expanding, the oil will not go through there. And they, of course, the driver, he don't understand that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I want a brand new crank, and then we're going to talk about it. And there was one motor that is still running today. It's a 318. The guys won the money at least 12 times in this engine. And it was a 318 out of a New Yorker, like an 80s New Yorker. And I took it in, and it was a stock crank, and we put 10 under bearings on that son of a bitch. Or not 10 under, 10 over. It was like a crazy bearing thing that an engine builder that used to live here in town told me about. It's an old trick. And this thing, he has had to freshen up twice, and he's never had to replace the bearings. He uses the same bearings every time. You don't have to get it turned and it is lasted. And he got that thing so hot that the heads, he's been through 3 sets of heads, but the block is fine. It don't make, because the oil, it moves. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain without Gary telling me. Gary Winterroad's the guy's name that used to build the engine. And you could always tell when he built the engine because there was marks in the freeze plugs from a punch. He'd always he put them in with a punch. I put them in with a socket, but
Barrows puts his in with a fist. Bam!
Yeah, he just hits them. Yeah. But no, it was something about it was a 10 over bearing on a stock standard ground crank.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, I'm sure it knocked.
I don't know how somebody would have thought of something like that. But
so
modifying fishing line.
No shit.
Yeah.
People come up with some crazy shit.
Modifying engine blocks for oiling, right? And I'm going to pick Barrows' mind on this because he's 385 guy. So you know how the oiling is in the oil galley, right?
Yeah.
And it's got the holes, and a lot of the castings suck, So when we took it apart and cleaned it, he was dripping oil down there at different angles, watching it flow. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, we got to fix this.
Yeah.
So we went in and just machine oil or some used, whatever he had laying around, and you just watch it trickle, and to those holes. Watch it where it needs to go because you want it to go back on those holes. So it was just a Dremel, little bit at a time, rolling shit to the point where it actually flowed correctly, no matter how it was doing. We found like a major flaw in those two back holes where it'd want to puddle, and like it would have to have pressure to push it. Well, at that point, you don't really have a whole lot of pressure except weight or gravity or movement.
Yeah, it's all
But we got
gravity
it to the
after
point
that.
where it just runs like a stream and like a waterfall.
I do
Did he
that to
paint the inside of
valley
it too?
holes.
What's that?
Did he paint the inside of it?
No.
No,
Didn't go that far.
Are you talking about the oil galley?
Yeah, when machinist primer that they put on in the inside of the engine after you get it completely done.
No. What we ended up
You
doing
didn't
was he
paint
had this oil.
Looks
in
like
this old
Rust-Oleum. It's not Rust-Oleum, but it looks
right,
like that Rust-Oleum rust primer.
right.
Yeah.
So we didn't have any bit of rust issues at all. I painted the block, of course, after we got
No,
the
it's
short
just
block
for
assembly.
oil run back.
Oh, oil run back. No, we didn't. He used
That flicks it up and just runs it in.
so where we had where we made that, if you want to call it a channel, we
Mhm.
polished it out. Okay. And then so nothing would rust. He has this oil, and literally it's in this canister like this big. I don't know what it is, but he puts it in a spray bottle, and he's like, and then he just wiped it. Nothing ever rusted, and it just stayed. I don't know what the hell it was, but it worked. I mean, the guy's been doing it longer than I've been alive, longer than Jay's been alive. Probably, Buck. How old are you?
61.
No, not that long, but close to it. Not saying that in a negative way, but I mean, you were born in what year were you born?
61.
Okay, so you were born in 61. So, I mean, he built his first engine in, I think he said 65 or 66 as a teenager. So, I mean,
Wow.
and
I've
he
done
still
all
has
that.
his first engine block.
I used to do all that. I haven't done it for a while because I never really have. But this new engine I'm going to build, I probably will Dremel all the oil galleries and stuff like that. And then, like Barrows said, use like a lacquer or
Okay.
something like
Yep.
that, some kind of thing on your valley, especially so that oil gets back to the holes. I used to
have
use
hot tank to do
yeah.
that. Though.
Yeah, see, I got it hot. My machinist up here has a hot tank and all that stuff. I've done the Dremel to the bearings where you make a bigger, so the oil can get through. That's a big one on these 335.
Real quick, Big Block 402 makes a good point. Keeps Marvel's Mr. Oil in a squirt bottle. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yep.
I use Hytran.
Yeah. I don't think I use shit on this 400. I think what did I use? WD-40. I use that on everything. I sprayed the hell out of the block. There's probably more dirt in there than Madonna's closet. But
I didn't know where you were going with that one, Jay.
I was gonna go even worse, but I won't. I'll just stay with it.
No, I mean, there's a lot of areas that collect junk, and you really do, especially on a high performance engine. Hot tank it. I mean, just the weird passages, how shit clogs up, and then next thing you know, it's like, oh, it's just. I got helped a friend of mine tear down a Magnum 318 that we're gonna rebuild whenever he gets around to ordering the shit, and took this thing down. Never been apart, 200 and some thousand miles or whatever, and the shit that came out of it in the passages, and we haven't even done a deep clean yet. And he's like, oh my God. And I told him, like, on the back of the block in the front, I said, all these plugs we got to remove. Oh, you don't have to. Why do you got to do that? I'm like, dude, you want this thing to actually flow oil right? After you saw what come out of it, there's a lot more in it. And it needs to be an absolute bare block. Hot tank it. We're going to run brushes through it. We're going to get a majority of the gunk off. And
Especially
he's like, oh, it's a lot of work.
From the 60s.
Oh, yeah.
Pre-detergent oil. Oh, man, it is horrible.
Well, when I took my 385 apart, it was a bone stock 429, never been apart, and it was disgusting. It only had 51,000 miles on it. It was disgusting.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Well, it's like on the FE. I mean, you look at the main oil returns, you can stick your finger in the hole.
Yeah.
But then you turn around and look at the other side, they got a 7/16 head bolt going right through it. So it plugs it off to nothing,
Yeah.
to just a skim where that oil can get past it.
That's a bad design.
Totally.
Yeah. Really bad design. Well, the original Hemis were wiping out bearings just because
Oh,
the
yeah.
torque, and you get that split second, breathing air, and the next thing you know, there goes the mains. They're done.
Yeah, they were notorious for leaving rods on the track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why a buddy of mine said, the guys that love the Hemis, he said, "Oh yeah, Hemis are great after you put Ford parts in it."
I mean, the rods that are in my Ford, the rods and valves, and maybe even the pistons, I know they're big block Chevy spec.
Yeah. Yep.
On a Ford, you got to stick GM ignition on them to make them run.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know that. I put GM ignition on everything. Getting ready to change that on that Mustang, though. I'm going to try to find an MSD setup or Mallory or. Not really because the HEI ain't working. It's because there's no room for a damn air cleaner under there.
Yeah.
I got to use that little 10-inch air cleaner, and I'm sick of that. So we're just going to upgrade it. It needs better anyway. That engine's pretty hot for a small block. I had to rebuild another Holly. I had to rebuild the Holly that's on
I'll donate you an air cleaner. I'll donate you an air cleaner.
Oh, that's nice. That's one of them prefabs.
I'm sending this one to John to put on his wall of shame. What a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, I'm gonna send him. What was it? I told him I was gonna send him. Oh, I was gonna send him the front pump housing for that FMX. I don't think I put. Did I put a video of that up? I can't remember. There's a 1/4-inch groove cut out of this bitch because I started it right up and ran it 20 minutes at 2,000 RPMs to 2,200 back and forth, and I heard a noise that sounded like a freaking exhaust leak, and it wasn't. It was the torque converter chewing up the pushing the gear into the pump housing because I was in a hurry. And there's something you don't see every day. I made a mistake, and I'm putting it on YouTube.
There you
like
go.
My own stupidity and rush. I don't rush, and I did, and I screwed up.
When you
and
rush,
then I got it back in, and I got second gear. But I'll tell you what, it'll get sideways in second gear.
Yeah.
So I'll tomorrow morning I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna put that other FMX that I have. I'm gonna stick that in there. I know it's good. And
I got to get up tomorrow morning and try to make that truck we're working on with my buddy a roller. So he ordered up all new factory GM brake stuff. I'm not going to say the company he ordered it from, and it's factory spec, but it's slotted rotors, but it's all factory spec shit, right? So he's like, hey, we got some time. Let's make this frame a roller so we can get this engine and everything in. Well, all right. Get there, start looking at stuff. None of it was correct. None of it.
Oh boy.
And look at the part numbers, call them. Yep, it shows it. So I sent them pictures of the factory stuff and the stuff they sent. I'm like, nope, doesn't work. And the guy's response was, well, it should.
Oh man. Yeah.
I said, but it doesn't. It doesn't work. And then he goes, well, then that can't be on that vehicle because what we show, that's not on there. I'm like, so I hit mute and I said, Micah, did you ever change anything out on this truck? He's like, no, it's all factory shit, man. And so I got back. I'm like, no, this is, and I even gave him the VIN of the vehicle. Look it up. Well, that shows it shouldn't have that. I'm like, but it does. And what you sent shows, and long story short, he's sending it all back and went through a company that's been highly supportive of the NoNameNationals crowd and getting the right shit. So we didn't get to make it a roller, but we're going to go work on some other stuff instead. So.
Yeah. I actually wanted to put some kind of brake system on that ambulance. This got 4-wheel drum.
Ooh.
And they suck. I tried to do a brake torque or burn out in the water, I got a cramp from my ankle to my shoulder trying to get that son of a bitch to brake toward, and it wouldn't do it. And nobody makes a system for that car. You have to find another Bonneville or Catalina or something like that that has disc brakes, and those are few and far between.
Yeah.
And yeah, I called every company. There is one company that makes, but it's some weird shit where they use factory spec parts from like a Camaro, and you have to buy this thing from this, and it's got. I'm like, I'm not getting into all that crap.
Yeah.
I just
See,
want
like,
a damn Willwood or some kind of crap like that.
look
that
up Pirate
fit.
Jacks.
Pirate Jacks.
Yes. Google Pirate Jacks. They use factory parts, but it'll fit, and they make their own brackets and all that. And that's what I used. And it was the easiest setup I ever did. And it was unbelievably reasonably good price.
Because who wouldn't
On
want to
that
put a line lock
Volkswagen
on a
that we did,
10,000-pound
that
vehicle?
Volkswagen rat rod we did,
Yeah.
that's actually a 58 Ford straight axle, 3/4 ton with 79 Impala rotors on it.
Oh,
And we
cool.
went into bearing and industrial sales and just had them bearing match it. So it's a Timken bearing, but it's matched for that.
Nice.
And then cut the
Nice.
spindle, rethreaded it, and
That's pretty badass.
then reversed them too, so it'll steer from the front. But you can get into that. Then we made the caliper mounts.
Yeah.
We had to fab them.
That's kind of the same way with this. It's I want to say it's a GM, whatever year rotor and caliper, and all they're doing is making their own CNC whatevers, and they have the template, or I don't know how they did it, but it was very reasonably priced, and it was simple to put on.
And it's all factory stuff now. It's everything's
Yeah.
got a part number. You just walk in, I need
Yep.
this, you got it.
I got it.
Everybody told us, oh, you got to go in and you got to have your spindles turned down and all this. I ain't
Yeah.
doing that. Because if that spindle goes bad, I ain't spending another $300 to have somebody turn it down and wait
Right.
weeks for them to get to it.
Exactly. I think the one thing I would have done different. I mean, I'm decently happy with my brake system, but honestly, I wish up front I would have spent the money and got like Willwood conversion. It was factory disc, and I replaced all factory stuff, but I wish I would have just went with like a Willwood setup in the front, but I didn't. Oh well, live and
I've
learn.
installed a few of them. They're all right. They're awful pricey though.
They're awful pricey for what they are. I've done a couple of them. In fact, one of them I had so many problems with it wouldn't bleed. Just to come to find out the actual master cylinder was bad.
Bad.
And it was
Yep.
brand new. Yeah.
I've
And
had 3 clutch master cylinders that were like that from Willwood.
yeah. Yep. And it's like, well, that sucks. So
Yeah, there's a good 4 hours of my life gone.
I know we couldn't figure it out. We would take it off, re-bench bleed it, and
Yep.
it's like, what is going on here?
What'd you
Called
say the
Willwood-
name of that was again? Pirate what?
Pirate Jacks.
Yeah, I didn't see any Pontiacs on there.
Call them up though; they might be able to hook you up because I had to call them up on my Ford.
But didn't Buff just put disc brakes on his Grand Prix?
Yeah.
Or is that a whole different?
That's a whole different setup.
It's a whole
There's
different setup. Yeah.
The 60, 67, 68, and 69. Well, actually, excuse me. I figured out that on the brake system, 68 or 67 and 68 are the only 2 years that have this brake system. So I'd have to find, they did put some that had disc brakes on the front.
Yeah.
But you ain't going to find them. Nobody,
What's your wheel pattern on that? On the ambulance? What's your wheel pattern?
5-on-5.
5-on-5? Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, they're Chevy trucks, same as a Chevy truck.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's
Those are actually Edelbrock wheels that are on that thing. They came
Yeah,
off
that's
the
kinda neat.
T10.
Same as my 40 Pontiac.
Yeah, be
hey
exactly the
guys,
same.
I gotta bounce. I gotta talk to my daughter. Gotta give her a call. But
Yes, I need to
excellent
get going
talking to
too.
you.
I need to edit.
Yeah. I need to get going too.
All right,
Yeah.
y'all have fun, and we will catch up with you tomorrow.
It's
Yep.
great seeing you,
Hey,
man.
Jeff, thanks for stopping by.
Later.
See ya. I'll get the hell out of here and do some editing. I haven't even
That's what I
started
figured,
on.
yeah.
I haven't even started on No Name National stuff, man. I've got so much backlog on that Pontiac and this Ranchero, and I'm gonna put out a little thing about our little walk, and it'll have my new car on there. It's pretty neat. It is gonna be pretty neat as long as I find the motor I want. Then it don't cost me a fortune. 'Cause
That's the
I'm not
hard
about
part.
that. I still want to make it budgeted. Like anybody could go buy this car, bring it home, put this together, and still keep it, you know, BOP to BOP. We'll call it that. But it's different. It's a little out of my realm. I usually don't I haven't done this in a long time. So, but like I told John, I said I'm starting now. I don't give a shit what your date says. I'm
Yeah.
starting now because I'm not going to
I've
be
already
that guy
started.
under a car till noon the day of. You're like, God damn it, get on there. I just want to get the car done and sit back and twirl my thumbs and go, all right, hurry up, get here. But then I'll be like all the rest of the guys on my freaking walk of shame right there. And I'll be like, oh man, this thing's ready to go. And then I'll get there and, drive shaft, axle, camshaft take a shit. Something I'll still be stupid enough to put a Holly on my vehicle. So it's like I literally did. I sat out here in the driveway and half rebuilt a freaking Holly on the Mustang my son drives. And I'm just whatever. I need to Edelbrock needs to release that damn 4150 like
It's
soon.
out. It's
They
out.
did release it?
Those girls. Did you catch those girls that are rebuilding Edelbrocks?
Riley
And
rebuilds.
Edelbrock, what Riley redoes it? What was it?
Riley's rebuilds.
Riley's rebuilds. And
Really?
I guess you can go through them.
No
Edelbrock is
kidding.
letting them sell exclusive.
Well, goddamn, I
It's
called
the last
Edelbrock
I heard.
myself, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't really have a dealer yet." I was like, "Well, just send me one. Let me try it. I'll pay you for it." No, we don't do that.
I
Whereas
think
with
they're trying
Holly,
to
you
do
can
it
call
this way.
them.
I could try to put their link up there if you want it.
Cousin Mike looked into it just before I left. I mean, like the day I was leaving, he was telling
Really?
me about it. They're like $790 for the complete one. The
Like a
big shebang
650.
one. Yeah,
It'd almost be worth it because it's
totally.
basically the same thing as if you take a Holly XP or something like that and send it to a builder to make it right.
Yeah.
It's
And dump
basically already has
$3,000
all that
into
on
it.
there. Yeah. I don't have to do nothing to it. And they'll probably back up their product. That's my problem.
Yeah.
Is that I call them, oh, you tighten this too tight. Oh, really? That's kind of funny because I just took them off with my fingers. You don't have to, they don't have to be clamped down like give it your C7. You just take a wrench and put them on. And back in the day, you could just do that and start them up, just like I did with my Edelbrocks. You just put them on, start it up, do a little twisty, and you're done.
There you go.
These damn things, these new ones. But it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. But it's Riley's Rebuilds.
Yeah, there's the link if you want it.
Oh,
I keep
all right,
forgetting
I'll look
it's
that up.
15.
She's only like 16 or 17. She might be. I don't think she's 15.
You're kidding.
No, her and her girlfriends they rebuild carburetors. Her dad taught her how to do it.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
Edelbrock kind of latched onto them, and they're like saying, "Here, girls, go out."
I'll be
Run
damned.
with this.
Subscribe. I'm going to say, all right, ladies, let me show you what I got here. Send me a damn carburetor.
And to have
Yeah,
one
watch how you
rebuilt
word
by 'em,
that.
actually really good prices.
Yeah, from
I
what
was
I
I
understand.
was
Yeah.
shocked.
Wow.
I'll have
Now,
to see if they have any quadrojets.
you want a quadrojet?
Well, that's what I was thinking about putting on that 455.
You
I
need a
always
big
had
one.
I
How many
always
you
had luck
need?
with them.
Oh, I had nothing against quadrojets. I always had good luck with them. What in the hell is going on with this thing? Oh, here we go. There we go. Now I'm back.
I think
There
I
we go.
have 4 big block ones.
What quadrojets?
Yeah, they'd have to be 800 or bigger, probably.
Yeah.
Mine out here is one of the ones got the little electronic control on it, but it's brand friggin' new.
Yeah.
I don't know what I would do with it. It goes on like a G body 305, 307 probably.
Yeah, you have to
Bring it to the
chuck
No
it.
Name Nationals for the
Yeah.
shot put.
No, I got about 5 or 10 hollies for that. I'll hand them out. Here, you go through this one. This one really pissed me off. I'll find the biggest guy. I'll give this one to Big Block. He's a big one. He can chuck that son of a bitch, you know. See how far you can get it. Just don't hit any of the dodges. We don't need dodge parts all over the place. Just, you know. But anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to take my major award, bring him back in the house. He needs a new cigarette. I smoked his. So I thought that was funny. John, I did that because of John. He always puts the mask on and you'll just be sitting there. So I just said, put the badass award with a cigarette, just hanging out.
Good thing about Missouri is I was finally able to get my drum back.
Yeah. I seen you guys went to Memphis.
Yeah.
Is that the first time you ever been to Memphis?
Yeah. That's the first time I've
Really?
ever crossed the Mississippi.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Well, I've never been out your way. I've been to Vegas, but that was on a damn plane. So that's way south of you guys. But yeah,
Car's the way to go. You get to see it all. You get to experience it all.
Dude, where did
Nothing
you all
like,
go?
You know, crashing in Kansas City, wondering if you're going to wake up with a knife in your neck or, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Just don't ever drive anything real nice into Memphis at night. I can tell you that.
You know, everybody told us that, but Memphis was a great place. Everybody was friendly. We didn't have any troubles walking around or anything.
No, Memphis, the people
But
that live
Kansas
there
City,
are
on the
good.
other hand, yeah, you got to be careful in Kansas City.
The hell, I mean, Memphis, if you don't see what a lot of people see, you wouldn't know it. But like Luke Finley, Thunderhead 289,
I
was talking to him at the Memphis Bowl the day of Power Tour started, the first day. And well, hey, man, you know, because I talked to him a million times online, but I never talked to him face to face. And it was him and his dad, and they had the lawnmower carb and all that shit there. And I'm talking to him. He says, yeah, man. He says, last night, he says, we was going through downtown, you know, down by Beale Street and all that. He's about 2 blocks over, and some guy walks out to another guy, stabs him in the chest, and walks off. And he's pretty sure, he's like, I just think I just seen a murder. No cops, nobody screamed. Guy drops to the ground. Everybody just keeps about their business. I'm like, that's Memphis.
Wow.
That is Memphis, man. They had like 6 of those new Hellcats got stolen at gunpoint by 13-year-olds. Yeah.
Wow.
You don't want to get broke down in the middle of that town. I guarantee it.
We went there. We went to Sun Records. Did
you? Do you made it? That's like my Mecca, man. That is
Mecca.
cool. It's awesome.
I stood on the X where Black played his upright bass, and you can see the hole in the floor where his bass had a hole in the floor. That was I was in heaven.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. The first thing I ever did when I walked in there, I was still with my ex-wife, and my oldest was just a little shit, you know. I walked in and I got in the middle of the room and they had this tour going on and I wasn't paying attention to none of that. I already knew, everything. I walked in the middle of it and I just started going like that, and you could hear that natural echo that came through all them old Sun production. I was like, that's awesome. Even the tour guy's like, what are you doing? I was like, listen. You hear that? He goes, what do you mean? I said, that's all right, mama. Right there. And he goes, and I started going and I said, that's also, Folsom Prison. That's the sound, is that room. It's horrible. But for some reason, Sam Phillips made it work. He made it work with that old school dial up freaking analog recorder he had. It just sounded like $1 million. He'd put one mic in the middle of the room and it would pick up all the ambient
Everything.
noise. It was pretty friggin' cool.
And
But
he
yeah,
custom built that room. He designed the acoustic panel.
yeah,
I mean, yeah,
tile floors
yeah,
in a recording studio.
in a recording studio.
Who would have done that now? Now you got to have the, the special wood with all the crap underneath it. It's like the greatest albums ever made were made in a shit box with, that's like I've recorded stuff in the studio in Nashville and, okay, yeah, it sounds great and produced and it's, okay, you made my drums sing. But then I recorded drums I literally recorded my oldest videos. You hear a song called To Be a Man. That's a song I wrote back when I was in high school. We recorded that on a Mark III PV board with a CD burner. That's it. We had a guitar, Digitech, the little digital chorus and delay pedal. That's what we used for delay and stuff. But everything else was natural. Recorded it in an old pig barn. Like had the trough through the center for the urine and crap to go in and go out. The floors were like this. The ceilings were, just raftered ceilings, had nothing hanging on them. And we got the great idea. We put an SM57 in the middle of the ceiling hanging off the rafter before it would go all down. So all the noise would go up in that rafter and you could pick up my drums because I had drum triggers, electric drums basically to make it easier because we didn't have all the gates and special bells and whistles and all that crap. So we put a mic up there and it picked up the ambience of my natural drums with the electronics of it. I had drum triggers on all my drums. So it was cool. The snare sounded great, everything, because it all picked it up. But I love that old school recording. There's a lot of major acts
Yeah.
that still like to go there and record. Tom Petty did. He recorded a
still
live album there.
They had they wouldn't say who, but they had two legends coming in to record again.
Yeah.
It's still an active recording
yeah.
studio.
Yeah, they have to shut it down for weeks at a time.
Yeah.
And that place is cool. The old Peabody Hotel's cool. Go
That's
up
where
and see
we
the Ducks
stayed
March.
across the street from there.
Oh, from
at
the
the
Peabody?
Holiday.
Yep.
We watched the duck walk.
Did you watch the duck walk? I seen that a couple times when I was a kid. But then I saw, what was the other place? Of course, during Power Tour, we was at the Presley Museum. We had special access because I got that premium package. And I'm in camouflage, this shirt, and this hat, sleeveless, walking around in my work boots, my Red Wings, with a bunch of suits from Hot Rod Magazine. You talk about feel out of place. People were looking at us. Me and Keith from LS Swap Vega from out in Arizona. While we were way out of place, but we loved every minute of it. But some of the other places there's an old theme park that Elvis used to shut down for his daughter. I actually went to that before they shut it down. And I mean, they got a little river walk there. I don't know if they ever did get that going, but Beale Street, is Beale Street.
Yeah.
So you go down there and you see favorite restaurant there is Blue City Cafe. They bring you 2 racks of ribs per order, about that damn big. Mashed potatoes, all you want. You know, ears of
And the
corn.
catfish is to die for.
Oh yeah, I'm not
Oh
much
yeah.
of a. I don't like fish very much, but I hear that a lot. BB King's is down there. That's a cool place. There's it's still Liberty Land. Thank you, Steve. Yes, that's what it's called. But I seen all kinds of stuff there when I was a kid. My uncle worked for Yellow Freight, and he would come through from Chicago, pick me up, and take me to Memphis, where he lived with his wife and his 2 stepsons. And I'd spend a week down there with them, and then whenever he had to go back to Chicago, he'd drop me off at home. So I'd be in Memphis for a week. Now imagine being like an 8, 9-year-old kid who's a musician, self-taught musician, walking down Beale Street with blues players just wailing out of those buildings. Now we're talking before the BB Kings and the big,
Uh-huh.
where they got clubs all over Vegas and down here. This is old school shit where there's some harmonica player that's homeless that can outplay any person you've ever seen on CMT or anything like that. And it's still got that old school feel, but it ain't near as bad as Nashville, where now it's completely commercial. There is no old school Nashville really left. But yeah, I really enjoyed spending a lot of time in Memphis. There was some cool shit down there. There still
Yeah,
is if you look for it.
we cashed out all of our travel points, everything for this trip.
Yeah, I noticed that. I was like, God damn, you
Right.
went all the way to Memphis?
Well,
Damn.
it's because I left a day late. So
Yeah,
I had already planned for that hotel, so we decided to use it there.
yeah. No, I'm glad you got to see all that, because man, we got a lot of pretty country around here. People don't, the Midwest, you don't think of it as all flat. And there's still a lot here. Like going through Missouri, you'd be like, oh man, Missouri, because you just went through Kansas, where it's like that. And you get to Missouri and you get close to the Ozarks, and you're going through all these places. And, Illinois, everybody thinks, well, besides every time from Illinois, oh, Chicago, I love Chicago. Well, no, we don't give a rat's ass about Chicago. So if you get to the northwest part of Illinois, it's absolutely beautiful. It's like all hills and trees and all this stuff. If you get to southern Illinois, like by you go south on Route 130, it takes you down to Shawnee Town and all that, like river towns and stuff. It's like that too. We got Cave and Rock down there. We got Garden of the Gods, which is basically a adult playground to fall off a rock and like literally fall 150 feet. And there's a lot of beautiful stuff, in the central states. It's just, but for you'll look at it like, whoa, whoa. And we're like, yeah. Whereas if we go to Idaho or Utah or Nevada and all that, we're like, holy shit. I went through 4 different seasons in 2 miles in Nevada. I don't understand that, but whatever. Seen a windstorm, a dust storm, snowstorm, rain, and 110, all in
And what
like
you
2
see the
miles.
next day.
It was 120. But thank God there's no friggin', humidity. That's the part that'll kill you.
Yeah.
But
Here,
yeah,
14% is pretty high.
that's, what are we around here? I don't even remember. It's, I gotta,
98.
oh yeah. Walk outside. Well, y'all felt it down there. It was beautiful
Oh,
outside, but did you notice your lips said, I'm done? They
yeah,
just
well,
started chapping. John was real bad.
I got a
I had to,
blister right here.
yeah. I'm still peeling off dry skin. But anyways, I'm glad you got to see Memphis. Where else did you see down here?
That's as far as we went there, is to Memphis. Then we went up to the Arch in St. Louis,
Oh, you
and
did
then we
make it
headed
up there.
west. That's
Yeah.
kind of scary getting into.
Oh, did you take the egg?
What's that?
Did
Oh
you
yeah.
take the egg?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
it gets hot in there too in the summer. There ain't no air in that. You can smell everybody on the other side of the arch.
And
You know.
the wife was laughing at me the whole way because I'm scared to death of heights. I'm
Oh,
terrified, phobic.
yeah, you doing
I
this
sat
number and
right
this
in the
little thing.
center of the Oh, yep, that's a nice view. Yep, yep.
Yeah.
And
First
these
time I
kids
went as a kid, I didn't
running
care.
and jumping up onto
Oh
the
yeah.
windows, and I'm thinking, oh God, this thing's coming down.
Yeah, because if you really stand still and nobody's talking and you can focus, you can feel that thing.
That sumbitch moves.
Oh yeah, you can
It
feel it.
does.
But it's neat. The view over St. Louis is awesome. You can see the ballpark. You can see, uh, the big buildings and I mean, St. Louis is another one of them. There's some really cool places in St. Louis to visit, like the
And it's a
Budweiser
national
Lemp
park
Mansion.
too.
Huh?
I didn't know it was a national park.
Yes.
So
They're
if you
actually
buy a
still building
year-round
that.
pass for like Yellowstone, which is like right next to me,
Yep.
so we all do, it's free entry in all of them.
Yep.
So that
Yep. Underneath the arch, that little museum's pretty neat too.
yeah,
They have that open for you.
yeah.
There used to be a McDonald's barge right at the bottom of that. You'd go out and you'd walk out on this thing, and there was a barge that was McDonald's out on the water. And
Oh
they had
really?
that, and then there was the Admiral Casino, it was a great big riverboat that they ended up tearing down. But there used to be a lot of crap right down there. You got I can't remember what the name of the area is down there. There's a lot of clubs and old school buildings, and I actually loaded paper in a building just north of the arch where they loaded me with fork trucks running on boards.
Really?
It was basically plywood floor. And they had, just like shredded paper stacked up. I mean, those buildings are old. There's a lot of cool stuff and if you could spend a lot of time in St. Louis, the zoo's pretty cool. The arch, a Cardinal baseball game I mean, that's a party the whole time. It's, especially this year. I wish I could have made it to a game this year, but obviously I didn't have time. But there's
St. Louis, that was just a quick in and out. We just
yeah.
hit there, parked on the cobblestones.
Yep.
Walked up the stairway, went up the arch, come back down, got in the car, and off we were gone.
70 and gone, huh? Did you take 70 out?
Yeah.
You went by the old.
Going through Lincoln, the Lincoln, Nebraska crossover.
Yeah.
Good Lord, who the heck thought of that?
I haven't been up there for a long time, but yeah.
Nothing but straight semis going through downtown almost.
Yep.
Oh.
There's what's the name of that town in Nebraska? Omaha, I think it is, where the Cornhuskers play.
Mm-hmm.
The whole goddamn town circles around the Cornhuskers stadium. Every road leads to the stadium.
Really?
So I can't remember if there's one ways, but I had to deliver to that stadium. I think it was over. It might have been Lincoln. I can't remember where Cornhuskers play at. But yeah, they got some crazy roads up there. And then you got Nebraska, where you just straight shot. They might as well make the speed limit 100 mile an hour because there ain't nothing to see. Not that.
And boy, going across 80, don't do it in the afternoon at this time of year because the sun literally sets on the freeway. My eyes feel like I've been welding for 2 days without a helmet. Oh.
Yeah, it's getting that time of year over here because all of our roads are straight west. So if you're going west, you ain't seeing nothing. Nothing to block it, But I better get off of here.
Yeah.
I'm glad you got to see that, though, in Memphis and St. Louis. That's pretty neat. Those are our staples of the Midwest. Indianapolis is pretty cool, too, though. There's a lot of cool shit. The whole downtown's one big mall. You can just walk across these things to go to each building. So
Nashville's my goal for next year. If we're over
Nashville's
that way.
cool. You got to go to the Johnny Cash Museum. You need to go to all the cemeteries. See all of them. You go to that one that Johnny Cash is at in Henderson or whatever the hell that is. You'll see people as a musician. You'll be like, oh my God. You know, I ran into graves that I didn't even know were there. Like the entire, what's her face? The entire Johnny Cash's wife.
Carter, June Carter.
Carter,
Yeah,
June Carter,
the
yeah.
entire Carter family is there, right down from John and June, and then like John's guitar player is there, bass player is there now, because he passed away a couple of years ago. Just neat. Of course,
Yeah.
no shit.
Big Block and Layton live right next to Johnny Cash's home house.
One of these days I'm going to get to that. I never have. I've never been in it. I drove by it. And talk about out in the middle of nowhere.
That's where Big Block is.
Yeah, Big Block's out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, I'd rather see all that. Like when we went on Power Tour, I could have gave a shit about all the tents and the blah blah blah. I was driving and seeing really cool stuff off the beaten path. You know, that's
the
like
only way to
Vegas. I
really
can't
see
stand the
country
strip.
is in a car and just go.
Yeah. Yep. That's why I think Power Tour is going to be on the East Coast this year. That's what they're guessing. I'm probably going to go because I haven't, like where Buck lives, I haven't been out there except in a damn truck. You can't enjoy yourself in a semi 80,000 miles, 80,000 pounds
No.
going through the hills.
Exactly.
You just can't.
Because
Like one of the most beautiful drives out that way for me has always been the gorge. And I finally got to do it in my pickup when I took the family to Myrtle Beach, Black Mountain, go all down through that way, West Virginia. We took every way that you could think of out there. And in a semi, you can't enjoy that. You're just,
Yeah. You're worried
constantly,
about the idiot in front
yeah,
of
exactly. Or your brakes going out and catching on fire, But that's what I told her. I said, well, I'm going to go. She's like, well, I'm not going that far away. I was like, all right, stay home. I'll take Zeppelin. We'll take the Ranchero and we'll get it after I get air conditioning.
you.
I'm not doing that shit again. It was hot, 125 degrees. It was 140 in the cars with a heat thermometer, with a meat thermometer. It was
wow.
Everybody's electric fan, beautiful with their pretty motors, and had that perfect streamlined metal fuel line right across the block in the head in 125 degree weather. So, all we saw was burn up electric fans, burn up alternators, and fuel boiling out of the bowl. It was literally boiling out of the bowls of carburetors. Fuel injection didn't too bad, but they still had fuel bowl. They still had to have that perfect line going across that engine block. And DEI must have gave away 10,000 miles of their shielding stuff. But everybody said, oh, you need to put a spacer on your carburetor. And I'm standing there going, he told you what? That ain't going to stop your fuel boil. Your carburetor sitting on the intake ain't what's boiling the fuel. It's that metal line that's sitting against your head. That's what's boiling your fuel. You can see it in the clear fuel filters. Just, one guy literally is coming out of the bowl. It
That's why I
blew
wrapped
right
all mine.
overheated the O-rings and their needle and seats, and it was just pouring out. Yeah, you better get ready to rebuild or quit
That's
buying
why
Holly.
I took all that
but-
vacuum line and slid it down the middle and slid it over all my fuel lines
Yep.
and my oil pressure capillary.
Yeah.
I insulated all of it.
Well, see, it ain't so bad if you use rubber. Rubber will let the heat go, but if you got a metal line, it's
grabbing
there. It's gonna stay.
No
One
matter
guy,
how many clothespins you put on it.
one guy had a 67 Malibu, I think it was. Really beautiful car. Completely rotisserie redone, perfect 427 or whatever the hell it was, big block. And he's got these beautiful lines. He went to Holly and told him what he was having trouble because he had a big, really nice Holly XP 900 or whatever. Beautiful car, beautiful everything. And he's sitting outside the hotel room, and it was me, two other guys. It was, God damn it, Cam from Cam Racing, 18-year-old kid, and his dad, and a bunch, and they're walking up there, and he walks up with this spacer. It's this thick. And I said, "What are you doing with that?" And this guy was from out by you, Buck. I wish I had got his name. But he's like, "Yeah, I got this spacer. You know, Holly told me to put this in there to solve my fueling issue because I'm getting a little bit of overheating in my fuel." And I said, "Holly sold you that?" And I said, "What'd that cost?" He said, "Oh, it was $140. And I said, "They sold you that for fuel boil." And he goes, "Oh, yeah. They said this is what it is." And that kid, Cole from Cam Racing, he's like, that ain't causing. He's 18 years old, and he knew this. That ain't causing your fuel boil. You got a 3/8 metal line that's on a metal holder hooked to your cast iron head. And he's like, "Well, that would cause it." And I didn't say a word. I just let the kid talk. And he goes, then the guy, he's older. He's probably in his 70s. And he's like, "How dare this kid, tell me that I'm wrong and Holly's wrong." And I said, he's right. You need to not worry about that. Tomorrow, when you go to the venue, go to the DEI booth and tell them you're having fuel boil issues and your damn line is overheating your fuel. No, that can't be it. That's that super blah, 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 insulated internal blah, blah, blah. Whatever, dude.
Yeah.
Just go get it.
It's boiling
And
you
yeah, you're boiling your fuel.
before it even gets there. Yeah.
I said, you take that damn thing back to Holly and told them, "Why did you sell me something that basically just screwed up my air fuel mixture? I probably ain't jetted correctly now, and it's probably going to be worse because now you're going to have way too much hot air coming into your car before the fuel gets it all down, just all old school tech shit." And he's like, okay, so he didn't put it on there. Next day he went to DEI. I saw him in Hoover, Alabama, which was the hottest day of the whole tour. He made it the whole friggin' way. Didn't have any problems. All I did was put that shielding from DEI. You can buy it at O'Reilly's.
Yeah.
Put it on there. He ended up putting it all the way down out of his fuel pump to the frame, and then he ended up putting it on his return line. He put it on the filter. He put it on everything. Never had another problem. That's all it was. And of course, the electric fans guys, "Oh my God, I can't put a straight fan on there. I'll lose 3 horsepower." Oh my God. It's like I ran that fan in that Javelin. That thing never overheated on me once. I never once had fuel boil. I never had any problems electric or motor wise, other than it loved to drip oil. But wasn't my driveways. I don't care. But anyway, I better get off here. I need to edit. So
Yeah.
All right, Jay.
I will talk to you guys later. Look out for my new videos. I'll have a couple.
Yeah. The wood clothespins. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Around here, you've seen it a lot. I mean, sometimes, yeah, it looked like a porcupine.
Yeah. Yeah.
My favorite
Yep.
was back in the 80s when they come out with that dress-up kit, that nylon fabric, like a Chinese finger torture things, and you
That's
put
I got
it
that
on
on
your
Blanche.
spark plugs, and you can change your spark plug colors, and all
Yep.
of that. You put it on all your wires, but it conducts moisture just out of the air. It'll soak your
It'll harden your wires quick.
Exactly. Oh, I don't
So,
know how many of them. You rip that stuff off.
yeah, Blanche has some of that shit on its hoses.
Uh-huh.
And I haven't put it on it yet, but I got brand new upper and lowers, hoses, everything. I've got new heater lines. the heater hose, which I haven't tested yet. I'm hoping that thing's got heat. That would be great because I'll drive that damn thing all winter. That's just to piss off the natives. Oh my God, it should be in the garage. And I'm doing donuts in the mall parking lot with it. So I better go. You guys take care. Have a good night.
Great
Yep,
seeing
I'm
you,
going
Jay.
to.
See ya.
Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, Buck,
All
that
right,
was
Barrows.
great.
Yeah.
We just kind of did my live over here.
Yeah,
just
that's
kinda
what
hung
I
out
was
in your
thinking
place.
earlier. It just rolled right into it, which was fine with me. Don't
No problem.
matter to me.
Well, it looks like well, I'll see you next week.
Yeah,
I might
and if
do a
I don't
live
talk to you
tomorrow
sooner,
morning. I don't know.
be good. Can't be good, be kind.
That's right. And while you're out there, keep that metal hot.
Keep the metal hot. I got to get some metal hot. I got to make some exhaust pipe. That'll be soon. So,
We'll see you on the next one.
all right. Take care, Barrows. See everybody in the chat. Thanks for stopping by. Be good. If you can't be good, be kind. See you next week. Same Buck channel, same Buck time, 6:30. As long as everything else goes right, I'll put a community post up, and we'll do the same thing all over again. I'm sure Barrows will have his own live going on next week, and we could all just jump over there. Later, everyone. Thank you, Big Block, for modding, and well, everybody else is gone. Not everybody can hang almost 6 hours, which I barely made it too. I was starting to get tired there. Good night, BNR Racing. Thanks for stopping by. He was here all night. That was a really good night. I had a lot of fun tonight. I had a lot of people yakking, and No Name Nationals are pretty hard not to talk about it. And so that's it. End broadcast now. See yous. Bye.